several months for, I don't know, maybe 15 hours per day because he streamed a lot. Then he studied the comms, he studied the lobbies he had to play with. And well, he deserved everything he got. And of course, the community supporting him. Even we have a community who is like really troll sometimes. And it's like, you made the bad decision here, but Reven is like, okay, I won't listen to you today. And well, they will be here to be on your side, on his side and on our side, of course.
I love that. Any final words of encouragement that you would like to say to Reven before he plays this grand finals?
Only big W's for Reven. We expect a high level performance and let's go. We trust him.
We trust.
I love it.
He will do.
Only big
Vamos.
W's.
Muchas gracias a todos. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
your
so much.
time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Big W.
Big W's.
I love that. Big W's for Reven. Lots of encouragement. I mean, Panda, this has been an org that you've also been a huge fan of with the Spanish roster that they've put together. So, yeah, how has it been from your perspective to kind of watch this community grow?
It's really crazy from Reven to think back. Set 14 Cyber City, he came in to form this roster, as they mentioned, for 4v4. And he came in having not played TFT competitively for 2 years. His last competitive experience was in Set 7 Dragonlance Regional Finals. He was very rusty. He had to be picked up off of the ground and kind of trained throughout this EWC run, through an open qualifier run with the rest of his team. And I thought, there is no way this guy can get good enough, fast enough to compete at a high level. But he has done the most incredible improvement across 2 sets to make it now to a grand final. It's just crazy to think about.
It's so exciting to see all of these players on the precipice of this grand finals win. Saya, Reven, Lisao, Dasik, Aaliyah, Darthnub, Mori, and Bimbin. You can see them getting ready to go for their first game of the day. The way this works and how you claim the Tactician's crown is you have to reach 20 points. Points that you will accumulate based on your finish in each individual game. You get 8 points for first place. If you go 8th, you only get 1. Once you accumulate 20 points, you must get a first place in order to claim the crown. Checkmate format is so exciting because we get a chance to see a multitude of play styles. Reaching the 20 points, all you want is to just get top 4s. Try to get there as quickly as you can. And then once you hit that 20-point mark, you turn on the jets, get those firsts.
We have had a couple of TAC rounds where elite players have been able to finish it in 4 games. Title and Juanmi come to mind, but a much more standard route would be going to Game 5 and Game 6. And just like Necra talked about, a lot of times that strategy is to be top 4 and safe before you go into the checkmate, and then turn the jets on to go right
Game
for the highest cap you
starting.
possibly can.
Let's go.
Checkmate has a very unique thing to TFT psychologically, because if you are, for example, the first player to reach 20, you have a massive target on your back. It is not only incentivized, but it is completely legal for everyone in the lobby to purposely target grief you to make sure you cannot win that game, for example. So there's just so much more to think about when a few players are kind of to check as well.
That now
It's
blocked
interesting
in.
when you look at some of the statistics of our competitors across this specific tournament weekend. And when you look at some of the players that might be the biggest threats, I think you do have to turn your attention to who has the highest first place rate. That would be Saya, Reven. Both were able to reach 70 points throughout the last 2 days, so that makes a lot of sense. But then also Darthnub comes into today with a
I was gonna say Darthnub has the highest first or
30.7%
eighth.
first place rate.
Yeah.
Just absolutely insane.
That's
And
what
I
you
wanna
need for
point out with
checkmate.
Darthnub and
Agreed.
Dasix particularly, these are your
I was about to say,
non-rerollers. They're
Dasix
actually going to be
chatting
playing
it up.
slower
He
in the
must be feeling
lobby.
pretty
Your big
good.
rerollers that are going to push very hard are going to be Reven and Mori coming into it. So just, you know, when it's only 8 people in the lobby, you can pre-scout and predetermine the likely tempo.
I would add Aaliyah in there as well. Maybe not a very wide net of reroll comps, but specifically on the Leo and Amalzahar Zoe reroll he played a lot of throughout the days 1 and 2. I think it's going to be very important for the first 3 games in particular. But coming into Game 4, coming into Game 5, that's where the Fast 9 comps, the really high cap comps, will come in as the stars of the show. And I'm very curious to see how Dasik in particular transforms his game plan.
Let's get into it, everybody. Game number 1 of the grand finals of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends is upon us. We've got Lissandra as our first encounter, so everybody is going to get a full roster of one-cost champions for their Howling Abyss.
a little bit of extra gold to start off the lobbies. You can go directly into saving up for a bit more interest here. And if we're looking at the one cost, one champion I would like to mention is definitely Ishtal Kiana. That is one of those champions that can take you through 1-4 without being itemized, and also gives you that chance, as we've seen from Saya yesterday, to go for that Ishtal early.
I'm also excited, though, to be able to see Viego, for example. While Shadow Isles has not been a super hot topic coming into this tournament, it has actually been a composition that several players, Dasic included, have looked at as a comp that you can unlock, be uncontested, and just try to go down that route with the early Viego too.
Yeah, in this field in particular for this top 8, it's only Dasic that's played a game, but he won with it, right? So he has very good feelings on this line. We're seeing the Nivea here, possible upgrade for Saya, has a fairly good start into some kind of AP line. We haven't seen Demacia AP being very good in the stats. That's mostly because all of these players know how to pivot out of Demacia into Galio Rise, which is one of the highest cap comps in the meta right now.
Yeah, so if you're saying if you're stuck on Lux and Garen, you
That's
may
bad
have
news.
done something wrong.
That's a 6th place average, probably.
Yep. The two big compositions that we need to look for and are going to be winning most of our lobbies. Number one, I think it has to be Darius LeBlanc, just because Revan has been so dominant on it. 7 games, 2.14 AVP. The other one, like David just mentioned, has to be that Galio Rise.
Well, you heard from Revan at his interview yesterday. He's like, I'm calling it now. You want to play Noxus reroll with me? We can go 7th, 8th. That's fine.
And
But
it's a,
I'm staking
They did,
my
I
claim.
missed it.
it's a much harder reroll to contest, right? Because you have to find the Draven yourself
I didn't
and
hear
play
any
it to then be able
keywords,
to
so
contest someone on
I'm
the
gonna
Darius.
say
So
they did,
as
they
long
haven't.
as Revan finds those ins and finds those early Dravens himself, he'll be happy to go into that line time and time again.
Okay, a couple of competitors have already selected their augments. Binbin and Darthna both took Patience as a virtue, so they're going to be stacking up extra
Morning.
rolls. And what are you seeing here, Clement?
So this is very interesting because he actually high rolled a 6, which does give you that additional spatula. Typically,
Yeah,
we
our
do see
games
that
today.
being reserved for Demacia.
We just
It's kind of
started.
Just
the
in
easiest
time.
line to play
Yeah,
into.
so
You
the
also
first
get
game was the
Galio
show match.
online as
So
well.
this is the first game
Okay,
of
So
that's
finals.
we'll see some cooking from Lee Sao. He typically is a very heavily
I'm
void
totally not
player.
half asleep right
That
now.
is his favorite line, just going for Baron Nashor from regionals all the way to yesterday's TAC round. But with this spatula, Demacia is the most common option.
I also know that Litzao loves picking high variance
We
augments.
did not start with
So
the
it makes a lot
Prizzy.
of sense. He's like, okay, slightly magic roll. I'll just high roll this.
Brizzy?
Red?
Ian,
Not
More
Ian as a whole
silvers.
has played a lot of Demacia
Oh,
across days 1 and 2.
right.
I think Saya also has a good start for it with the Sona 2 and the Anivia 2, so really, really strong backline. Binbin we're seeing there holding a Sona and the Jarvan as well. So I think most of
Revan's
CN
board
likes
is so
playing
strong,
with
though. I
Demacia
rolled
as
double
a way to
bruisers and a
get to those very
Viego.
strong fast 9 board in stage 5.
Yeah.
It's a really good
There's
start
a
for
Lulu
Revan.
2 on bench,
usually when
too.
you're looking for the delayed start, you don't want multiple backlines. He has 2 bruisers and
made 10 because
another fighter that
it was
can
Lysandra
sandwich in
opener.
between. Strong start.
Getting
And then he has
getting
the
what
Lulu.
is this one called? It's not
It's
restart
duplicated,
mission.
more importantly,
I
for
forget
a
what
3-buff
the
reroll player.
2-1 version is called. But
Another high roller here. Saya already finding
pretty
the
crazy
line
when you
to
can
one of
also
the
make
strongest
10.
starts that you could possibly ask for. Has continuum.
it's
procs
also
as well. This
it's
has
prosperous,
been,
Ionia.
mentioned by Weijin as kind of the
Awesome,
strongest
thank
his
you.
Money
AP line, but
running
of course
everywhere.
Blast Shield is a little bit more flexible.
I have a bunch of streams
Letting
open.
go
I keep
for
checking for
Blast
somebody to
Shield
look at
that,
Ionia.
but I thought that was kind of wild that he was holding on to 4 copies of Alawi.
Very interesting. To make gold here, he actually sells an Anivia too. He thinks, I am so strong, I'd rather make a little bit more econ and make my board weaker overall. Just trying to walk that fine line. I think he's in potential to be a 10 streaker, right? If he's able to really continue pushing the tempo like this.
This is really interesting because actually Anivia is a lot stronger than the Sona, so he's leaving himself more open to the Demacia line by doing this.
He doesn't really have any chill on the board right now. Could buy the Zoe, but it would be even more expensive. And already has a crit, which Anivia would have built in her crit. So I kind of like the, as you mentioned
No
here, just the more
chill.
efficient holds for Demacia overall.
And this is where we have to look at Binbin's board. There are 2 players with patience as a virtue. They will most likely be rolling down for their Bard and also direction. So we have to see where they want to go with this one. Already a Draven found.
All right, well then Binbin might also be staking a claim, but he actually just sells the Draven in order to try to make 20. Binbin was one of the players that
Darknap's
actually
got the
bullied
forehead
Revan off
cam
of the
going
Noxus
on.
reroll yesterday.
Yeah, I
because
think he's
Binbin
already
lost
standing.
to
He was
Noxus
dancing
with
in
no
the
scout, no
loading
pick.
screen.
We heard Revan yesterday. He has nothing to lose.
Yeah.
I think
I
he'll
love
allow
that.
one time, but the second time, no sir.
He does just hold hands.
Basic is holding on to a singular Draven, 40 gold right now already before the stage 2 carousel. Daysik is a player that also,
Daysik at 40
like Darknub,
gold.
doesn't really want to play into low agency lines. Doesn't want to play
Illegal.
jungle at all. So we saw him playing a lot of spots
The
that looked
silver
strong
start
for
looks
Nox
crazy.
yesterday. Ended up becoming Malflex spots and just pushing to level 8 and level 9.
Bit of a crazy hold coming in from Darthum. He's actually missing Econ on his bench right now. So this might
And
signal
unfortunate
that
for
it's not gonna be a
Darthnub, he
full
took
commit to
lose
the
4 and
initial,
then fought full up
questing
in
line for the
Daysik.
Brock, but likely just a resource stab.
Do you care more though about like being able to have the pair of Malzahar versus being able to make the econ?
Well, if he gets the Mal's here, that would be the correct call.
Oh, true. No
Doesn't seem like
Malzahar though, so I think maybe you just have to go for items.
Also, the worry, I think there's quite a few players that are hovering the idea of playing around Demacia, but obviously it's a line that really
smart
cannot
of
support more than
Revan,
two. Even that second player who's
'cause
going after the
he
first
wasn't able to
isn't
play the
trouble, because
Yorick
You really have to stabilize around Garen too,
because he
unless
can't
stage
buy
4.
it from the shop.
Yeah, we also didn't
so
get a
waited to
chance
slam it until
take a look at
now.
what Darthnub's quests are, so that could potentially give us some inkling on where he is going. In the meantime, Lee Sao just picks himself another belt. Freljord, again, one of those stronger emblems to hold. 400 extra HP early, can stabilize your board quite hard. And he's also unlocked the Tryndamere, so very strong inclination of going into the Freljord and AP flex line.
Cool. So maybe trying to get Rise unlocked at some point in the game.
And with the Freljord emblem and how much easier it is to guarantee you unlock Volibear quite early the moment you go 8, it is quite strong to play around the 7 Freljord trait as the way to, I think, fight against the weakness of Freljord, which is that stage 4 where you're level 8, you're trying to find a way to get to actually play Rise on stage 5. 7 Freljord is a very strong and cheap way to do so.
I do wonder if Daysik has been swayed by Revan to go into the darkness here. He actually hasn't played a Darius LeBlanc game, which is very special during this TAC Crown run. But I think after the Ibai interview, he's going to try it for himself.
It would be interesting to see then where Revan decides to go. I mean, while of course we can look at the fact that he played a lot of that Darius LeBlanc, he did show us some really strong games of being able to go fast 9. And so I think he would also be fine with this delayed start, being able to put together... Oh, he actually got his win streak snapped though. I wonder if that was Saya. Because Saya was looking quite strong.
It could have been. Viego does sometimes get out of position as a melee carry in stage 2, usually a very easy way to 5 streak, but sometimes you're positioning it off by just a little bit. He gets targeted early, and that's really the
What
big
level do
source
you
of
have to be for
advantage.
Aesol?
He's actually holding for the Aurelian Soul. We got it on
7?
boys. There could be that chance.
No
Yeah.
way.
We heard we were hyping him up as kind of the...
He has
No.
all the
in terms of
units
the
except
concept.
for...
No,
Maybe
there's
he's
no-
taking it a little bit
there's
too
no level
seriously.
for
Game
Aesol.
1, Aesol. Save it for checkmate.
I thought Mori was talking about
What is
this.
the level for
What?
Diana?
Unleashing the
Is
Aurelian
it 6
Soul.
or 7?
He was going to
7.
make the crowd roar
I swear I
with
saw-
Aurelian
Stop.
Soul. Maybe that was the
I swear I
Super
saw
Messiah.
Wow,
a
that's
Reddit
funny.
post of
I
someone with
remember
an
seeing that
Aesol on
post
like
yesterday from Mori, and I was like,
2-5.
I'll believe it when I see it.
I'm just saying, if he gets Cosmic Calling on 3-2, he's going for it.
The only player in this field of 8 who played Aesol across the Swiss stage was Aaliyah.
Like, if there was
You guys
ever an
got the
Aesol
placement?
spot, it's this
I
one.
remember.
right.
That's right. He won 8th.
That is probably about what we expect when Aurelian Soul is picked. But I feel like some of that is just also, you're not really sure there's anything else open for you. Maybe if you just throw something at the wall and see if it sticks. Because we did actually have several successful games of Aurelian Soul in the Americas Regional Finals from Ready. Which is why we were like, wow.
Yeah, the Diana's
proved
level
us wrong.
7.
Aesol's a champ that you really have to get
Yes.
the early stacking and survive that without losing too much, and it's much easier to do that in weaker lobbies overall. In a top 8 in attack round, it's much harder to get any wins with Aesol at the start of stage 4.
We're getting something spicy. Gold orbs across the board. Double 4 cost coming in for Mori, and that would establish him pretty firmly into the Demacia line here. I have seen a lot of Mori games to the point where when I saw that setup, I was like, oh, he's going to go into the Darius LeBlanc. But with the Garen coming in so early, I feel like that means a signal for him to pivot off.
And Daisy has a chance for a Juggernaut emblem potentially on this Darius as well. Has a Sterak's already built here, so really looking quite good. Can build a blue buff for LeBlanc if he wants to have more of a backline AP carry. But the 3-2 augment selection is going to be really important for any player trying to go for 3-cost reroll.
A lot of potential spats being given, lots of extra econ, so even if you had a bad stage 2, you can still pick up. This is what I love about gold orbs. It really opens up the possibilities here. for all these players. And Dasik did perfectly lost streak into stage 2. He was able to break all of the Patience of the Virtues players. So job
There's
well done by him. We have
3
seen
players
this
that
script
have
over and
Garen.
over again from Revan. Let's see how he executes it.
He's holding Yasuo as well, just in case he finds Yasuo 2. He can maybe play around the Yone Ari he's holding. So Dasik is a player that I think always wants to keep a lot of options open and play for a lot of consistent results. Not really fighting for the first, not fighting for the fame that Revan's fighting for with the Darius. Instead, just trying to get a consistent placement.
Gold augments here. A couple of items that can be picked up. Bin actually going for a big grab bag. We've got Aaliyah picking the golden dragon
There we
armor.
go. You got it, Necra.
Golden dragon armor.
I was not going to correct you. I know. I trusted you fully.
Well, I still like my shortened version. But what a Garen? How did he get this Garen already?
Gold orbs. That's the tragedy of gold orbs, is that they can give you the same champion across the board. So we are going to see a contest from Mori and Aaliyah most likely. On the other side, Saya actually with the level 5 Lissandra. He didn't need the orb for that. He just naturaled it. So he's able
Some
to
people
pivot
are just
off.
lucky.
And right now there's 4 different players that have a Garen
That's
1
two
on their
Freljord
boards,
emblems
and
too.
we are on 3-2. So anyone trying to unlock Silas might be in trouble.
Lisa got spreading roots and got a Freljord emblem.
Uh-oh.
He has 2 Freljord emblems.
So that's going to be a very, very easy set.
Look at Mori. Mori's like, what? No way.
Took it.
I'm also
Oh yeah, Maurice
Mori,
face is like,
he was
what
so
in
happy to
the...
pivot
Why?
off of Darius when
Why?
he got the Garen, and then he looks across the field, and then there's 2 extra Garens already.
This is the problem if you're not super committed yet onto just general AP lines. It's going to start getting very congested. It seems a lot of players are beelining for a very similar Demacia / Freljord spread, and not everyone will have a clean way to navigate stage 4.
Oh, this is so rough for Mori, because if you look at his backline, he's clearly trying to angle for that early Garen, but that comp doesn't stabilize unless you can hit the Garen too, and that's just not likely to happen in this lobby.
God.
I think he had the...
see the cash out here.
I had a
from
Vanquisher
Dark Nub.
emblem.
Yeah.
Decides to push it a little bit further, selecting a
If they
new
don't show it,
Ishtal
you
quest.
click
He
the
is
buy
7
68 XP.
buy
Okay, there it is.
68
Okay,
XP.
nice.
We'll
Wow.
get there slowly.
I'm just saying, there's another Garen. These golden orbs have literally been planned by
I'm pretty
Morgog
sure, doesn't everyone
to
get
just
the
make
same?
sure it's as spicy as
set of
possible,
orbs?
and they're all competing on the same lines.
Not from Gold Orb.
So then who,
Prismatic,
really
everyone
gonna
gets
play
the
chicken?
same.
It comes out to who has the most
But
resources,
gold can
right?
vary, I
Dark Nub will
think.
be rolling on PV round. He'll
'Cause
be
somebody got
most
spat,
likely
a couple of them got 4
tier
like 3 of
7
them got
and rolling
Garen.
down to maybe even 0, at least until he hits the Garen 2 and unlocks the Galio into the 4-1. I think Darth Nub with his current HP, he can't really consider playing his usual style of playing for Fast 9. He will be trying to play a
But I
much
think
more
somebody got
consistent stage
spat.
4.
Maybe it was
How
they
come
all
you
got
already
4
have
cost.
such low HP? Like the players that are towards the bottom of our HP totals have taken some big hits, whereas like Saya is still win streaking. 7 wins, cool.
I really love the way he played the stage 2. Perfect team fight judgment on how he could get his streaks going. Looking at the units here, there are a couple of big hits. I would say Seraphine's actually quite nice. Lux, especially when you have 4 Garens across the board, is another big hit. A lot of AP flexors, basically.
He's maybe concerned about the item quality, picking up another belt here, having already 2 Spirit Visages on the Garen, but he can build for the Morello on the Lux. I think it's not the end of the world. And it's a good thing to get key units from the Carousel, for example, or from your orbs, because with Patience of Virtue, you can buy them from the shop, so you have a way to make your board a little bit stronger, maybe not lose by too much the next 2 fights until you can roll down heavily.
Yeah, and we do have to mention, I think Darth Nub's spot is probably the hardest in the lobby right now, because he doesn't really have the good quest to get him into a good Ishtal cash out. It's most likely just a resource pit stop into a level 8 Hail Mary. So he is going to have a tough time. In the meantime, Bin and Dasik are going to be your big re-rollers on 3-5.
And they've been very smartly gets entirely
Honestly,
out
if we
of the
went for
forecast
Aesol,
AP line,
we were
says,
holding
hey,
them.
Leona, Zoe Malzahar is uncontested.
Did we find a Leona?
And roll it down for this comp.
Meanwhile, Dasik is sitting on a pretty healthy number of copies of the Draven, but you're really missing out on
Well,
that
Bin
Darius,
Bin
no
did.
pair.
A lot of big spikes coming in here as we see Revan already going onto the Shadow Isle line here, able to take out the front line relatively quickly. He did start
Let's see
stacking
Darth Nub's
early.
cash
One of
out,
his delayed start
and
champions
then
was
Saya's
that,
board. Do we
Viego.
have
Yeah.
And this really fits Revan's playstyle. Outside of, obviously, the evidence, 3-cost reruling he's done this tournament, historically, the last 2 sides in TPC, he's really been a player who liked pushing levels quite a lot and pushing the lobby tempo, not just rerolling on 3-5, but just pushing for comps that want to play aggressive to level 7 on stage 3. I think Shadow Isles fits this build perfectly with the Kalista unlock.
I'm excited if you like stay in the
250
Shadow
cash out,
Isles,
not
or if
bad.
you actually try to kind of flex out of it once you get to the point where you get the thresh, but that will be for a little while longer when we look at like stage 5. Cash out here for Darth Nub. Do you like what you saw?
How is
him
Saya
get?
this
Just a little bit
guy's
extra resources.
full
The
streak,
biggest
stage
concern for
3
me
every
here
time.
is how much gold he'll have to actually buy units. He's going to have a lot of free rolls, but can you use all those free rolls efficiently? If you're trying to get ahead of the rest of the lobby, if you feel your line is 2 or 3-way contested, and you have to do it on 3-7.
Oh, Darth Nub is struggling. This is not the matchup that he would want either.
Revan didn't roll too heavily here. He is green for H as well, so maybe a chance Darth can win this one.
He's got the
I
Lux
think it's
already.
so rough for Darth Nub. His front line is multi-way contested. He's trying to play AP flex, as most players are in this lobby. So he just needs to have some amazing rolls. We'll see if he decides to go for the level 8 roll to maybe the PvE round roll, or if he
I want to say this lobby entirely, but at least this
Big
game.
winner in this lobby. Saya,
Cubs.
10 win streak, 100 HP all the way through stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, it hurts that everyone got a
Garen
Garen drop. So.
He was able to natural 2-4 costs in stage 2. This is what we saw from
And then
Indian
everybody
yesterday
that
as well from the last
wants
game.
Garens to get Silas, so.
Mel.
Really impressive play. I mean, the Freljord board he's assembled with a Zoe added in across stage 2.
Yes, Silas not going for ASOL.
Now you can play for the
No
higher cap
Leona.
comps like Mel. I think Freljord is a bit weak in stage 4 in particular.
Rip.
There's also a 7 Freljord play to make it harder to hit the Braum 2 and
But,
Lissandra
like-
so he
like
picks a
Biz
line that
called
is
out,
open.
probably
He doesn't get
Mel.
into the Demacia or the Rise at all. It just goes straight to Mel.
It's really cool.
I heard
Gonna
that from
sell
scrims,
the
like, the
Lissandra,
few times
knowing
that people
Mel
went
did just
ASOL
get
did really
unlocked
well.
too. Wow,
But, like, you have to have the
ASOL
perfect spot for
brilliant.
it, and that's
Doesn't
why I
want
wanted to
the,
see
I
if he
think,
actually
flow
went
between two
for it,
different paths. He
because
just wants to have a clean roll
I felt
down
like
and
that
really
was,
nice
like,
playing for
as perfect a spot for ASOL
This
you
is
can
do or
get.
die for Darth up here. Can he
But maybe
hit
just
that
had, like, no
front line
games
and
on
back
it,
line
so I didn't
combination?
wanna-
And the
Wow.
Garens do bless him. Double Garens in the shop.
That's
I
big.
would have liked to see him hold that 4th Garen, at least for a bit during this roll down, if he had the time to, just to try and grief other players.
He did get an Mbessa that he's going to maybe put an item on also to unlock the Mel. That might be another way out of this if he decides to flex into that instead.
Mel's 3.
Yeah.
Wow, what a great hit for him. Definitely on a tough road there with 19 HP.
Yeah, and that means that Mori is now the one in the hot seat because he also needs to find his way through this AP flex. We know that the Lux is
I
pretty
wonder
much
if Darth will still try to
been
go.
shut down right now. Mori
If he-
has to look
if he
for Freljord
thinks
Invoker, but
that
that's actually a
Mel's
very
viable
difficult line to
also,
stabilize on level
or if he'll
8.
just try
Yeah,
to
He's still
GM
trying to get the
Bessa.
Demacia in. He's holding all the
Yeah, I
Demacia
think he's
units,
trying
but
to go
most of them
towards
are already up
Mel.
full.
Especially now that
Oh,
we actually
leftover
saw
fight,
that 2-star
please.
Garen get hit. That's
Get the
gonna be really
Galio
tough
plus
for
Mel.
Darth.
Please.
And my boy David
Okay.
trying to get him to sink Apex chances by holding the 4th Garen.
Listen,
Galio Mel
Garen is the
unlocked.
one unit that you play as if this was 4v4. You hold it because the rest of the lobby is interested either in playing it for Demacia, playing it for Mel Flex boards even for the Silas unlock later on.
Oh, and he
And
got a
it's with
Galio from
Seth
Duo
Smith,
Q,
it's
huge.
2
That's what's
items
big
to
if you
try to
can
go
unlock
into more
a
of
legendary
that HP
before
style with
4-2,
Demacia.
you can
That
get it
was
from
an
Duo Q.
early, Zillion. That's kind of cool.
If he just hits his front line, he's actually very good to stabilize here. He can afford to roll down to 0.
A little bit awkward the Crown Guard though, having the 3 items on Garen already. With when you pick Statsmith, you really are hoping for usually the AP backline items instead. But there's gonna be the Draven 3-4 Dasic. Unfortunately, missing items.
Draven-
Did go for
yeah,
3s,
Draven threw
has
just
the
a
vic-
sword.
the
Yeah.
Working Victory as his second augment. Wasn't able to get any item augments. This is something that this comp really wants when you have 3-3-star carries.
All right, we'll see if Aaliyah's board is actually enough here. He's not actually going to run the Ornn in the back line, even though that would give him a higher cap. He knows that he has to spike now. And in the meantime, Darth Nub already with 2 massive unlocks, the Mel and the Galio joining the fray. That lucky Garen hit might be the way that he comes back into the game. A lot of HP lost for the stage 3 Ishtal, but can it pay off?
For now, it looks like it. I mean, having the most of the pieces, but you are
Okay,
contesting
and the
someone
Mel
else to
items
try to
look
get that Mel
good.
unlocked.
Once
Yeah,
again,
nobody
guys,
can kill
Triangle
this,
Galio here doesn't place on any unit for this round.
kill the
Garen.
Galio, because
Yeah.
double redemption,
It's actually a really cool
declaw,
move from Darthnub
and
right
the
there.
only
He
AD
unlocked on
is a
4-1
Draven with
and
no
then was able
items.
to roll into duos, giving him, I think, a second Galio. I
So,
don't think you're expecting to
Garen
hit 2
can't
Galios that
die.
early.
That's really cool. But that's true that the duo Q can give you
And a
copies of
Taric
legendaries
for
that
even
you've
more ammo.
unlocked.
Yep.
Wow. So he really is ahead of the curve. Being able to get the Garen 2 stable now, gets the pair of
Ahead of the
Galio,
curve.
maybe able to beat the other Demacia
Sure,
players to the
but
punch.
playing
Revan's
still
spot
on like
looks
the back
so
foot.
good. Shadow is a comp that if it falters
bit,
to
yeah.
stage 4, that's where you're into
Down
really
to,
big trouble.
you
It's
know,
very
having
hard
to play a game from
roll
2
it. If
lives.
you can't push 9, you're on head of tempo, but 6 win streak here, very, very rich, has a thresh online with 3 items already, has the Melon
I guess this
unlocked.
Callista's the other
I mean, this is
AD
looking like a
threat.
very strong setup for Revan in this game.
Just not yet
That's
till
the
2
biggest
star.
test for the Shadow Isle
Yeah.
line. You have to go
And
into
the
a fast
Annie on
line
bench.
composition. If you're
For
just stuck
fun?
on level 8,
I don't
it
think that
typically
goes
doesn't end
in.
well for you. There's a lot of extra juice you can add in. Of course, the things like the Shurima lines going into the Disruptors and Ornn are all big hits waiting for you at level 9.
More so now where Shadow Isle units have been, their kits are not really as dependent on the souls you've acquired and playing vertical Shadow Isle, so you lean even more heavily into what you wanted to do anyway in the past, which is play around more of the legendaries.
Taking stock of the lobby, you can see the compositions from our players at the bottom of your screen. Look at where we have with Mel for Saya and Revan. We do have the Demacia units being selected here for Aaliyah as well as Mori. Darthnub also, of course, getting into that line,
Darthnub
but unlocked
picked
the
up a
Mel as
Zillion.
well.
He's got a Zillion pair.
Zillion pair picked up here by Darthnub.
Last time we
Really
saw him, he
big
didn't have
pickup to try
Zillion.
and continue his win
So
streak.
he
His
swapped
goal, of
Mel
course,
for
coming to
it.
stage 4 was to win
Interesting.
every single fight
And
in
someone
this stage.
else had
The moment
already
he loses
had
even one of these fights, he's in big
Zillion
trouble. He'd be 1 life going to stage
also,
5,
yeah.
and that's where some of these fast
Yeah.
players like Saya and Revan will spike, and it could be a dangerous territory.
I will say overall, Revan
I
does
think
feel
Mel
like
was
the
also
strongest spot
already
in the lobby.
contested.
If you're looking across the board, even Saya had to roll down quite deep on level 8, while Revan is just going straight
Yeah, I don't
into
think
the 9
Revan's
game plan
sticking
here.
with
So
these
very
Shadow
strong
Isles for
position
sure.
for a lot of our home crowd favorites and for some of our casters on the desk as well.
I'm sure Koi will be very excited to see Revan in this first game. But Saya, like we haven't checked in.
Saya,
with
you
him
could have
in a
been
while.
ASOL and not
And his
contest
I know.
3-way
It looks
from
like
Mel.
because he has so much gold pumped in
Only.
already to explosive growth, where he only has 40 gold.
I would have loved to see an
offer.
Aesol game.
So he will be having an easy time going to 9. I imagine this will be a Mel 2 most likely on his 5-2 roll down if he decides to wait that long as well. He has a lot of HP to work with, right? 80 HP, he can trade a lot of this.
Maybe
and
if it
really
was
try and come out ahead as the
yesterday,
win-out
he
player.
would have done that
But he
change.
is
Maybe it was
directly
final
Yeah.
lobby.
testing Revan. They both have the Mel unlocked.
Pressure.
They both like to
Decision,
be able
yeah.
to upgrade that unit.
It's like,
Yeah.
well, it's not
Revan
the
is
most
more gold.
Believe
perfect,
that.
but
Revan has less items on the Mel though, so I'm not sure if he thinks he's going to have to roll deep
Yeah.
for that Mel or just play an even greedier game plan where Saya is very dependent on this Mel 2 upgrade.
Yeah, I do think Saya is just going to roll down in the PvE round, try to get his Mel 2 online quickly. Checking in with Mori, as we talked about, his situation definitely would have been the hardest. Only 10 HP left, had to pivot out of Demacia despite holding so many Demacian units and going back
and
towards the Lissandra.
would have
Basic
loved
game
to see
plan,
a
despite
quick
the
love.
3-3, despite hitting the Draven, we talked about how important the Darius
Yeah.
is, because
Maybe
the moment
in
the Darius
the
goes down,
creep
doesn't matter if you have a lot of
for Jason
backline
here.
damage, your entire board kind of crumbles against these fast line boards in particular. So we'll see if Darius can hit his next power spike as well before we get into stage 5.
Mori, though, is the player on the chopping block in this first game. Lux is able to get a big cast into the back line, but it's really on this Lissandra to try to pick up most of the legwork. As those casts from the Lux do start to access the back line, looks like this fight is going to be good to deliver another loss to Saya. But Mori has a lot of work cut out for himself, especially when the other player that's in the hot seat is going to be Darthnub, losing to Lietzao's board.
Both of the
No.
stage 4 Demacia players are
life.
now in trouble. They're coming into just 1 life. They have not saved any gold. Darthnub a little bit more, but both are very far away from 9 from hitting any more spikes. They're playing for placement, but Aaliyah and Daisy are still fairly healthy. The rest of the players have way better projection than them coming to stage 5 as well. So we talked about it in stage 3, right? It was just a little bit too contested in that 4-cost AP space, and these are the players suffering for it.
Demacia has been so popular throughout the weekend, it's not really a surprise to see a lot of these players try to go down that line, but it is going to be the ones that decide, okay, no thank you. They get rewarded for those efforts.
And really smart from Revan to see this from stage 2 and say, I'm going to play into an AD line that is uncontested, that I can play from high tempo. And now we're going to see the fruits of that labor. We're going to see a big roll down here from Revan. We'll see how he can continue capping out
Saya
this board.
2 is rolling
50
down.
gold, level 9
This would have been a
roll
nice
down.
split.
Is going to stick with the Mel just to mess with the other players. This is actually a secondary carry, doesn't have items for it. So keeping it on the board to interfere with others is quite a sweet game plan coming in from him.
I mean, he's holding forecast just to make sure that he can hit the Callista. I was wondering, like, oh, why do you not want to actually upgrade the Mbessa? And then I saw him hit the Callista. He sold everything.
Mbessa is next out, so I think he's hoping to find a better 5 cost to replace that Mbessa once he continues to roll down.
It's really critical for Darthnub right here. Might be going down to 8. Saya did roll to 0, but doesn't seem like he actually found most of his upgrades. Can Darthnub actually clutch this one out?
Looks like it might be close. The itemized Mel was starting to look quite good, but Darthnub is able to make quick work of that with that itemized Lux. Everything's starting to come together, but if you get the Galio 2, maybe this is going to be a stabilization point for Darthnub. But Aaliyah just hit Rise. Whoa.
Very risky game plan. Tried to go fast 9, traded away so much HP to get here, but now he's made it to Rise 2. The only problem is your 1 life. What if there's a player in this lobby that gets just a tiny bit stronger than you considering your front line? Is all 1-star for Aaliyah. The Rise 2 is good, but you need to buy some time for it.
I don't think so.
With Archangels.
Aaliyah doesn't have any frontline items because he was actually building for a
the Draven has no items.
He had an Infinity Edge
LeBlanc's
and
got
red
3
buff.
though.
So he's severely lacking in ways that he can actually maintain the front.
Oh, it's tough because that Garen cannot get upgraded, the Braum as well. Everything looks so weak, and I think Aaliyah can see the frustration, the writing on the wall, having to face up against Saya, who's been able to get this Annie too. Even though that Mel is not upgraded, this Annie is going to make quick work of this Rise if this Rise cannot get the spells back there fast enough. And yeah, the crash out has come through. Aaliyah knows he is going to be going down in this first game.
Unfortunate to face Saya on 5-2 the turn. He used up all of his resources to push level 9 to roll down to hit the Annie 2 as well.
Oh yeah.
So just unfortunate matchmaking, maybe too greedy, too risky of a plan from Aaliyah in this game 1.
Yeah, I felt like he had a very standard top 4-ish game plan going in, just going Demacia long shots, one of the most stable lines, but unfortunately the Garen congestion forced him off of that into a separate game plan, and he wasn't able to make that clutch switch up.
In those situations, do you ever kind of look at whatever other tanks are in the pool, and do you maybe say, okay, well, no one has Skarner. Do I try to unlock the Rift Herald and just get some type of front line?
I think Saya did the best job of getting out of that Demacia line altogether.
I think he beats everyone but Lashao.
Yeah, I think we should
jinx it here, but
I think Basic is a good watch here.
Pretty much uncontested.
The last
with just
streak,
Revan
we don't
holding a few
know.
Mel's in that process.
We don't know strength.
It goes to show, I think you have to read everyone's game plan coming to stage 4 and formulate your own game plan accordingly.
Aaliyah's game plan, I felt like it was.
It's hard to get through this Leona, but it's even harder to get through this Garen.
The Vayne, not the Demacia. There isn't really another composition that
I guess the Zilling pops it eventually.
Basic in the meantime, falling very low, and he's out on 7th. That was the Darius LeBlanc, one of the most stable compositions.
Wait, why does
this
this one?
Dodge Lashao.
No, he did end up getting the Darius online
Mori
at a
died
certain point, but I think it was also just a pretty big lack of front line, because everyone else starting to get the Rises, the Mel 2s unlocked.
The Dodge Lashao game.
Yeah.
You start to just fall behind the
Double
ball
fresh
line.
Lord spot.
Just as a funny point, Dasik actually, like when checking in, said Noxus reroll, or like me Darius or something as a part of like the check-in.
I think he's trying to intimidate Revan. In this case, Dasik just had not enough items. I think he was really counting on an item augment at some point
The
in the
game
game.
starts in the
I'm
lobby
not entirely
chat,
sure
I
about
guess.
Arcane Victory as a
Yeah.
What else he was offered. But there was a
Or
Draven 3
finals
that was
starts
the
in
first
the
three
lobby
stage
chat.
4, and they had no items for most of stage 4. That cannot be a good sign for the strength of your comp in stage 4 in particular, where you're expected to be winning a lot of your fights. And as you mentioned, the
Oh, he didn't make
came out a
Senna
little bit too
hold
late
for
as well.
Zillions.
What the players have told me
Like that
is
makes
that
sense,
unless
because
you
Senna
are
no
a
items
habitual
and the
3-cost
damage
reroller,
reduction,
we're
damage
talking
amp
not
is the
less.
same
It's gonna be
regardless.
harder to actually do it. There is some mastery required in hitting those.
Couple more players on the chopping block, Darthnub and Bin Bin. now face elimination.
This lack
Our
of confidence
last reroller in the lobby, Bin
in
with the
Darth,
Malzahar and
showing
Zoe.
you the
Leona
potential
goes
death.
up against
He's
the
fine.
ghost of Revan with the Shadow Isles. So we're really focusing on
I'm
Darth Nub right
projecting.
now. Can he get past this in?
Yeah.
And one of the bigger tests he's going to have in this stage 5, a very capped out board he's facing here, the board that maybe
Innate
he would like
bias.
to have.
You gotta watch him.
Strength of this NE2 plus.
True,
the Mel,
actually,
but
I'm
Mel
about
has
it.
not been
Keep it
upgraded
up.
yet. That's the only silver grace here. Does the Garen hold on
Spin
for
to
long
win,
enough?
spin to win. Let's go.
The burns coming through from the Annie as well. The backline might melt in time. Does the last the last cast
Oh,
does
big
come
crit.
through. The Garen is spinning to win. Clement, the blessing came through. Darth Nub stays alive.
What an insane game so far for Darth Nub.
And the
Hey,
Zillion
Zillion too.
Wow.
Okay, I don't know if that's enough to beat Lashao,
Sai
but
also with the Mel too. Things are getting really spicy up in here.
And Revan, from what we saw on his board a little bit earlier, I think he hasn't quite been able to translate the gold lead he'd had into board strength.
Got
I
a
don't
Radiant
think this
blue
board is
buff.
really as strong as I thought
Oh,
it would
Revan
be
just
with the amount of
popped
gold
off.
he had. He did print one artifact already onto
He's
the
fine.
Ornn,
He's
but
chilling though. He's
it's still
chilling.
Thresh 1. It's still Mel 1. We expect him to have hit these units at the very least to Thresh.
I don't think the talisman is what I want either from my
It's just extra
artifact.
HP on the Ornn at the very
Yeah,
least, but it's not transformative. There's so many good artifacts for Thresh in particular.
And now he's going to face up against Darth Nub. Level 9, fully upgraded carries. Darth Nub with the early Gallios really saved his game plan. What a cool sequence to go into the duo queue, hit that extra pair, and he is rewarded for his faith. He should be able to win against Revan's board at this point. The front line is just so dominating.
And the Zillion Bomb came onto that Braum at the very start of the fight as well. So really good positioning from Darth Nub, having that concentration of power on that left corner.
So many players though, Darth Nub, Bin, Revan on single-digit life. Li Cao and Saya have slowly kind of crept up into the top of the standings.
The big thing for Saya here is, can he actually find that Silas? That is his next upgrade. He's been holding on to it for the entire stage and has yet to be able to hit.
I think it's tough. Like, you know, Darth Nub actually has the Garen on board, so you know that there are a couple copies out already.
Radiant blue buff already produced by Mel. Another massive spike towards his board here. If Saya is able to get the Silas online, I think he should be considered the victor of this game.
And he has this great TG for it as well.
Oh,
there is the Garen. Silas is unlocked, can transfer the TG over from the Swain as well. For sure, the strongest player coming into this next round because of the TG in particular. Revan, if he hasn't hit the Thresh 2, I think it's a very unfortunate bottom 4 potentially from him, only at 4 HP right now.
It's tough because Li Cao just went level 10,
is
so you've got 2 players in the lobby that I think you don't want to run into
Wait,
if you're
Darth Nub
Revan.
fights
You've got
Bin
one
Bin.
of them
Too.
in your pool, no Thresh, so
Revan's
let's see who
Mal.
Revan actually faces off against.
It's going to be Saya. That's
Oh,
a tragic
Hey,
matchmaking.
he's facing.
for the
Nice,
Nia
Darth Nub
players.
got Bin
Yep.
Bin.
Top, I think
Yep.
all 3 of these players will be in the top 4
I like your script,
once
Cora.
this fight concludes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Dodged all the
Darth
hard
Nub does have a chance to
matchups.
take down Bin
Perfect
Bin. He has
matchmaking.
backline access, and that Zillion will take care of the Leona. It's just a matter of time before she falls down. Darth Nub, for me, would have had the most impressive comeback into the top 3.
That's
He
huge.
takes it,
Yep,
and yes, he does.
huge.
But who actually finishes?
Because I don't know if he
in
could beat the
5th,
top 2. Dodged
6th,
Lashao
4th,
enough, and then
third.
Saya got...
Okay,
They
Revan
fought
actually
Saya
does
before
take the
Saya
5th,
hit the
and
Radiant
Bin
blue
takes the
buff.
4th, both getting knocked out.
Really tragic rollout. He had so much gold to not hit that Thresh 2, and then I think he just could not hang with these more traditional fast and AP
Top
boards. As you mentioned,
3.
Clement, I think Darth Nub had a fantastic game, a very risky game, but he managed to salvage it from a position he's not usually comfortable in. We saw him mostly win streaking to fast 9.
I'm
across
curious
game 1
if
and
Darth
2.
Nub can beat
And I think
these two.
Saya as well.
These are just the
Pivoting
2
out
scary
of the
boards.
Demacia and Freljord lanes into Melflex made the game just
Might
so
be
much
able to
easier
beat
for him
this
in stage 4
7
and 5.
fresh right
For
now.
sure.
I don't think can
that
beat Radiant
we're at
Blue
the point
Annie
now where
though.
we're seeing that all the
Yeah,
players
With how
here
close it
have
was last
kind of
time.
hit the caps that they're going for. Saya and Li Cao both
We'll
have
get to see the
unlocked
Fresh or
Silas
oh
at
never mind,
this
this is
point,
Saya.
So
Yeah.
they're still
Unless
looking
he
to kind
can
of
s-
upgrade
unless
that
Darth Nub
particular
also
unit.
got
We
it.
get to see a
Darth
huge
Nub got
test
the
of
ghost
strength.
of
Li
Lashao.
Cao versus Saya are 2 HP leaders in the lobby fighting for first place.
And in this
Which is
matchup,
good
it's
for
simply how
rotation,
many
right?
stuns can you get onto the back line. 2 back-to-back Jarvan jumps from the Silas coming in from Saya, and that should be able to clutch up
Darth Nub
this
lost.
round win.
Right, so a win for Saya, but how did Darth Nub fare against the Ghost? He's eliminated.
The cap on these boards from the CM
Yeah,
is
Freshly-
a little bit too
Okay.
strong.
Lashao
Very
board just
different
has
board,
way
and
too much
Lisa also
HP
did
to
a
get through.
fantastic job of,
Yeah, we
yes,
can't be
high
greedy.
rolling the Freljord
can't be
Emblem
greedy
on
with how-
3-2, but
We
using that
dodged
center
long
Freljord
enough to get
19
there.
HP.
cheap
Yeah.
push levels make it through stage 4 and still win a lot of those rounds, preserve HP, to then be able to push not just to 9, but to 10 and have a really crazy setup here.
I just want to say, Maury's face said it all on 3-2. It's like, wait a minute, this is stage 3, 7 Freljord? What am I supposed to do?
We didn't hear any pings, so I think our players are starting off quite respectful for the game 1 at least. I think game 3 and 4 will be here.
Starting off quite respectful.
That's crazy.
Not the best TG on Silas here. We'll see what kind of stuns he can put forward here. The Zillion already getting his first cast delayed a tiny bit. The Mel's going to have some huge casts onto that mid-line clump there as well. And just the Rudolph on the Annie is so impactful here with the Radiant variation.
Yeah, lots of damage being thrown right there. And unfortunately for Lisa, actually loses both of his Ice Thralls at the same time.
I
so
rolled Radiant
stacking up
Blue
the
so...
CC, even though he's level 10, it doesn't look like he has enough juice to overtake Saya. This will be a pivotal carousel round. What can he take here? He still has open items on the Volley Bear.
The TG could be impactful. Yeah, if he finds a right TG roll, can put the Yordle emblem on the Silas, for example, or vice versa.
Yeah, Silas
he would want the Yordle emblem on Silas to keep the Freljord emblem on him as well, have a 2-item Silas. And hopefully a good AD Bruiser TG for the Volley Bear.
It's going to be a battle of the TG, so
let's
take a look at these.
And best of 2 also.
Okay, that's kind of big.
Kraken adaptive, not terrible. The extra mana is actually kind of relevant for Volibear's jump as well as the extra AD coming through.
Silas got Quicksilver and Wermogs.
That's
Tank Silas. He'll survive to stun more units. Less damage, more stuns. I'm on board.
Quicksilver is super impactful in this matchup, especially against 7 Freljord.
Oh, but do you like the side that this Silas is on to be right in front of the Volley Bear?
Oh,
China got 3 in the top 4, and Europe got 3 in the bottom 4.
He gets the 5 autos in, and he does extra damage. Oh, Silas only gets 1 stun.
The Mel's very far away from the volley.
So
if stuck on the front line for a long
China
time,
got
and burn is coming through, but
land,
damage is coming through.
And
the Volley might have swung it. Yeah, it's going to be a final
curse.
1v1 in the end.
And on top,
HP.
right?
Lee Sao on 3 HP.
Right.
Does the TG favor this Volley Bear again? Shojin,
Right.
player. And on the side of Silas,
Also, no mentioning of your pick'ems on stream.
Archangels. We already have burn, of course, on both
We'll
the Tipper
Okay.
and Kit.
Why not?
So Deep Abyss online here.
We don't want to speak
Saya
more
has to
curses
move
into
that Silas.
existence.
That
No
was
more
not the correct
curses,
decision
yep.
The last time, putting him right in front of Volibear was a death sentence. Let's see how he tries to navigate this. I think he's going to pluck it on the left side last second.
Yeah. Nope. Gonna keep it in the exact same place. Volibear again gonna walk up into that Silas. Silas, I think once he does stun, will be the next target again for Volibear. So already Silas down. Maybe only cast yet again 1 time here, as you mentioned, Clement. That could decide the entire fight, Necra.
This is going to be the epic conclusion of the Song of Ice and Fire. Annie burning the whole board down as Lysandra just cannot stand tall to this.
Wow,
and Saya shocks the world.
Back and
it's going
forth.
to be a huge victory going up in flames here for him.
The Melcast was so big, the entire front line blocker just melted away the moment that crit came through.
Wow.
Last fight of the
What a cool way that we could actually see
this.
this conclusion. I mean, Saya has already been such a dominant performer, dropping those 78 points, setting that record for accumulation between days 1 and 2. And then he starts out our grand finals with a huge victory.
He has 54 points now in just the last 7 games.
In the last 7 games, he has gone first 5 times.
He's only dropped 2 points out of the.
And he's gone second the other 2 games, so that is just absolutely insane.
Well, we got to learn more about Saya as a competitor, and to do that, we have CLE with a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX.
Saya's gone first or second in the last 6 games.
Of what
or last
7,
7
I think.
offered us for entertainment value throughout this tournament.
Oh, and it has been very entertaining because they're doing things that I personally may, unless I'm trying to have some fun, may not do in my games because that's exactly what it's going to take to win games here at the Tactician's Crown.
Rumble.
You're looking at this augment selection.
We didn't take
you're
Rumble.
saying, maybe not this one. I'm not going to go with that one. So this is probably your obvious choice, right? Wrong. We're going for the Rumble Hero Augment for this game. Now, this is a game, game 1 from day number 2. And we see early on, we see great items onto this Rumble. This is 4-1, but we don't even have the upgrade yet. This is a crazy start for Saya. We have lost a good amount of HP, but we're able to stabilize here with specifically on a roll, helping to enable us to get to our 3-star. And as we get later in the game, we see the 3 stars there. We have a solid front line because of the rest of our augment choices. And this is not going to quite lead to a first place like we're accustomed of seeing Saya do, but just a second place, which is a bad result for them. And so a great result here with the Rumble Hero augment. But here's the thing. This is not the only time that they have chosen a hero augment here at the Tactician's Crown. If we take a look here, we'll notice this is the Zehen hero augment, and the very important part of that is the 2-star Xin Zhao here on really early in the game. Not exactly sure where it came from. It is 2-3 right now. We do have it online, and as we'll see, that is a huge part of this, but there's a thing specifically, the riskiest augment, in my opinion, in the game being Pandora's Bench. The most important part of Zehen hero augment is getting that 3-star Xin Zhao online as soon as possible. And with Pandora's Bench, and a little bit of luck on their side, Zehen was unlocked at 4-6, and that will lead them to then playing this Zehen, and the Zehen then wrapping to the back line and taking a very incredible first place, starting their streak of incredible performances here at the Tactician's Crown.
That is so exciting to see. Thank you so much, Sealy, for breaking down the hero augment choices from Saya. It was really spectacular because, as Sealy was pointing out, like, this is unusual. Most people are not picking them.
Especially for the Rumble hero augment, you would think, okay, it's a 1-cost reroll. I'm going to roll down heavily. I'm going to get him my 3-star, but he played it for tempo instead, getting the Yordle grabbacks to give him those extra rumbles at the very end, and just constantly push levels to get extra resources from the Yordle trait itself. And Rumble 2 was still strong enough in stage 3 and 4.
That is a hallmark of a good player. When they have a game plan, it's not about excluding compositions, it's about incorporating them in niche situations. And so far what we've seen from Saya is, hey, you will never catch me level 8 rolling down on AP flex. I am either going to go for a super niche, outside the box, tempo line, I don't care what it is, I'll play it to perfection to make sure I stabilize on high HP and have an alternative game plan. He is never going to contest other players going for the Lissandra and the Lux lottery.
And Saya has to be the player to look at now in terms of a checkmate format. Just the message he's starting to send across day 2, now the start of this day 3 as well. Definitely the player that has the best chance to make the level to 20 points very quickly.
Take a look at those standings. It's only been 1 game, so there's still a lot of wiggle room for our competitors. But the goal is get 20 points and then finish off the day with a first place to claim the Tactician's Crown. I think we saw like a pretty understandable crash out there from Aaliyah just after how hard the game was, ending that game in 8th place.
These are both players, Daisy and Aaliyah, who their entire reputation this set has been built around playing very consistently and almost never ending up in 7th and 8th. So to start this day off like this, when they're not really warping their game plan for these results just yet, is a little bit surprising. I think they have to really go back to that consistent showing. For Aaliyah, I think the biggest thing was that congestion we mentioned. On the Demacia line, on the AP lines, it really put him into a very awkward spot where he had to kind of skip stage 4 altogether, play for that fast 9, very risky play, and just was not able to do it with just the Rise 2.
Yeah, for me in this lobby, Dasik was sort of the NPC. He just kind of low-rolled on the reroll, and still, even with Darius LeBlanc, it will happen at times. The best player that I felt like was dealt a bad hand, but still made the most out of it, has to be Darthnub. He went down to, I believe, 13 HP before stabilizing the entire board and then coming into a top 4.
I do think he got bailed out a little bit because he was the big winner coming into the Garen War. Just getting the Garen 2 upgraded and holding that from everybody else, I think did put him into a position where he could get to a 6th place, a 5th place, and then all of a sudden, he does get that 3rd, and so definitely a great placement for him to start. But it wasn't expected given just the place where he was.
And the Lux from Carousel, the Zillion pair from Carousel as well.
True.
Really, these small little things that helped him dig out of that hole in a big way. Also a bit of a low-roll player alongside Dasik, I think Revan. I think Revan was expected to finish much higher. Had a really good game plan in my opinion. Playing around Shadow Isles, very uncontested obviously.
Game should start.
Just couldn't find that Thresh 2 and hang with the rest of those boards in stage 5 and bled out to a 5th that I thought was a guaranteed top 3 at the very least coming into stage 5.
Yeah, I was with you on that. He had 50 gold to roll down on 5-2 and still didn't manage to find Mel 2, did not find the early Thresh 2 either. So unfortunate for him, but this is where mentality and composure comes into the equation. When you are fighting against the best, knowledge and skill and execution, those things are locked. It is how you perform in the moment. It's how you keep your spirits up, how you roll with the variance that makes a champion.
I love that Darthnub is like, he's vibing. Let's go.
What
music would you lock into? You know, if you're listening to music on a tournament day one, is that something that you do? Or, and two, like, what would the genre be?
I would have to recommend Cambuli's playlist. It is unnecessarily hard.
Really?
Trap tracks all the way that you have to get shaking. You cannot fall asleep with those.
The player that I've seen.
They were just talking about
for me has been Bensack.
Darthnub dancing, like vibing hard, and they were like, and the question was, you know, if you're on a tourney day like this, and you're gonna listen to music, first of all, do you listen to music on a tourney day like that? And second, what's your chosen genre? And the answer was, highly recommend just yoinking Cambuli's playlist. It's an absolute banger. It's just trap songs the whole time.
From the additional possibility of one cost pairs here.
Yeah.
And we'll see how these players
think we can DM Cambuli to get it.
Around. There is a very strong urge to just
ping him on Twitter, be like, hey, we
a
heard
bad beat early, but sometimes that's not always the right call.
And the consideration that even if someone like Saya can reach 20 points very quickly, it's statistically unlikely he can end the game in game 4. He'll have a huge target on his back. Everyone's going to try and stop him and delay him from that happening. The most likely ending will be around 6 games. So even if you started off with an 8th or a 7th like Dasik and Aaliyah, you have still a lot of time to catch back up, to be in check yourself.
I will say, though, we've also seen people kind of have that come back to bite them. If you are trying to play doorkeeper from somebody else, you might actually be unintentionally hindering yourself, and it might work against you in that way.
For this game, too, I think Dasik and Aaliyah don't have to think, I have to go first. I think that's one mistake we've seen a lot, especially from someone like Ironbog, for example, that starts off his first or 8th playstyle, goes 8th, and then continues to fit this same mold because he wants to catch up so quickly and kind of feels like he's far away from the pack. But I think looking at a more long-term vision and hoping it doesn't end earlier might be the better play in checkmate.
I feel like Tomino in the last TAC round was a great example of having composure and then coming back, and also then losing it again, but he did make the midway comeback after like a 7th and 8th place start.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Has PLE blessed our players or brain controlled our players to trying to play Grumble Hero Augment? No.
Dasik is not a fan of the tactical breakdown.
Dasik had the screen muted. He's making sure we're not poisoning his thoughts.
Bad.
Branching out into Longshot Emblem, which is a game plan that Dasik actually piloted in day 1. He played a Shadow Owls Callista Longshot. Curious to see what he ends up doing. He's also very comfortable on Demacia Longshots. He's one of the players that
patience is a virtue again. I've seen this augment so much.
Will he decide to hold these champions?
Not bad.
He's going to go for the full patience is a virtue roll right here. Sometimes just watching.
Also, Ionia's Patha Blades.
It's so tempting.
You can always lock. I think you want to get the bar roll for sure. So you can lock the shop and then just roll on 2-3, for example. Just lock twice if you're that interested. But there's a pretty high chance you're going to find a Nico and a Kiana anyway on your rolls.
And Dasik is going to go into the Bilgewater line. Already 2 items on the Twisted Fate. Will summon the Graves into his pool. And actually sold the Jinx. Wants to play around the Bilgewater a bit more.
Kiana, your favorite.
Only Kiana 3. Kiana 2.
Oh, okay.
I sleep.
Li Cao got Teemo from the Caretaker ally. He should have taken Artillery Barrage.
Teemo did get buffed. Big Mo is a little bit more of a thing as a tempo option in stage 2 and 3. It used to be during regional. I think a lot of players got it from allies and just insta-sold the Teemo. The whole way through used it as a subpart econ augment and just tried and played a normal game of TFT.
The way that Clement said the yep, I'm like, oh, you should still do that.
I think we've seen a lot of.
Man, too bad Dartham didn't have Rumble items because he had Rumble Hero augment.
Is the most common one if you have a Teemo start. So we'll see if Li Cao goes that direction.
Looking at the augments, the very one-dimensional pickups from all of our players. We've seen 3 Patiences of Virtues, so players really know how strong this silver augment is in terms of the econ options, almost comparable to a gold augment if you really play around its strengths. and play for a huge role on stage 4. We saw that branching out from Dasic, but we also saw Silver Destiny into power up for Mori. So a risk that maybe he did not want to take, but now he has to embrace. So he has to hope the 3-2 augments are silver in this case, or he ends up getting a silver. If he gets a gold, he's in big trouble.
Yeah, he really wants the upgrade all the way to Prismatic. 3-2, you do have a couple of options, like the...
If it's silver, it's a 36% chance for it to be silver and 61% chance for it to be gold.
Yep, the odds are actually still in his favor, but low rolls can happen. That's all we'll say here.
And it feels a little bit worse if you're not the one opting into those odds, because it is coming from Silver Destiny as well.
I think Bard's the unit I'm gonna miss the most.
Mori will be just
next
trying
set.
to angle once again.
Yeah.
It makes being able to lost streak so like
there are some good options.
like whenever you have such a bad opener, you can just be like,
Invested
all right, I'll
is one
just
of the
Bard.
top econ augments you can find. Actually, one of the only econ
Whereas
augments you
next
can
set,
get on 3-2.
once we lose Bard,
What does that mean
it
for
makes
Revan?
like those really bad
What does that mean
openers
for Revan?
a lot harder.
Is Revan going there too?
I'm not sure, but he definitely spiritually wants to be playing Darius reroll as much as possible.
There's 3
He does have a
Dravens on
Draven
the board.
unlocked, and he does have Patience the Virtue.
Triple
so
stat.
let's see if Revan puts his money where his mouth is. Yesterday he said he will stand his ground no matter
could
what.
be done with this carousel.
He said if he has a spot for it, he will do it.
He has nothing to lose. He already has gained
Darth
his
Nub
TPC
takes
slot.
pan.
True. That would be insane.
And this is a very fun carousel because we have multiple spats across the board here. Dasic actually picking up a pan and spatula being picked up by Aaliyah, who is
Aaliyah can
currently
slam Demacia. Who took the other one?
angling
Dasic.
for more of a Demacia
Take a
board.
pan.
Now we see 2 players related in Forge, so it's going to be a very explosive 3-5. Artifacts will be coming through. Roll downs will be happening on these stage 3 lines, on the 3 cost lines in particular. With Patience of Virtue, especially a lot of gold to be used there. So stage 2 will get very difficult for anyone that is not trying to spike.
I have to call out, I think the lobby winners here have to be Lisa, who's able to just squeak by stage 2 with a very weak lobby. No one's actually playing seriously.
Big Mo.
Big Mo can go straight into Big Annie.
Juggernaut Emblem already locked in for Darthnub, very strong on Garen, so he is once again trying to angle his way into the line that he feels comfortable on. Even last game, he was able to perform in a 3- or 4-way contest all around that Garen.
And Aaliyah is not backing off either. Already has a pretty good upgraded Demacia board and has started to build some AP items.
I think the spats and the pans that were offered on the stage 2 carousel makes that even worse. I think Garen's one of the best units to play into with the extra emblems. Demacia line, of course, as well for the spats.
Who will make it first? Oh, there's a Tarek. Where
Tarek
did you come from?
In the shop, as usual for the CN players, pulling some magic there in
CN
Guangdong.
Classic. Only 1 4 cost in stage 2? No, that's a little bit too few.
Waiting for the silver recombobulator.
We're missing the Wukong as well.
Oh no, not the Bin Bin tech.
Go fast 10 off of 2 4 cost in stage 2.
Bin Bin with one of the strongest starts in the game. Still would have preferred the Nico, but just using the Rumble instead now.
One consideration for both Bin Bin and Aaliyah, if they're not very low in HP totals, they can decide to hold their artifact emblems and still stage 4. This would eliminate all the gold generating artifacts from the pool, so it would make it a little bit less random if they're looking for specific artifacts to enable AP comps.
Unless you really want Mogul's Mail.
From 3-5 onwards, maybe not the best use of a gold generating artifact because you've missed so much potential to make money.
All right. Well, a lot of these boards starting to come together as we take stock. We've got a 5-win streak from Li Cao, 5-loss streak from Saya. A lot of gold there for Saya as well. Holy, 50.
We will see where he decides to land up, and I have a feeling that Saya is going to vacate the Draven line sometime soon. We basically never see him contest. He's always trying to play his own path. So this is what good players can do, right? They can wait until the 3-2 augment, pick what has the most synergy with their board, and then pivot elsewhere.
Dasic found an Mbessa already. What?
That's crazy.
Has a Juggernaut emblem as well. Has a very interesting game actually set up here. Has a long shot +1, so torn between maybe committing to build one or more, using it just for resources for now.
Everyone just waiting for the augment round to kind of decide where they land up. People don't want to go into 4-cost AP flex.
Because I'm pretty sure on the last day, they have individual point of
They should play
views
the Slayers as well, potentially.
for each player,
with the
like
Longshot emblem and the
on the
Juggernaut one as
broadcast
well.
side. I wonder if the talent have like a second monitor that they can circle through their own.
Especially important for Mori, especially
see.
Silver Destiny, giving him that
like
power
scout
up.
on their own.
Can he hit the prismatic? If it's just a goal,
That'd be
that's a
interesting,
massive
yeah.
low roll for him.
And kind of likely, I want to say, no?
And it's a gamble he didn't opt into himself. I guess he kind of did. It's a gamble that became another gamble, but we'll see if it ends up paying off for a player who needs it. Only on 3 points, 6th place in game 1, needs to come back in this game 2. It is going to be Prismatic.
Prismatic.
Trifecta. This might push.
Oh, never mind. This is
Revan
from
off of
Augmented
any
Power.
kind of reroll angles, considering it's a very good spot to take this.
Oh, but if you're Mori and you need points, do you not want to play for?
Don't confuse my boy. Don't confuse my boy.
I think he's scouting Revan, waiting to see what Revan commits to. Revan has been solo play. That's a pretty good tell. You want to play into either Leona or the Darius reroll. Most likely the
Last augment is Prismatic.
We do see a Darius too from Saya as well.
Wait, no, because I was thinking of Advanced Loan now.
I think he's actually pushed to 7 early and used up all his patience rolls. So this could be a 3-way contest into some kind of
silver. I was thinking of silver.
Whoa, early Azir as well. Very interesting.
Destiny threw me off.
On 3-2 for Shurima. Is it time?
That's the alternate game plan that we were talking about. I don't think he has the HP to pull it off, but we'll see if he can summon the Xerath. The most important thing about the Xerath play is you have to win one of those matches. So he's choosing, he probably should choose to spike very, very hard in the next round.
Yeah.
What a smart use of both of his augments here. Spiking on 3-2 instead of waiting to 3-5. Does want to stop the bleeding right now and also make the game plan a little bit harder for both Mori and Revan in the process. Really interesting. I think very CN-esque, right? Pushing lobby tempo so much in stage 3.
Yeah, does want to avoid, like we talked about, just getting stuck between Lux and Lissandra is probably the worst place to be on the patch. He's actually looking for the win right here.
Just win your first one.
And that does mean
Shurima.
the next one.
Shurima.
And then spike 3-5. What are these 4 costs? Come on, this is... It is making it a little bit anticlimactic if he's getting that much free stuff.
The Swain?
Now do we try to lose?
Oh,
do we try and alternate for Xerath?
No, he's
it looks like it.
And Revan has to be sweating.
Darius 2 on bench.
He is fully locked in as well into the 3-cost line, has the Darius items, has a solo play, just probably scouting around and saying, uh-oh, are people catching on to my game plan? Am I finally being contested on this strong of a line?
Well, I mean, Dasic called it out at the beginning of the day, even before we got into games.
I will say for him, the most likely scenario is that it's just a 2-way contest, right? Because Mori and him are probably locking heads, but Saya
if he doesn't
is
blink, I think Revan's camera froze.
He said, I actually have a better line to play for.
Do you ever take this and actually go Jinx instead?
Does look to be
for
frozen.
Mori, I think there's a good chance that he actually ends up on Jinx. If he can find the copies, sometimes it's better to contest if you just don't end up finding anything.
And the items are just really good for Jinx here as well.
Mori also looks frozen, but the background's moving up there.
Having already built some AP items. Yep. I guess you could play into Leona Malzahar Zoe, but it's Revan we're talking about. I don't think he's pivoting.
No scout, no pivot in a different sense.
Are there any big spike units for Saya here? That's going to be the question.
It's a Swain pair, right?
Oh, okay, denied. Does pick up the Guinsoo's Rage Blade, so if he can just round out his front line and no one spikes harder, he wins the 3-5. Xerath early, that is a disgusting game plan.
That's crazy.
Revan has either the Guard Breaker, the Sterax Slam if he wants it, or he can hold this for a potential Nasher that he can see he's losing these next few rounds anyway.
Ooh, I want to see the epic conclusion. Oh, well, there's an artifact first. That's the Latent Forge.
Looking around, Demacia long shots for Bin Bin.
He didn't hear you.
Gold Collector's Gold Collector's very good, actually.
Oh, I no.
Gonna go for Wit's End in the end on the Kaisa. Yeah, 2 very good options for long shots. And Bin Bin's a player who played 4 games of long shots across the 2 days yesterday.
You didn't want Kappa Juice?
Kappa Juice, unfortunately, is not my cup of tea.
It looks so cool, though, with so many hats.
Did Saya spike hard enough? That's a big question here. Oh, he got the Seraphine too?
Wow. So surely that's a
While
yes.
still having gold or rolls left over from Patience, and now you can hold the Patience rolls even further in stage 4. Again, can push for fast 9, potentially has in a front line.
Alright, Saya's winning
Azir
worlds. He's a
scaling as
beast.
well to unlock 3 more units to fit in naturally. I mean, really, really strong setup.
Xerath on 3-6.
Cursing coming? Question mark.
Already. We're on 3-5. That is just absolutely crazy.
Does he have
Xerath-
enough HP to lose now
Xerath
to
at
unlock the
3-6,
Nexus?
50 gold.
I don't think he even needs to be honest. Nasus is preferred though. That is definitely true. But if I'm in his spot, I'm happy to not lose HP.
Cool. Just getting Renekton in and get out.
Yeah, he's so far ahead of the lobby tempo. He doesn't actually need to find the tank.
Revan, yeah, finally gonna move the items, have the Sterak onto the Darius. Maybe wanted to greed for double solo plates, double Gargle Stone Plate, but instead gonna go for the Steraks.
Huge find for Aaliyah as well. One of the best mana regeneration items. Dawn Core for Lissandra and Invokers is going to be absolutely deadly when he does get there.
Vhagar!
Woohoo! That's a pair for Li Cao. With the explosive growth means that you can actually start to get up to level 8, maybe even get the 8 Yordles in, try to get the Yordle grab bags, get some extra items in gold.
This is a classic game plan we saw at the start of the set, before the 8 Yordles was nerfed a bit, where you use Yordles as a way to just very cleanly tempo straight to 9. It's back when Annie was by far and away the strongest 5-cost in the meta. She kind of is now as well in some ways when she's 2-starred, so that will be the game plan for Li Cao. Has still quite a bit of HP to work with, ideally wants to preserve, you know, around half of this going through stage 4, get to stage 5 to his level 9 roll down on 2 or 3 lives.
I'm pretty sure Saya got gold. I don't know why he has 67 gold after rolling down to 28. That has to be a Xerath charm. That's crazy amounts of gold.
Yeah. There's a Jinx pivot we talked about from Mori, so Revan has been respected on his line.
I feel like it was always going to be a bad choice to try to contest Revan or anybody on a 3-cost reroll, but you can pick another one with Trifecta and you're fine.
Yep. Mori will have a very hard task ahead of him. He's only sitting on 1 Jinx copy.
A little bit awkward for Saya here. No tank items that could come back to bite him coming into stage 4 if his 4-2 augment is not some way
I think
to
it
itemize the tank
disconnected
to buy
now they're
time
on
for
the
Xerath to
photo.
cast 1 or 2 times.
Big
Where
roll
is
down.
Darius 2? Darius 2 should not be a hard ask, but there are a lot of players that are holding that. Mori also had a Darius 2 earlier.
Wow.
Sure, it got sold, but this is tragic.
Ooh, just barely not able to get it in time, and that might punish him. Word from Li Cao, he might get a free win because it is going to be just a Darius 1. We talked about the Darius being the front line where once he dies, everything kind of falls over, so really important to have that Darius 2 upgrade here.
He's going to go into a relatively weak board. Li Cao just still trying to coast around and get 8 Yordles, cash outs online. This is how we saw the TOC regionals pan out. It was Huanmie winning at the end with 6 Yordles. You tech in the Volibear and the Shyvana. But maybe the Vhagar is strong enough. He's hitting the backline already. Not enough units to take damage.
4 components unslammed for Revan, so I think it would be surprising if he could win this one. I think he just agreed to lose at the moment he couldn't get the Darius 2.
Final augment, duo Q. We did have the advanced win from Saya, so he's going to have to pick a silver augment.
I thought Revan had to take the cash there. Actually skipped the malicious monetization. He's so far away from his copies, though.
Maybe he wants just more items, you know, seeing the downfall of Noxus reroll in the last game, Draven not having anything.
Goes for Pandora's. I think he knows he needs some back. I just don't like this. I think, as you mentioned, Clement, he is just far, far behind. Wow. Triple luck shop.
Put that in instead. Why not?
And this is Demacia Longshot Master across the first 2 days. Bin played it more than any other player. Found a lot of success on it. Has a very good build on this Kai'Sa here with the Rage Blade, the Wit's End essentially replacing the Gunblade and the Archangel, so it can really scale as a solo carry.
But at this point, I wonder, do you actually just take these items since you have
I
Flex 2
going
and try
into
to
Mel
go
again,
for something
maybe?
greater than just the long shot?
I think you really want to
Potentially.
play around the Wit's End, and it's only going to be
see.
especially good on Kai'Sa in this meta. I would say.
Oh, wait, I think he's just... playing with Bin Bin.
Like he's
Later,
playing
if he shows
Kaisa,
up.
he just
Yeah.
the only upgrade he got was LeBlanc 2. He didn't upgrade. He didn't 2-star anything else.
Shots, but he
Yeah.
has been beat. There's a
I think
lot
he'll
of
sub
Garen copies
LeBlanc
already
this turn
gone.
and hope to hit one of the
Critical
others.
frontline missing for Darthnub. Can he pull off another miracle?
Trust.
Like there's the
I mean,
Kaisa. I've seen
that's a
sell
Kaisa
LeBlanc, put the
too,
Kaisa back
so
in, Rage Blade,
That's a pretty big
Gunblade.
upgrade if he wants it.
I feel like he has to swap at this point. That's such a big boost.
And has a good build for it as well, with the LeBlanc items plus the Gunblade here as well. Two-item Garen is a little bit sad. Garen 1 especially is also a little bit sad. Darthnub, I think, finding himself once again in the same exact position. Last in the HP totals, starting off this stage 4. Once again on the Demacia line, this time the AD, or more long shot-oriented version. But without the Garen 2 here, it's going to be pretty disastrous. Aaliyah, one of the strongest players in the lobby right now, off of that Donkor pickup.
Aaliyah out
I like
of the
how
way
Darthnub
for
had the same
now,
game plan in 1
though.
and 2, basically gambling on 5 costs. Gilded Steel gave him that chance again, but this time not really finding the zillion hit that he needed.
It's unfortunate. He didn't really hit it on his roll down.
Big Galio stun there. I guess enough for now. And Aaliyah
Got
has
the
a 1-0
Kaisa,
as well.
but
Alealia's
he really needs Garen.
I think.
taking
But
his
yeah,
hands off the
definitely
wheel in
needs
stage 4,
Garen.
so a pretty important win here for Darthnub.
So then...
Revan on last life. 9 HP and a dream. Still no 3-star upgrades for those Noxus units.
We have to lock onto him after we come back. This is going to be the roll down that
Bilge
defines his
coming
run.
basic.
32 gold. He's actually very far away from the
Ooh.
Koch.
Send a
last
pair
time
for
we checked.
Darthnub?
Maybe Mordog will
I
bless him for
see
another game.
Yordles.
He is
For
the
Li
Draven caller
Shao.
after all.
And even if there aren't players...
He had a
going
pretty
for-
early
Yeah.
Vagar
The
too. I
fact
think he had
that
Vagar
quality
2 at
copies were out of the
4-2.
pool in stage 3 where you're not hitting the natural shots with Darius is also a problem. And this is definitely a spot where Revan, we've usually only ever seen him from very high roll Darius spots.
Wow.
Navigating a low roll spot is the
Okay.
difficult part here. It's only 3 copies of Darius still. I think there's no salvaging this game, to be honest.
That's tough.
Wayne 3.
What do you want, Wei? We're still 5 copies off, but if Necker believes, I believe.
I believe.
True.
Well, the Draven is nice, but I think the same
Well,
problem
no
remains that you have
items.
to rely on the Swain to be that secondary frontline for you. And there are still 3 Darius out. Saya has been on this Darius too, even now.
Oh,
I
nicely
think
show.
that for
Yeah,
Revan, he's just thinking
Darius
that,
is
okay,
just
this game's probably done.
not
There's a lot
strong
of
enough,
situations where
but-
you don't even build a Draven 3. You try to go for the critical carries right here. He knows that his chances are so low that he's willing to, gamble for the 1% chance come back. And he's facing another strong board against Aaliyah. Still no Lissandra 2, though.
Perfect fight RNG as well. The Volibear
think
jumping
that
onto
snaps the
Darius.
win
Darius
streak,
just
right?
barely healing himself back up and not
Very
dying, getting a lot
shallow.
more effective HP across his fight. So it's about fighting for placement for Revan. I think trying to outplay Darthnub is the big thing here. And then see if he can maybe win a few of those fights with good matchmaking in stage 5.
Bin lost
Basic is
to...
locked into Bilgewater and actually has 7 copies
Long
of
shot
the Nautilus.
Misfortune's
But the Bilgewater
pretty
lets the
interesting.
duplicator, so you're actually only 1 off. And there it is. He will have a Nautilus 3 once he's able to buy that with the Silver Serpents.
The problem is we still have 2 fast niners in the lobby right here. Both Li Sao and Saya once again holding hands, going toward the promised land. It's going to be so hard for these people stuck on 8 to actually contest this, even with the 3-star Nautilus.
Revan fighting Dasic now. Dasic has hit quite a few spikes. The long shot emblem on the MF with the very cool synergy between adding the Caitlyn and the Lords with the Warden.
You know what I'm worried about with Saya?
Pretty strong board here for
Is
Dasic.
that we'll get to
LeBlanc
20.
now target down to the MF.
and
If
then
she gets
we'll
her
go
last cast off, that
2-2.
could be enough to win this fight. But right before she dies, she does get it off.
I
So
believe
we'll be
that
surviving at
as
least
a
one
as a
more round here.
possibility for sure.
That's tough. I mean, now that
I'm
HP
okay with
totals
this
have gotten
curse.
quite close, you're looking at Saya, Dasic, Darthnub, maybe 3 players that Revan is hoping will fall first.
And Saya has to find 2 tank items here, or he could be in fairly big trouble. Yes, the Xerath is very good, but he has no frontline items whatsoever right now. And once the damage starts ramping up in stage 5, with the big DPS carries, he could be in trouble.
He has 100 gold, though.
Yeah, the gold is very strong. I mean, we saw his position in coming to stage 4, right?
I almost
But he
feel
still
like
needs tank items. Even if you're level 10, if you have no tank items, it's going to be a problem.
even if your tank items are terrible, I almost feel like that much gold will buy you enough copies of just,
Wait, Shyvana, yeah.
He's up to 130 gold.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
he
rolling,
need
he's
another
rolling.
gold charm? Please, come on, don't make the game so easy for him. Please.
Okay, let's go. Oh, I mean, if you get Annie in, there's the tippers for you too if you wanted that. Zareth,
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely massive.
hold more copies. Why don't you?
And the Golem will help as well here with buying some more time for the second should-be fight-winning cast from the Xerath.
That was from
Charms.
Yep.
Jeez. He just got 2?
All right, actually, I'm less impressed with this game because it came off a 1% Shurima roll. So, you know, this is standard. This is standard. Still very impressed with the execution and the roll downs, but very high roll
Excuses,
game.
excuses.
Fun game.
Yeah.
True.
That's what matters.
Yeah.
Well, that was an easy win, but can Revan be lucky? Darthnub as well, very close to elimination. Finally able to get the Darius, and he has the LeBlanc in struck, so he just wants to be able to survive this match.
It's just one fight. The LeBlancs are ramping, but I think it's going to be good enough.
Darius
the Darius
has
is going to
it?
heal one more time. LeBlanc is still alive.
Okay.
The Kaisa is down. Revan has turned the corner right when he needed to. The 3-win streak now could become a 6-win streak with the Darius 3 now online, with the solo play in particular just so strong to get more HP alongside the resist.
How does he keep on doing that? He only had 3 copies on stage 4.
He's the chosen
Mori,
one.
you had one job. Just don't pivot off the line.
Do you know what he did? He waited for Saya to sell the Darius
There
on
we
his
are.
court.
Oh, big, big,
And they
big.
went roll, roll,
Yeah,
roll,
big.
and
We,
all know
oh
what
my gosh,
happens.
I think we had to
About
sell
how
our
it comes
vein
in
for
waves.
gold.
He had
It's great
to
that Saya had
dupe a
enough
vein
gold
and
to
then sell
roll
it.
that early in stage 5, or else he would have maybe
But it's
Until
not,
both.
yeah.
5-2 rolled on
They're
instead.
not, yeah.
Very
Darthnub
cool.
and Dasik, one of these two players will be going down. Demacia AP with a long shot to Kaisa, and Demacia AD
I can't even
for
say
Dasik
anything.
here.
I'm just looking at the Nautilus right here. He still has his shield on, hasn't been taken down whatsoever. Kaisa finally locking onto him, but is it enough damage at this point? Doesn't look like the... Oh, MF goes down in one shot.
The Juggernaut Garen is just way too tanky for the MF to break through. Unfortunately, Dasik not having the start of the day.
Darknell's board looks really good now, though, with
A 7th
his
place
4
in Game 1 now,
Juggernaut
8th place
Garen.
in Game 2. Now you do
Yeah.
have to start playing a much riskier first or 8 style to catch up.
Oh, wow. We got news from Hupe-san, who's one of the reporters on the sidelines. Actually, Revan got the Darius 3 because he sold his Draven 3.
I think that's the right play.
Yeah.
I feel like in those situations where you don't have the gold,
But,
you
yeah,
have to
because he
sell
had
the
no
Draven.
items on that Draven.
Wow. I mean, what a phenomenal goal, though, to be able to get here with that was enough.
It was at least 2 points, that play.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the mastery of the line, to know what spots you have to make some unintuitive plays to find more placements. Once again, Darthnub facing a player that is also facing elimination with Revan here. Is the Darius going to be enough to heal past the damage coming out from the Lux and that Kaisa in the backline for Darthnub? The Garen is also really tanky here. The LeBlanc has to burst it down.
I think Kaisa just started on that unit way too late at this
One more
point.
heal does not come through for Darius. I think that might be a win for Darthnub. It's so
1v1.
close. The cast does
Nice.
not come through from LeBlanc. Revan is also down despite finding the Darius 3 in 7th place. And Mia, once
just woke up
again,
my partner.
7th and 8th. Not a good start for the region.
No, I think
Imagine getting woken up to
it's tough because at
Darthnub.
some point
I
the
know.
pressure just gets to
I
you.
know,
And I think
right?
unfortunately for Revan, just they didn't have enough gold to get the Darius early enough. Imagine if he had found Darius 2 a couple
No, he wakes up
stages
and it's just me
before.
screaming.
Then you actually might have enough HP where you can take a hit like that and you
Oh
don't
my
have a 7th, that's a
god.
5th or a 4th.
Amazing.
He was 3-way contested on the Dariuses, so it was expected for him to hit a little bit later. I will say I'm very impressed with Binbin's game plan. I thought he was going 8th very quickly. He rolled down deep, did not find the Kaisa 2, goes straight level 9 and sells it for the Ziggs upgrade instead.
I was considering it might have been a pivot into Anti-Flex off of the Yordles, but
Restart
instead playing into the Ziggs, kind of the really OG way to play the Yordle line.
Yordle player.
Saya is, of course, a scarier player now. He has found both of those Warmogs now, has some more frontline, and the Xerath, too, has so much damage coming out from his cast with this build.
I do think this game is going to come down between Saya and
scared about
Aaliyah,
that.
the 2 highest caps that we have on the board here, while Binbin is just looking for placements, looking for any chance to hang on.
Both Darthnub and Binbin had pretty good games to start off game 1, but now it's about just continuing to accumulate those points to get to that 20-point check. It is the Xerath down.
Nice.
Darthnub takes a win, and Binbin is so close. That's another win for Binbin, keeping them alive. Lee Sao now very close to the end.
TN is looking very impressive as a region. All three of these
It's a
players
scary
have some
Silas.
really interesting game plans to try and make it to these high cap boards.
The Yordle emblem
That is a
too.
disgusting Silas right here. That's known as the mini Triforce, the Yordle spatula. It gives you the extra armor resistances and the extra AP AD, and then you get attack speed and HP from Yordle. So it's incredibly strong Silas, probably the strongest unit we have seen in this lobby.
And the 2-star Ziggs.
Who would have guessed two players on Ziggs carry coming into this late game?
Well, there was at one point, what did they call it? Rigs? Well, there's no rise, but you know.
Can we get to the Xerath? Xerath has a bit of RNG in him.
It's just not enough frontline. It looks like once again for Saya, his board is melting a little bit too quick. Does not have enough time to buy for that second Xerath pass to come through cleanly.
Yep.
And down goes Bin Bin there, being basically destroyed by Mori. Strong combat augments across the board for him. Great pivot into the Jinx line.
Leah has no gold.
Is this another top 4 for Darthup? I would be so incredibly impressed.
It might be.
If he can dig himself out of these low roll spots again and again.
If he runs into Mori, though, I might be a little bit worried. You have two scaling backline champions with the Jinx and the Kaisa, and Mori has been on a roll. 3 win streak so far.
Yeah, this board from Mori is absolutely disgusting. Bronze for life plus the
trifecta. So much combat power coming through.
Ding.
The big thing is usually if you have this much combat, you don't have gold
here.
and you don't hit your 3-stars in the first place. But if you do hit that 3-star and you have all this stuff added on top, it's just really, really hard.
Makes notice that Mori actually got several copies of the Jinx and
the
Sejuani early, so it wasn't too expensive for him to upgrade those units.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, Saya after a good start, like you mentioned, just not hitting any of his frontliners.
Shyvana can save you, only if she's 2-star.
Has one more anvil to work with to buy a little bit more time for the backline carries to work their magic.
Aaliyah versus Saya. Which one will win? It feels like it must be an Aaliyah win here, just knowing that you do have the Zillion and the Lissandra fully upgraded. But the Xerath...
yeah, the Yordle's Lashao.
Okay.
Oh, wipes out the entire backline in one shot?
It,
so
not
unlucky.
looking great.
It looks like it is going to be a loss.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe that. The Xerath just said, I'm going to nuke the backline.
Oh, never mind.
Even one backliner survived. There was a really big lull in the DPS chart coming out from Saya's board. That could have been a win for Aaliyah, but only the
that's huge.
He can't do it by himself.
It was looking pretty rough at the beginning, and then the Galio moved over.
A top 3 from a doom spot. 16 HP, 4 loss streak on 4-1.
He
was
level
contested
8.
yet again. He's fighting for placements, but he just keeps scratching his way up the standings.
How did he beat that Silas 2 and level 9 Yordle capped board? There was a Volibear and Shyvana there, but he still manages to clinch it. Absolutely insane stuff from Darthnub.
The Gilded Steel, I think, just really impactful as well with this specific setup. For the second game he gets in a row, that could be the secret sauce that he's piloting into this top 4.
Durability plus Juggernaut Garen, that was the key to his success.
Another big test here for Saya as it's now against Mori's Jinx board. Can the Xerath be as lucky as in the last game where you are able to snipe that backline? Jinx actually takes a huge hit.
But he's not down.
The Xerath couldn't reach the Jinx on the
He was on wrong side, got sniped by
able to win that fight. Saya is taken down.
Sniped by the Xerath.
Darthup taken down as well. Mori, who only got 3 points in game 1, comes back in a big way. In the same way we saw all throughout day 2, a player who can really clutch it up and get those first places.
Not bad though for Darthnub, back-to-back thirds. A great start for Saya with a first into a second place. And these standings are starting to look mighty interesting.
And Mia has to wake up. That is all I'm going to say after these first 2 games.
Daylight savings debuff, what can I say?
And we do have to mention it's becoming a 2-man race in the next game. Both
forget EMEA had daylight savings today.
Check right now and end it in just 4 games. Saya only needs a top 4, while for Darthnub needs to play for first. That's the only way.
They all lost an hour. They're all asleep.
What's the bet?
GG.
What do you guys think? Before we go to break.
I think Saya in 4-man. This is just
I'm doing Revan in 6.
Okay, I also thought Saya
Let me
in 4.
see.
And
I mean,
love
yeah,
that
it's
it
2
before we
p.m. It's
started
2:30 right now.
Seeing it in full force. Let's see if we can make it happen right after this break.
So it went from 11 to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to hate whenever we were offset with UK from daylight savings, because I used to, well, at my old job, I used to work until 2 a.m. Central Time, and the UK office would come in and take over for us. Well, when we were decing daylight savings time, it mean we'd have to work an extra hour.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't come in for nothing.
Yeah, same thing happens with one of the, like the night shift at my work. It's usually 1 to 11, and then UK takes over. But during this time, it's 2 to midnight.
See, mine was just we worked the extra hour. We didn't start an hour late.
Yeah. Because we're already at 10-hour shifts, so we had to change that schedule.
See, mine were also 10-hour shifts, though.
Oh. Interesting.
I don't think they cared. UK had better labor laws, so they didn't have to go. Us, they're like, nope, get in there.
Oh, ads. Speaking of ads, Domino, I don't think I know what we have to do for ads for affiliate now. If we have anything, I don't think we can.
Not really.
So I can run the 60-second ad.
You can run them whenever you want.
Otherwise, it'll auto run.
Yeah, it's just if you don't run them yourself, they'll auto run. It's like 3 minutes per hour, I think is the default.
I think so.
Or something like that. So within an hour, you'd have to run them 3 times, or you'd have to run, you know, more than a minute at a time.
Yeah, you just run a single 3-minute, right?
Yeah, like in between games.
Okay, I'm running one right now, but it only said 1 minute.
You might need to hit it again when it's done.
Yeah. Oh, Kai Wing's tweet up there just made me so sad.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm going to Worlds. And,
I might have to play Vex in Riftbound until I get Lulu. So the time, I think the time ran out on the ad, but now it's grayed out. So let me see here.
Welcome back here.
Maybe it's 1 minute for affiliates and 3 for.
Crown. My name is Mason. I'm joined on the
or-
desk by CLE and
No, because
Clement. And honestly, it's only been 2
I get 3
games
minutes
so
of
far
ads.
here
You do
at the
too?
final
Not
day.
partner.
But the field is looking scary already. 15 points on Zaya, chased by 2 players on 12 points. We have the potential to have 2 players on check after our next game. That has to be the biggest story here, guys.
I love when TAC rounds are absolute dominations. Usually in checkmate format, there is a lot of talk about it's just down to who wins the first game. But if we see it end in 4, there can be no dispute who the actual best player is. Hwanmie did it, Title did it, and now we have Saya chasing for that goal as well.
And the way that he's done it has been absolutely incredible. Just time and time again, showing different boards and different ways to win games. This one was one we hadn't really seen. Playing around Shurima, it was a second place. Again, not the best result that they've had, which is usually they're accustomed to a first, especially the last few days.
That's right, but of course the field is also still open. While players are getting closer and closer to that checkmate mark, that doesn't mean they win straight away. They still need a first placement, and there's a lot of players that are still chasing checks, still chasing those first places to stop them. One of them, Mori, who has been entertaining us, I will say, over on Twitter, just tweeting insane things. We were calling out the bringing ASOL to the world stage. This time around, he tweeted,
Triple
the
A
thunder
clown.
is absolutely roaring this morning. Was that a nod to Volibear, do you think?
I'm not really sure, but I feel like he is building up a lot of fans in APAC. He has the hopes of the entire region just on his shoulders, and his journey has been amazing. He was a very, I would say, third-tier player when it was the usual cups, only showed up in set 15 TPC, did not have a very good start of the set, in fact, but when it came to scrims, people started to realize that he actually knows his tech.
He does, and let's take a look at our standings now and how they've shaken up after game
I have
number 2.
opinions
Like
on
I
these
mentioned,
standings. I
Zaya,
have
15
things I
points.
want to say.
Lisao and Darknub
Things I
on
want to
12.
say.
If one of these two players can get a first
Saya's a
place,
beast.
they have a chance to be
True.
on check.
True.
Of course, that is
True.
going to be a tall order, but I feel like
Could have
Darknub
potentially
hasn't
3
really
in
impressed
check.
us, really.
Or,
He texted
well,
in his
potentially
chat
2 in
after that
check,
last
but
game. He said
3
these are the
players that
hardest
could.
games of my life.
Yes, yes.
It has just been a grind for him
Because
to
both
be able to
Lashao
come
and
back
Darthup
with those
cannot
OVPs,
both be in check.
And he is one of
Yeah.
those players that loves flipping games, and he's done
So that's what
pretty
I was
successfully
thinking.
so far.
It was
I love
that,
the way you played the Ishtal stage
well, I was thinking
3
of,
just to get some
like,
extra
funny
resources
numbers,
and come
but-
out of the body pile of that AP flex on level 8, the 4 Garens on across the lobby.
It would be
And the
really
second game, he
impressive
did a
if
very
Saya
similar game plan,
maintained
where
this
it was about the synergy that he built
1-2
on his Garen 2 once more.
placement for
The gilded
the
steel,
entirety of
damage
Game 2 and
reduction
3.
into the Juggernaut,
And
getting
not
extra
win.
HP.
And not
It was so
win,
cool
yeah.
to see. He had no business being third.
I don't know how closely you, Clement, were watching Zaya
I love
in this
this
game because I
shirt
know,
from
Sealy, you and I,
Mix.
we took a really close look at what exactly was
I
going on
would,
there.
if
and
must
that were
agree.
my
we were
shirt,
low-key shocked
I
at
would
the
add
things that we were seeing.
What charms did he
some,
get? He was so rich.
or I would probably
And
add
wasn't
like
even the
an
charms that
even
was the
star
incredible part. It was the stabilization on
necklace
3-5 to
with
get
it.
that
I would
last
make it
win
Lord of the
win
Rings
to
somehow.
unlock.
I would Lord of the
Zerath to
Rings
even get charms.
the 5.
Ooh, I like
the
that.
Seraphine 2, an incredible frontline built up. It was just perfect synergies across the board. He had his level 8 unit ready to put in. It was just an absolute masterclass
Okay, I'm with
that they
Darknub.
continue to put
Okay.
on over the last few days.
130 gold floating at one point in
You got
stage
it.
5.
I'm
That's-
imagining
I think
what the
that's most gold
playlist
I've ever
is.
seen during that stage.
Actually,
Yeah.
never mind. You don't. I'm listening to BTS in my head, but don't mind that.
Rarely seeing these kinds of numbers, but Saya certainly has impressed us.
Because
Nothing wrong with that.
What you're seeing is
I
really
put on
point.
my
Doesn't mean
story.
count
I
anybody
went
out,
thrifting
though,
the other
because like
day,
I said,
and I
first
found
they
like
check,
4
then they
really
need to win.
nice
And even
photo
players
frames.
like Daysig,
And
like
they all
Ilya,
matched.
like Binbin still have a
And so I
chance,
picked them
Raven
up.
as well, of
Actually, I
course,
got like
to
7
catch up.
photo frames that day.
It's just gonna be them trying to
But
play
I brought them
spoiler,
back, and when I
trying
took
to
my
take those
posters
first
from the
places
album,
away
and I
get
put
points.
them
But
in
we
the
are gonna go into
frames,
game
so
number
now
3 here
they're
at
just in my
Tactician's
hallway.
Town, and Zillion awaits us
Oh my
as the
God.
encounter. That means this game at least has a high note finish
It looks
on
funny
Prismatic.
because we're
Prismatic
like a
Fin-
parent
Finale
would
has a
have
lot of econ
their
there
students,
for options,
their
so
child's
you will
student
see a lot of
photos.
players actually
It's just
holding on to
it's
the void units
BTS
early on.
for
This is a
me.
game plan that Lee Shaw in particular
Amazing.
really gravitates towards.
This is my favorite part of checkmate format in TFT specifically is once
I
we
feel
get in
like
situations where
this
it's, hey,
encounter
I only
is
need
the
to
one
get a
we've
top
seen
4
the
if I'm
most
Saya
over the
to get
weekend.
into check. Actually, yeah, and then you need to
Prismatic
hey, maybe I
Finale?
need a big comeback if I'm somebody like Daysik, and so I need to start playing for first right now. The interesting thing is, until someone can get the check and
we
get
haven't
the win,
seen.
there's
What was
anyone's
I saying?
chance to possibly take the crown.
So
home for
I feel like
themselves.
that we've only
I feel
seen
like
this
the most
twice. Is
interesting
what I meant to
position
say.
is for Lee Shaw and Darthnub.
Oh, that we
because they
haven't
can
seen the
clinch
most.
check
Yeah.
if they get the first place.
That makes sense.
But often that
I was gonna say, I
that
don't remember
ends up
seeing
being
this
the
one at all.
trap that you
I don't know
fall
how we've
into.
seen it that way.
That's right. We've seen this
'Cause,
before,
we've seen
where
so
players
little
are trying to
prismatics
go
at World.
for high risk,
Yeah.
high
Which is
kinda
reward, but then
crazy.
end up on the risk side of things and fall short
Oh.
of their goals. However, I will say we're seeing something on Ilya here that we've seen do well, and to everyone's surprise, has been performing decently. If you can get Shadow Isles started early. There are a couple of pretty good spots for it to actually take it to a good placement.
It's super conditional, right? As well as a lot of these compositions. Maybe not Darius as much, but a lot of the times you need...
That has a condition too. The condition is nobody else is contesting.
That is very true, or if your name is Revan. And so it will take a specific setup, but I do think that our 2-1 augments will have a great deal to do with that.
Yeah, for Aaliyah, I like his start here. He already has 2 Wardens to play. 2 Warden is such a strong front line. It's 32% of your max HP across 2 units. So he's looking definitely for a win streak angle here.
2-trick could give a lot of good options here. We do have a Yorick going to be unlocked. We'll go for replication instead and get some maybe more of these offensive items.
That's not really what you want to see from replication when you already have cloaked.
Could be Ionia favoring.
A very common play is actually to use your items and guarantee you hit the Orianna too early.
Li Xiao goes
But since he has the small duplicator, he might be going into the Draven, as you mentioned.
A lot of people are favoring Ionia right now, playing this on their board.
Li Xiao, one of the players we were talking about, needs a first. Could go for a first or 8 comp, is on the Ishtal Expeditionist.
I wonder what Li Xiao's quest is, because he went to level 4.
I can't wait to see what his quests are. We have been seeing some absolutely crazy
That's a
Ishtal
strong
plays
board.
so far.
Let's probably get 3 kills on Kiana or whatever.
Kiana 3 to start the missions for alternating win-loss easier.
Well, it looks like we definitely do desire to win right now. We're slamming items. We have upgrades on our board. We did also...
if that's the 3 takedown, that's huge because he got it and makes 10.
Around the high cap. We have Revan taking Slam in to help you get higher in levels, but also Mori specifically taking late game scaling. That one specifically giving your 5 cost a lot more combat power.
Didn't they say it was alternate win-loss?
Who's one of our sideline reporters for this
did we
game.
know
How did they?
After we shouted him out for hero augments,
If they said it, I didn't catch it.
The Trials of Twilight,
I didn't catch it either.
I could be
did not go
super
for
wrong.
it. Instead, is playing around bodyguard.
I'm like jumping across 3 streams to try and get all the info.
Yeah.
Says, I don't have a Sin out too. I'm not going to go around this path this time around.
I think that's a smart move considering how many Demacia AP flex we have been seeing in these lobbies over and over again. It's almost triple contested, and why that augment is almost never picked.
Across the tournament, though, it makes sense that people are going that direction because Galio and Rise being on your board
I've also decided that instead of going with the Red Bull immediately after finishing this coffee, I'll finish my water first.
And Saya does look like he's just going for a top 4 composition, most likely going to the Slayer's line, holding on to 2 of those Yasuo copies for the Yone unlock. This might be the first time that he breaks that streak of top 2 placements he's had for 8 games right now, but I think it makes sense for his strategy.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to be seeing what our other players are on to. We mentioned Darth Nub's one of the hardest third place.
Lachelle won again, so unless fought like full open, I don't think he's alternating.
Around here, but it doesn't look like he has everything settled just yet. We'll unlock the bar just to play around for tempo a little bit more. Could be thinking about Jinx, but we don't really have bows, so a little bit of an awkward spot.
I'll take a stab. I think he's playing Demacia.
Yeah.
He's really
Lachelle's is it's have an empty bench for 4 rounds.
Very, very well.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The last 2 games.
Cool.
Now it hasn't translated to a first place.
That makes a lot of sense. But, you know, why get the level as well?
He can go for
so you get to play the Jarvan too.
Absolutely.
You keep empty
To
bench.
check this game.
He was considering holding on to a potential very strong Rek'Sai 2. Doesn't find it in the roll down, and I agree with you. I think he will be pivoting into something that is less tempo dependent. Again, Darthna for him, the best situation is actually to aim for a first place and get that check immediately.
We did get word that the Ionia for this game is Path of Blades, so a little bit more combat-oriented. And you notice on the other side, there's nothing on Li Xiao's bench. Well, that's on purpose. 4 rounds of that in a row will get that first cash.
That's right. He is playing units on his board, though, which is leading to his win streak. Namely, this Kiana 2 unit. She is very strong. And we're also seeing an update on Elia, who is opting to lean into that Shadow Eye line for now. Has the Yorick on board as players are picking from Carousel.
very early unlock for Saya here. He was sitting on the Yasuo pair, now makes it into a 2-star. Means that he doesn't have to fish for that unit later on. We are going into Blades, which means that, you know, typically the cap with Ionia is a little bit lower. I think Slayers with Yone is a pretty good direction to go for.
2-star Yasuo.
Yasuo 2 for
As soon
Saya.
as we get to level 7, we will be able to get that Yone. That's often
Too
the
bad it's
hardest
Blade
part, is
Master.
getting that unit upgraded and then, you know, placing items on there. But if you're able to play around that early and already have good items for the Yasuo, it can be a really key to success for some tempo Ionia play.
And how did he get that Darius 2? What is going on?
Well,
Actually, how?
I cannot tell you that, but I can tell you that
Yep,
Evan
look,
does
everyone
not
shut
have
up.
Why is there Darius 2?
Like, what?
zero reaction
the
on
pink
basic
cave.
moves.
Yeah.
Check
People
in,
are
say
on the
Darius, that
board.
was normally our players write 1 in chat.
Look at
He
Mori.
said Darius, he meant it.
Ow.
This time around.
He has a dupe.
And
Mori
he
is
will
just
play
like,
on
what
it,
is
and
this
Mori
fucker?
not happy about this.
I mean, honestly, same, because Dasik should be fine
How
for
did he
maybe
get
the
that?
whole next stage as well. I mean, we have great items. Also, we get 1 cloak, and this thing is going to be unkillable already.
Can someone please make me a Mori reaction kit?
You
It's
have-
so funny.
You have to be level 5
We're getting word from
with
Pupe that
you have to be
when he
Draven with an
unlocked
item at level
Darius,
5.
He had 3 of them in his shop. That
And he
had
found
been
3 of
the
them?
Oh my
luckiest
gosh.
shop
The
of
unlock
this
shop had
tournament
3
thus
of
far.
them.
Well,
That's
Basic is
crazy.
chilling.
Oh,
Mori has a
wow.
puzzle to solve
What
in
the-
front of him once more, but it worked out the last time he found himself contesting.
You didn't
the
even have to
item,
use the
went for
dupe
the
he had.
juice instead. If his items are gracious, he could be thinking about this once more.
I will say, for Dasik, he is due. He only has 3 points, lowest in the lobby.
Alright.
Very, very hard.
Mort Dog
low
gave
games
basic
with 1
cheat
and 2.
codes.
So, okay, Mort Dog, he's doing
That's
his job.
insane.
He's giving it to him this time.
It
This
really
game is
is.
balanced.
Yep.
Yep. You get some good games, you get some bad games. You know, it happens all the time. But that was definitely a blessing, and we'll allow it this
At least
time.
make him
We
use
do
the
see an interesting
duplicator.
mirror
Only give him
match with a lot of
2.
people playing on Noxus this game specifically. It will be level 5 for Mori on the other side, where Bin also just playing around some strong AP items, which we know is a great plan. But it looks like we do have only 1 streaker in the lobby, and that will be Aaliyah.
That's right. We know he is on that Shadow Isle trajectory. It's a very strong unit to have early onward. That Viego 2 with items, as you're seeing here, and that Swain might have helped as well. He
I don't
is
know
having on his
how
bench there, moving around
this
a little bit.
is
Quickly
the
wanna give an update
camera
on
for
Sao,
Aaliyah.
because of course he is
It's very
on the
curious
HL
to
line.
me because I'm
He
like
had the
even
4
there's
rounds
not
of the
even
bench,
the
as you
reflection
mentioned,
of the
Seal
camera
now
or
we're
of
on
the
40
computer
that he
screens
needs to buy
in his
order to unlock
glasses.
the next one.
Like
So
how
he
is
should
the
be able
background
to do that
completely lit
rather
from the window next to
And we've
you?
seen that be
But
a
your
great
face
strategy,
is
especially as we
completely
see a
shadowed.
chain
That's so
vest
funny
on
to
our
me.
bench to go to level 7 and instantly unlock Nidalee. Ooh, lots of gold.
I
That
swear these
helped.
people have
Instantly
no
unlock Nidalee and Skarner to get 5 Ishtal in as soon as possible, and that's where
no
we get
thoughts
the
going
chance to go for
towards
some crazy
their
cash outs.
I
cam
was just
qualities.
about to say, he needs so much econ to actually make this work, but
Like it's
Oh,
there
Darth
and
Nub
I
got a
appreciate
golden
it.
orb
That
Really
from the
definitely
drop.
helps.
There we are.
We gonna do it right now? Are we gonna wait
so
around?
Is he still going
I
Demacia?
tried pre-level there if I can stuff.
It looks like it is Kraken Vein.
Put the chain vest on.
And
back
it seems
on.
like Demacia's kind of his comfort zone.
Committing to the long shot line.
Work 2 times in a
Poppy's
row.
on the
Can
bench.
you blame
And
him?
is
He
stacking
came
up
out
trade
the previous
sector,
game, which
so
had
yeah, I
so
just
many
slammed
players on the
Gunblade
Demacia line
Kraken.
just
It's definitely
angling it,
Demacian.
was able to out-tempo them. I think that's perfectly
Demacia's
fine
pet's
for
really
him to
good,
go down this
Yeah.
'cause you
route.
actually
I will
play,
keep
like,
doing what I'm doing
one, you
until
can get the
it's no
Galio
longer
sooner,
working. For now,
because you
he
can
finds
move it to a
himself
different
opposite
star,
Basic,
but
so he will
also
get at least another loss on
you can
this loss.
potentially play
Yeah, he
7.
didn't kill a single thing, but this is a composition that he's very, very comfortable with. He was in the scrims known as the player that was playing it almost every single game.
Go against the
And this
lore,
was
make
before it
Silas
was nerfed because
Demacia.
of silver augments coming through. So nothing too
Bob?
game warping.
Darth Nub? No? Okay.
Here, but that doesn't seem like a great option in this spot.
I think
but
he
Darth
feels
Noob
better
was
with the
somebody that we
spot.
thought coming into this competition, because
That's fair.
of the way he's practiced so much on this
Double
Demacia
vein.
long shots line, that he would be someone we would expect to not do well. Now, he proved all the doubters wrong. I'm one of the doubters.
Well, another player here is putting a little bit of pressure on.
Lose 3 in a row.
We're talking
Not
about the fact
bad.
that Sao could go to 7. 2 players have. Ilya and Saya both going to 7 here to try and get early unlocks. Will try to get just that at least.
1,000 cash out.
He's hiding
3-star
his
5 cost.
install into the last second, so nobody can scout him. I feel like that must mean a lose streak.
To put him in check.
on here.
He also got branching out and got disruptor +1, which I
Oh,
feel like
Darth
in this
Nub
line
hit Garen,
is very,
GG.
very good when you can play
GG.
around that Seraphine quite easily.
Imagine we
It
just
is
get like an
3 losses in a row.
excessively
We are
short
getting
last day.
confirmation. You're absolutely right there, Clement.
I'm
And
okay with that.
just a
I'm
nice
feeling the
little
sleep.
tech, you know,
Yeah.
You know
talking
who
it out.
started all this trend
to
and
be
made
fair, I could
everyone
use a
have
nap.
to do faster APM?
Why we
It
go
was double.
And as much as I
Double.
love,
that last set, it was
you
like,
know, 6
okay, now
games,
we all have to do it.
I also love to see just like
Start
super
the
good
trend,
play,
and then everybody has to
which
follow.
can
Your
result in
favorite
Yeah.
option
shorter
is also
days.
chosen. Bin Bin
Like
taking
again,
double
Sai-
fi
like
as well,
Saya,
so gonna have
if
a
he can pull it
giant
off.
dump
Yeah,
in the
that's
front
some
line.
crazy
Alright, top four
performance.
secured. Dasik, no! Dasik has the most
North?
broken
Yeah, I
combo
feel like,
ever.
this has been like
into Darius too.
the people that I feel like there's just been some
This game
like
key for
the
him.
players are playing out of their mind.
Oh,
Like
sadly,
in Worlds,
Elia's
it's you
win
know
streak
you always
was broken
expect
just
the
before
best players that
this
play great,
close, though,
whatever.
which
I
would
feel like
allow
some
him
of
to
the
stay
boards
with
and the ways
more
they've played it
for
have been
Dasik.
like
I
above
mean,
and
they're
beyond
chilling.
this
No, I'm
Worlds.
sure that's who Elia lost to. This
Feels
is
very
absolutely unbelievable.
very very
I'm
strong
not
Worlds
sure
lobby.
if you should have leveled that
Mhm.
aggressively if you have Dasik in your pool.
I think if you are on the point
No
score that Elia
mouse
is
here.
on, similar to the top score points or the top point scorers, you need to try for some fancy plays, and so trying to hold pressure to me makes sense. I think this board was strong. Was it strong enough to contend with the Darius 2? I'm not sure, but he could have been lucky, right? He could have avoided Dasik one more round, unlocked that Kalista, which I think in that case, it probably could have gone his way. So a little bit of a brave play that unfortunately
Saya's
didn't
at
go in
7
his favor
Ionia.
here. We'll have to see how he recovers for now. He has a little bit of HP to fall back on that he can use, but we will need to see.
Yeah, getting
what this
the-
carousel brings
get a
for
Yasuo
our
too
players,
at
particularly those
two-
thinking
what is it,
about
2-5?
the
Pretty
Ionia
good.
line as well as the Demacia line.
Yone's
There's a
out.
couple of
Yep.
target units there.
Darth does have a chance this fight because he has on such a big lose streak. Oh, actually, he just flipped into win streak. But he would be the most likely player to actually stop Lee Sao from getting his quest going. That's why Lee Sao is so intent on hiding all of his information.
I know,
It usually
Gwenny.
never happens in solo,
My cat
but when
is
you're at
almost
attack
ready for
round and you have the
breakfast.
chance to check.
I'll disappear in about
Darth Noob has
minutes
found
here
that
for a
vein
bit.
too, which we know is so important to this mid game. But we had a lot of people leveling early and pushing the tempo of this lobby super fast. And so I believe Darth was maybe aware of that and knew that he needed to stabilize ASAP or this HP would continue to drop down way too low.
All right, let's see if Darth does try to have Lee Sao on his pool. I think we should focus on just the Lee Sao cam and not get surprised if someone does actually just kind of grief their board a little bit.
Good
Juggernaut
morning,
emblem on this
Kelly.
Garen, we've seen
Again.
a huge problem for enemy boards.
Yeah, certainly a very good emblem to have in the current state of meta. I'm kind of looking at Mori, who would be one of the players that might be in a good spot to
Yeah,
greatly
games
Sao's
have been
loss
really
streak, but
good.
I'm not sure he's
Only
up for it. He
3.
kind of
There are
wants to
2 so
preserve
far.
some
This is our
HP on
3rd.
his own.
And the show
So,
match was pretty fun to watch as well.
Down a little bit. We are also getting word that it actually wasn't Dasik who snapped the Leah streak. It was Reven, who we are seeing on the other side here. So he is currently playing around this Zoe carry in the backline there.
Darth Nub
but
is the
certainly
vein,
also
rocking back and
going
forth.
into the long game.
This is a big test for Revan because he has done very well on sort of the Rise Galio lines.
Oh my
but the
gosh.
We need
focus
a
transition
we
is
need
gonna
a step
be
counter from
what
Darth
makes
Nub
or
after
breaks
a
this game.
journey.
I
He's
know.
never
Oh my
really
God,
good at
yeah.
picking up, so a lot of players are trying to factor
In our
into that as
interview,
well.
in an
There's a
interview, I
chance for a
mentioned
huge
that like,
injection
oh
of
yeah,
gold.
you know,
What does he take here?
the next move
125,
after
not on
standing
the
desk
table.
is the walking pad
Just be
underneath.
having
He's not
15 of
strong
your
enough.
units die, but he's kind of low. Yeah, okay.
What
We
did
are
he
going
say?
Yeah,
I
Ken
forget
maybe
what he
go for
answered to
2
that.
here. Didn't have the board necessarily.
I want to see it happen,
Go for
and I
alternating.
want us to claim credit
Good
for
news
it.
is you
Because
can,
like there's always
have all your units die here and
some
lose and then
streamer
level to level 8
on
and put in that
who's like,
last one
oh
to
yeah,
get
I'm
you to
doing
15
my
just
10,000
after
steps
2 combat
challenge,
rounds,
but I'm
not having
also
something
climbing
working
from
for you
bronze
over that
to
neutral round
challenge.
Yeah.
a little bit
You know. And they've got like the view of
Certainly.
them
Checking in with
on
our
the
points
walking on
leader.
standing pad while
Saya
doing
has
solo
been playing
queue.
around this Ionia line.
I see that for
That's
League
amazing.
streamers. I want to see it for
Ionia Yasuo is a pretty
TFT
good
too.
option here with having Path of Blaze, and he did
I
get
missed
that
the-
Yasuo early on, so
missed
has
what
some
Lachelle's
riding
next
wave
quest
on the
is.
back of it, but has also, of course, unlocked the Yone by now and is looking
Hopefully
for
we
the extra
go
copies
check
in
it
shop.
out.
This is probably
I think
not
we
going
might
to
have just
be
seen
a
it.
top 2 game plan coming in for him, which makes me a little bit sad. It's not Spirit or Transcendence, so the chances that you can win out with this are slightly less. But I will say this for CN. We have seen over and over again, Yone as one of the
15
hardest
units
unlocks
die.
to
Thank you, Al.
contest,
Good morning.
suddenly turn into a Yone 3 and start chopping people up.
That would not surprise me at all with the amount of, am I going to say luck or skill? I'll go with a little bit of luck. Yeah, it's using your luck well that Saya has been doing. And so I'm excited to see if they do end up there. And we look like, wait, why do we have all those items on the on an Aphelios in the front line? It's a funny looking Aphelios.
There's a Diana unlock.
Guys,
wait,
do you
no.
know what this unlock is?
Aesol.
He has arrived. Mori making true on his promises. We trusted in
Okay,
you, and
Cora.
you delivered. He's bringing Aurelion
We missed
Sol
this
to
one.
the world.
It was the other 2 games there was the chance for it. The 4-1 Aesol, pretty good.
You guys are both doubters, so I'm not even going to ask you what you think about this.
That's the roar. Mori was vague posting. He was trying to rage
I
bait
give
us.
Aesol
Well, he was
Soul
actually
Fair, no.
specific posting. He said verbally he will bring Aesol.
Oh, come on. When you said the roar, did you think it was Aurelion Soul? There's no way. That's like a fast 8, like directly to 8 composition.
You know, played 3 times, only 8th once. The other times it was also about 4, but
I was gonna ask.
but only 1
no.
8, so not straight to 8.
Oh no! Why did you need to tell that?
Wait a second. Oh, that's day 6 board, and Revan's just, you know, standing on top of his units. He's just sad. He's a little jealous, I think,
Maybe.
of day 6 spot.
Does he get the Galio unlock? That's a big question here. With 6 units, he only needs 2 upgrades. Okay, there he does. Okay.
Well,
And
I
4-1
have
complete.
great news for our Ishtal player as we are getting our prismatics in. He has found Mel, so we should be able to stabilize here, but let's see what the prismatics bring the rest of the team.
That's a lot of
Revan
swords.
picking up Call to Chaos. At least I was still thinking about it.
Is there a red-blue buff for Mori? That's the question I have on my mind. That's the way
Chaos,
that you want to play the
chaos.
Aurelion Soul.
So he already has a red buff on his Mel
Oh.
outside of the augment.
Chaos.
It's about the extra
Triple Thieves
dupe
Club.
that you can use. We're
Goes
still waiting.
for Call to Chaos, gets 3 gloves here. Thieves gloves.
I do also want to check on Revan, who got a Call to Chaos as well. I do believe that it is not something that he was hoping for. He has 29 rerolls left.
But
to
no
use,
gold.
And no gold to
Oh.
spend.
No gold.
This is completely unideal.
He does have the Lissandra 3 angle.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, is that 2 Lissandra 2s?
Yes, that's 6 Lissandras. That might be the win-out plan.
Don't tell them.
Mori, on the meantime, not getting the extra dupe, is going to go for Lucky Gloves here.
I'll be right back. Gotta feed the kitty.
Any round you can win early with his
Feed
Aurelion
the
Soul is just a
kitties.
bonus because he's so weak in stage 4 when you only have that 1-star copy.
He did win the previous round, is the big story. So first round, Aesol in, he did win that. Unfortunately, this one not won by Mori, but we'll keep an eye on the stacks on the Aurelion
Who
Soul
Dark Tome
and
got
how it
Galio.
goes up.
Okay,
Oh,
we
yeah.
will keep rolling. I haven't heard any pings come through.
Revan's
And the
got
chat
2 already,
messages,
though.
no things right now. No one has any Lissandras on their bench at the moment. And so I'm curious
Because
how
Revan
long
got
we're gonna
the
stick
40
around
reroll
on this,
drop from
see if
Chaos.
we can just hang out and
It's
plan
6
the very
They had no
Lissandras.
money
We have
for.
one
See if anyone
inside shot,
notices.
is what our
They start
co-packers are
pinging.
telling us. So that one is currently not available to Revan. He also just doesn't have the gold.
He sold Galio. Could have had
We do
Galio
have to
too.
point out that is most likely out because he's so far behind on the rest of the board. Just not a very good call to Chaos. The carousel could be massive for him if there's an additional copy. In the meantime, Aaliyah does find the most important cross carry for him, but it's already getting challenged by the Diana. Damage reduction going on to that unit.
Yeah, the Lucky Gloves obviously paying off quite well there. There's great items on this Diana. It will end up taking down the Callista. The Aesol is starting to get online, and the later and later this goes, it will continue to ramp up and get more of those upgrades to its ability.
Well, let's take stock of the lobby right now, as there is a Zillion and a Kindred in this shop that our players could be interested in. I'm just looking across to see 1 Ornn, 2 Ornn on these boards. Aaliyah would so like to have one, doesn't have one. And we are looking at players like Darthnub who are still missing big upgrades on the Kai'Sa team.
Well, good news for Darthnub, though. It is a continued win streak. He's stabilized. He's playing that stage 4 quite well, and the end of stage 3 as well. And having all of these swords are going to be great to have good duo carries, and obviously that super solid gear in the front line. Once it's upgraded, it's going to be viable in the late game.
Can he find another quest directly to 625? That's usually what you want from him. He's not going to get 4,500 damage. Let's see, field 2-star Skarner. Okay, he's going for more.
Oh. Low rolling this would feel so incredibly bad if we're not able to find the upgrade this round. There we go, finally. Just, whew.
Well,
just
speaking of upgrades, gentlemen, there's a lot of them right now. Li Xiao and Xayah are both holding a Lysandra, making it impossible for Revan to get that Lysandra 3 right now, but he has found a Lux 2 and a Garen 2, and Dasik has also rolled to 0 and found a Darius 3, so that comp should be online, should be stable, but he has 0 LeBlancs is what we're hearing.
Wow, this is such an interesting pivot. Actually, intentionally not going for the LeBlancs because there weren't enough copies there. So if you wanted to unlock it, you definitely could. There's no way you would be on 0. Definitely an intentional play.
It looks like possibly we just knew what our items looked like, and so we're just going to play around what we got. We do have Brock now online. Are we going to go for a bigger cash out, though, for Li Xiao? He knows his position, 12 points currently. If you get to 20, that is the key. We will cash out instead. Go for the win this way, not going to risk it all.
Yep, Brock has been found. You were talking about this Disruptor emblem being there as well that will help him to get this comp online. Will be slammed on the Brock instantaneously, and now it would be really nice to find some further upgrades on these units. Has a lot of 1-star still, but will run into Revan. Both of these players are low, and even though Revan has found the upgrades on the Demacias, he's still lacking that Galio 2 in the
Disruptor Brock.
This is a read from Lee Saul that the lobby is weak enough, and
it's the entire board, lol.
Yeah, dazzle the entire team.
Item for the Brock, not going for a 625 cash out that would have guaranteed that one, knowing that he was too low on HP and needed to stay alive now.
That's Skarner pulling the backline carry of the Lux straight into that Mel ult. It's exactly what you'd like to see from your team going into a fight.
Well, Revan does not like to see this one. Is on 3 HP and a Dream right now. Two of the Lysandras are already out of the pool. Xayah has one, Li Xiao has one. There might be another one in a shop. He is with his back against the wall.
Contemplating what to do here. He's looking around, I'm sure. You see that the dummy's on the board, so that means he is scouting. He is making sure.
Li Xiao now has 2 Lysandras.
Okay.
He knows he cannot do it, so he's going to have another game plan here.
One of those 2 is in the shop, so he does not know. He's actually rolling, trying to see if maybe there's a chance he can find something here. Swain 3 as an alternative, chance.
Just 9 rolls left. No golden orbs for potential duplicators.
Oh, that's tragic.
Yeah, it's really hard because there's so many people playing around AP. And so Swain on everyone's board that's playing around AP. This Lux is often a flex unit. You'll see that Darthnub is also playing around that instead. And so it's just going to be impossible to find any of these 3-star forecast outs, especially when you're playing a line like this.
Yeah, I feel like this has to be the end of the road, but the opposing board isn't as strong as it could be here. I was sitting on the Annie 1.
Yeah, good news is that Lux does have backline access. If she can take out the Seraphine on the other end, there's a good chance that maybe something can happen here. Both Mel and Annie not upgraded yet, so Revan might just hang in there for another round. Question is, what can he really do with that? He's in a really situation, but able to at least get one more round.
Yeah, the sigh of relief there. He gets another round to figure out a next game plan. It is 5-2, so many of these boards are getting incredibly strong. Bin playing around that Dumbify, but not finding any of the other huge upgrades. We do have a pair of Ace-Soul here for Mori, who is, you know, as we watched the show match earlier, is a champion and a god next set. So Mori's just getting ready to roll.
He is. He's on 300 charges for this Ace-Soul, but he would very much like to be on 2 stars, and those are the ones, like you mentioned, that are missing for him still. Also, Tarek 2, an upgrade.
This
that
Aesol
he
has
would
so
have
many
really
stacks
liked.
already.
He's been rolling to 0 and cannot find anything, unfortunately, which is kind of rude if you think about it, as nobody else has unlocked Aesol.
This is like kind of the lobby too that you want Aesol. Like, it's like perfect because there's Dumbify, Darius to heal up a lot off of.
Meme packages right now, chat, please.
We'll do a bunch of damage to this Galio, or not Galio, Garen that'll keep healing. Like, there's so many units for this Aesol to just stack off of.
Basic earlier, that was amazing, but I believe we kind of need to look at Revan and see if he can clutch out yet another round against this Darius. Does take out the Darius, is going to be able to find the win against the Ashe as well. Revan somehow, by a threat, by a silver lining, is hanging in here, has given up on the Lysandra 3, looking for the Lux instead. 2 copies short.
We're going to keep rolling. He did do a quick scout.
All right, he needs to start selling parts of his board. I don't think... Who does he have in his pool? Darthnub, Saya? Oh, those are very tough boards to beat.
Don't think anyone else has one on their board.
No one is holding Lux. We're getting confirmation. But he doesn't have gold.
One on Carousel, one in the next shop. Agreed.
Well, he needs to pass Saya first. This is what you need to get through to make it to that Carousel, to maybe have the chance. Lux is on the right-hand side, or the left side, but the correct side. Moreover, that unit does not reach her in the immediate. The front line has already crumbled. There's no one there that can
Revan dying here is huge for Darthnub, because if he would have hit that Lux, it would have been so difficult for Darthnub to get his Garens.
It will still be Revan on the very bottom.
Unfortunate game for Revan right there. The Call to Chaos really not providing him what he wanted. He would have preferred the extra gold, but the extra rolls with nothing to buy just hit him so hard. Bin also just stuck on level 8, wanted to go fast 9, not enough tempo generated by Dumbify.
Our other 2 tempo players, Darthnub and Aaliyah, are both now within.
Let's see if Elia gets Callista.
Darthnub played around stage 3 and 4 with that tempo, where Aaliyah played around that early game with Shadow Isles, and now both have lost a few rounds in a row and need to figure it out before it's too late.
For Aaliyah, the big upgrade has to be that Thresh 1.
Aesol stat counter, by the way, is 500.
That 2-star online.
Wait, really?
Is looking
yeah.
That's going pretty quickly.
Like I said, this lobby is just stacking, like, it's perfect for Aesol.
Top 4 to make check.
Darth did
stack off the Dumbify, stack off like this Garen that heals up a bunch, stack off the Darius that's healing a ton.
Yeah, I can see that.
This is the Wigwug tech coming in from North America. If you can't find anything to put on your board, how about 2 Callistas instead of 1? And it actually did get a a lot of 3rd places. Not really a first comp, but a very strong way to play the board.
Well, is it good enough is the question. On the other side is no one other than Dasik, and Aaliyah would so like to get a better placement here in the overall tournament, but can he get through the Darius? It doesn't look too good. He does take out one of those Noxus units, but both the Draven and the Darius.
This double Gunblade is so big too.
Going to get knocked out here, left-hand side.
Like this Garen just can't die. Getting double Gunblade healing.
The Garen would not fall down with the backline healing and also the Spirit Visage. That was insane.
He's the Juggernaut Garen Whisperer.
That is the Immortal King Garen for you right there. Insane tech coming in from Darthnub.
Got a raid. What is with these mills dropping the perfect Radiant items?
Very, very happy to see Radiant Sterix here for Lisao, and that Brock is going to be one happy camper. Still has potential to upgrade that Brock to Brock 2, Mel to Mel 2, Azir to Azir 2, Swain to Swain 2, so the potential is there. Can Lisao live to make it happen?
This is huge for him because his board is the strongest cap out of any right here, but he is going up against one of the best boards. We'll see if Brock can avoid and walk into the backline directly.
We're going to keep our eye on the Draven as it ramps up. The Darius has now...
That's huge. Darthnub's fighting the Aesol, and the Aesol just got enough stacks to do true damage. So that's really bad for Darthnub. Would have fought him before.
Falls down, the Darius is now... can't take down the Bramble Vest Skarner, and so it will be a round win. The Aesol is still 1-star.
Rip.
Darthnub takes a bot 4 for
That's
the
so
first.
unfortunate. You
That
just got the
means
true damage right
Xayah
before that fight.
will get check after this game. Check in 3 games for the CN player. The Cinderella story to the world stage for him. Question is, will he be able to make it in 4? Of course, but there's more players trying to take that check. Lisao still has a chance to get there too.
Oh, what a find coming in from Mori, getting that Luden's Echo onto the Aurelion Soul. Big burst dragon, hear me roar time. The big question here is there enough gold for him to potentially get that Aurelion Soul 2?
Level 9 in sight. We had 12 gold to roll. Not too much to work with.
You can sell the Ornn. Ornn isn't important.
Oh, there it is in shop, and it's perfect amount of gold.
He sells the Ornn.
Wow.
And
I called it.
600 on our Aesol. This could be something that wins this game, especially with an artifact.
But think about how chatty it is to play Aesol thrice in the tournament, only get bottom 4, then play it in the final lobby, make top 4 on the back of it, and put yourself in one of the best positions to maybe get check after the next game. Mori unfortunately 1 point short here, but he is certainly the king of the
See how much damage this Aesol cast
around this Aesol line.
This is the best time to do it. You're at 11 points. A win doesn't even get you into check, so why not experiment? Why not be flex? Why not give us more meme templates to use right here? But the Aurelion Soul, he has a giant Atacon in front of him. He still pulls through.
Yeah.
What a fantastic board. Lee
Big
Shao is
Aesol.
going to be the other main character with
Do love a
Rock.
good dragon.
Is he?
Oh,
is he
Xayah
out?
takes him down?
He is out, so he will not enter check. Xayah, only one that is going to be in contention to win the very next game.
Well, gentlemen, I believe that's going to be 7 players playing spoiler, but we'll have to see once we get there. For now, Dasik has something to say about that. He might be far away from that check mark, but at least he got this game in his hands. Would like to claw his way up into the top 2. Can he make it?
All right, well,
to
Saya's
Aesol
in check for
Yone?
sure.
We're talking about the potential of getting a Yone 3.
Yeah,
Xayah
Saya's
is
in check.
broke, honestly, and doesn't have any other
It could be a
Surprise
4-game
still
board.
to be used here by Xayah. Where will he place it?
And probably
Maybe that's
not
a
if
bug, sorry.
since he's the only one in
Could be,
check,
but we
right?
know that the amount of CC that
Yeah,
comes
so
through
that's
the
like
back
kind of
Everyone's
like,
gonna play
like,
to
incredibly
grieve him.
important to now get on to the Draven
Yeah, I was
in the back
kind of
line
hoping
and
Lashao
take
would
it
go
down with that
second,
ability.
so that
Another
it's like he can go
top
8th and
coming
just
through
his job is
from
just to grieve.
Xayah here at the Tactician's Crown,
Yeah.
taking down Dasik.
That was such a cool tech from Xayah, putting it on the 3rd row and then wrapping around directly all the way, assassinating the Draven 3. He also held on purposely for that.
If Mori
continued
wins too,
slam
it puts Mori at
afterwards,
19,
so he could
or
get
so
that,
dedicated
set
griefer.
faster back into the field.
Yeah, very, very cool to see it. Question is, can he do it
Dedicated
against
griefer.
the god himself, Aurelion
I
Sol,
think he wins.
738 stacks right now. We're going into what should be one last round. I'm not sure we're going to see this carousel 14 and 15 points respectively as Xayah tries to take yet another victory lap. Let's see what this Aurelion Sol can do.
The question is the wrap. Can he clear the left side and go directly towards the back line, or will he get stuck here on the front?
The set is now doing sit-ups on the right side of our screen, and the Yone is now fighting against the world.
All right, dedicated grief job.
CC and take down the key
Yep.
units. The set to evaporate
Cast is
to
so
the
Wow.
Mori and Xayah run it back for another game in
What
a
a
row, and
beast.
it ends the
If
same
these
way
older
with
players
Mori
would
on
have
top.
just gone ASOL, like I said.
Xayah relieved from Mori there before the grin kicks in, before he realized he's actually done it. He's taken a 1st place here. What a beautiful board to finish this one.
And that's just so amazing of a game plan. He called what he wanted to play. He sold to the last gold to find the Aurelion Soul 2, and Ornn gave him in hand one of the best artifacts to have in that Luden's Echo. The stars aligned for the god to come down.
All right, I got a pitch.
All right.
If Mori wins the Tactician's
Dark
Crown,
Knight just needs
called
top
shot
5
just his augment.
to get in
Right?
check.
It's gotta be, right? He's calling his shot. He knows that Aurelion Soul was the game plan, and it now won a game here, really reversing the stats, what
That's
we all thought from this
extremely
competition
doable.
heading into this game.
Well,
Not an issue.
I'm not sure that's going to be possible because first he needs to get there.
Hey.
And while Mori deserves a lot of credit and respect for this board,
Man,
we
this
have
is
to
like
talk about
such
the
a fun
protagonist
set.
in the room. Zaya
How
making check
next set's
on
got
the back of
too
that
much to live up
has
to.
be our biggest story
Yeah,
here.
I think
We're talking
unfortunately,
about
like,
players that were able to
what
do
we've
it
seen so
before.
far of next
Names
set
like
looks really
Taiko come
good,
to mind,
but
Juanye,
it's gonna
and
be
now
incredibly hard to
maybe
top
Zaya.
this one.
Zaya in 4 would be such an incredible
Yeah, and I think I
comeback
think it's
story for
fine if it doesn't
CN.
top it.
They
I would
have a
be
weighted 9
shocked
sets
if it
right now
does.
for a
I just
return
want it to be
Yeah.
good, as long as it's like,
championship.
you know,
In
just
fact,
give
the
me an A
community
tier
has been
set.
so demoralized, they often look forward
Yeah,
to their
I don't
I
need
tend
S
to
tier.
agree with
more
you.
than even towards the global championship. So I want to see them invigorated. I want to see
Makes
the
I appreciate
youngest
these
player
S
on
tier
this
sets
field
even more.
make that incredible story, make that incredible opening chapter for himself.
And not only that,
It needs to be good
the
though,
journey
because
that
if
they
we go
took to
from
get
an
here
S tier
is
set
the
to like
exact one
a
we
C
talk about
tier
for
set,
TFT all the time. We
it's
like to
gonna
say
be
from couch to
real
crown,
hard.
But for Saya, it's from
Yeah, I think the set
cafe
mechanic looks fun
to the
though. I
crown,
think it's a
Yeah.
good
flying in
like
those local circuits, making it all the way here to the
I
Tactician
don't,
crown.
like kind of
Now
like a
being the
cooldown
first
set from this set
player
because you just know
in
okay,
check
if, like
and possibly making history
there's nothing.
again this
It's
weekend.
no there's no qualifiers
What
for like the
an impressive
open. It's not the
storyline
open
from such
set.
a
So I feel
new,
like the
such
one
a
after
young
the open
player
set is always
entering
just kind of like
competitive
Is the
dipping back
one-
down.
just barreling your
Yeah.
way
But
into the
I
biggest
feel like
competition
even with
this
that, the
game
theme is
has to
cool, the
offer.
art's
But
cool, like the
can see
mechanics seems cool with the
one
god, so it's like got a
moment
lot
here
of stuff
from
going
that
for it. That
final
even if
game
it's
there, the
not like the
final fight
best, as long as the
between
balance
Mori
isn't
and
like
Zaya, where that
terrible,
Aesol
this
took
should be
it all
good.
for chance. Unfortunately, Mori is going to be that
I think
one
it seems
forward, as we
interesting,
were
so.
mentioning. That also means he's guaranteed.
It is
to
gonna
get
feel
unchecked
weird having
after
less
the next game
champions,
if it
though.
doesn't end there.
Dropping from
So,
100
quick
champions
reminder on
back
how
to like the
checkmate works. I
standard
know we've been talking
like,
about it a little
50
bit,
or
but just to
whatever.
explain it
I
one
think-
more
yeah,
time.
60, I
Players
think.
need 20 points and then a win. So Saya is really playing for this.
I think it's gonna be
victory.
hard, honestly.
Everybody else should be trying to stop it.
Yeah, if you're Mori, your only
Yeah,
job
as
is
long
just
as it's
to play
fun.
all the copies that's
That's
As
all I
long as
care
it's
about.
fun.
currently getting onto his board.
Yep.
Well, let's take a look at our standings now, and you see that.
And that first patch is good, so I can play one tourney, do well, and then cast the rest of the set. That's the plan.
There we go.
Make it there as well as
Oh, I haven't played in one of the tourneys in
solid
ages.
placements that avoid the lower
I got
points,
too many
and
seconds
Vin
to
and
stop
Basic
playing.
Leah Revan
I
playing
need
spoiler.
a
That's
first.
fair.
I'm a little bit upset
Just
at Mia.
second.
Yeah, being at the top of the table, or bottom of the table, oh, sorry, is not exactly where you want to be if you're an EMEA fan. But I do think we have maybe the ideal setup if you really like watching TFT, because so many of our players aren't in check and have a couple games to go. We could go the distance here, and it only can go to 8 games. I'm just saying it's possible right now.
Let's talk about the possibilities you have if you're 1v7. That's the most difficult situation. The way that we have seen Juanye do it before was he actually just took a lot of dupes and played a 2-cost reroll. The way Tidal was able to do it is he played full open, made sure he had a completely uncontested line, waited for everyone.
Yeah, I think
to
the
settle
with
and
Carousel
jumped
being gone
onto
with
this
the
route.
like new
For
mechanic
Saya,
of
he
it,
has been
like
very lucky,
I
but
like
feel
the
like there has
fact
to
that
be
they
more of
said
an
this is
emblem
only gone
plan
for
to
one
go into
set.
it.
It will be back.
mean,
Like this isn't.
ideally
They're
you
not
get
looking
an
to
eighth
try and
position
replace
that nobody
Carousel
else
long
can
term or
contest. We
anything.
looked at it in
Yeah.
The
this
fact that
game,
it's just
games
one,
like,
I really do
you know,
like that they
Insoles,
came
the
out
like the
from the
Yone
start
that
saying
players
that.
usually are
So
not looking for. But the
Agreed.
question is, where do we find ourselves? What
I think that
encounter
like
is it? What
puts
offense
more
are
at
we
ease to
getting?
be
There's
like,
a
yeah,
lot of
I don't mind
potential
this first
to find
set.
us
It'll be
I don't
fun.
mind this.
In the
Let's
American
try it.
Regional Finals, we had a player reach check in just 3 games, and you know they had 2 game plans. They gave it a couple tries to go and win that game. First try was, hey, can I get it to 10? Can I play it around Baron? Because no one can stop me and grief my Barons. I can do that myself. And the other plan was just a crazy reforger into 10 Noxus. And again, if you can get those emblems, there's nothing you can do to stop it.
We also saw some absolute.
I feel like if
craziness
I'm
in the
in
CN
check
final
like
regionals.
that,
There was
I'm
5
probably gonna
3-star
really
forecasts
cross
on the
my
board.
fingers for
Lee
like
Sao had 10 Ionia,
a really
and it
good
was an
Shadow Isles
absolute
spot
bloodbath.
or
If you are
a
playing
crazy
to
spot. Like I'm
keep
hoping
Saya
for a
down, you
prismatic
have to
lobby.
reach your absolute maximum.
Yeah, Shadow
cap
Isles
possible.
is like the
So,
hardest to
all
get
bets are off.
griefed.
If we get a prismatic,
Yeah.
that would be amazing.
Well, Clement, you're our stat guy, so let me ask you on the statistical side of things. If a player has been playing TFT all day for an entire weekend, and they haven't taken an 8th place in over 12 games, what are the statistical chances that they go there?
So our current count is 33 games from regionals to TAC round without an 8th place. It's You know, it's very, very impressive. I don't think it's going to happen. It's, you know, I feel like you have to look at the high end for Saya.
Also,
I
the impressive
have
part,
some
it's
good
9
news
top
and some
2s in a
bad
row
news.
for Saya at the Tactician's crown, the
Some good
highest level
news.
competition.
The kitty is
It's
fed.
incredible. It's unprecedented.
Okay.
It's
Yes, had to take some extra
impressive
time
for
because
sure, and we will be looking forward to
she's
see
hungry, but she
how he
also likes to
navigates
play.
this
Like she
game.
needs a
There's
reason to
lot
eat,
in there that could
which is
help
good in
him
the
or
morning.
could make him falter, but he has shown time and time
Bad
again that
news
he's an
is
incredibly
I moved the
flexible player,
couch
a
out
lot
of here
open
yesterday,
line raids,
so there will be
has
no kitty
dabbled in
cam
stuff
for the
like
remainder
Rumble Hero
of the
augment
day.
that we were showcasing earlier.
Rip.
So he
Oh,
is
dear.
certainly somebody that doesn't shy away from finding
So,
those niche condition spots and
had to
really
had to let
innovating on top
everyone
of them.
know.
I have a
No
couple
Gwen
of
cam.
scripts for you if you would like to listen
Oh,
to
Unless
them.
she
That's a
comes
shame.
I think
and sleeps on the
World Runes
floor
into Trait Tree,
in the
that is
same
one of the
area,
most broken combos,
but
almost
the
insta
bed's
win
right
if you get
there.
the correct
She's not
emblems.
gonna sleep on
Another
the floor.
one that would
She
be very
knows.
hard to stop is actually Ishtal. So the Ishtal one, we saw him play a lot of alternating win-loss. Other players in the lobby have to pay attention to that, and it's all about stopping him. So
Alright,
if
I
he
need to
spikes,
check
you
out
spike
these
with him. You do
standings
not
because
try
I
to play
caught
your own game.
the rest
Well,
of that
speaking
game,
of Ishtal, let's take another
and I was
look
super
at
sad to
how
hear.
the Sao managed to pioneer the Ishtal in that last
Yeah,
game. We were
super
talking a
sad
little bit
to
about
see
this, but we do
the
have a little highlight
Asol
package
doing the true
of
damage
his
right
quest
right
that he took.
but
Right when
after
Darknam,
the
Stack
more-
right
yeah.
before.
that
Yeah.
you guys were mentioning.
Yeah, I think this is
Yeah, the true
Sad.
damage is at 550 stacks.
Just keeping a
They
little
got
bit of
554
secrecy,
the
there's just
fight
a level of,
before
even
Darknam.
pause that players have to take when scouting of just like, oh, I can't instantly tell what you
So
have.
that
I have to
puts
then
fourth.
think about why
Okay,
you're
my
hiding
math
it.
was a
Those
little
kind of
off.
things,
I thought they'd
just
be
a
in
little bit of
fifth,
advantages that help
but
you
I'm happy with
propel yourself up the
fourth.
leaderboard.
Basic.
And when you're talking about Ishtal,
And
I feel like the
6.
most important
Okay,
thing is you
cool.
want Radiance on Brock. That's the way you can typically clinch your games. The best way you have to go to is usually 625 cash out. That way you have a guaranteed Radiant. 550 gives you a Radiant TG, but that can often kill
So
you on
still
the spot
only
when
the
you're
one
low
player
HP.
in check.
So 600
Okay,
is
great.
the way to go. And just like Lisao played it this time around, the CN meta around Ishtal has been to have a very, very strong tempo line on stage 2
Ooh.
and really get most of your stacks on stage
Maybe
3
if
and
we
stage
get
4,
some more
especially with the lost
people
streak
in the
quests
chat,
and
we
also the
can do
level up
a
quests.
poll for ending
Super
this
interesting
game
stuff
or
there
not.
from Lisao, like you mentioned, leaning into that Mal early on.
Yeah, let's do it.
And then, well, gets rewarded.
Don't know how
That
to- let's see
Radiant
here.
Starex is just one of the best ones to get for your Brock
Oh.
for sure. So happy to see that one. In the end, not good enough though. Does fall.
Oh, I'll
and
run
we
the 1
get
minute
another look here
right
at
now.
the
I think I have
Yone
time.
taking Brock
Good idea, yeah.
out.
Yeah, and we didn't get to see that fight on broadcast, but that was an incredible bit of probably positioning that really happened from Saya, able to get the Yone just exactly where it was needed to get that CC through, but the set coming back in and doing an incredible amount of damage was the reason that they did drop out in that top 4, but not the top 1 scenario that they were looking for.
Yone cap is a Silas set and just going for the full item Yone there as well. There's great positioning detail coming in that won 2 really impossible fights for Saya to move him into that 2nd place. I thought Dasik would have his number, especially with the lock. Oh, he didn't have the lock. He actually had the shark tooth. Fishbone, sorry.
Close enough, Clement. We
When?
are
This is a
the
3-minute ad now.
number
It was just
4
the
here
one
at
that was in the
Tactician's
bar.
ground, and
The quick
this
bar
one does
was a
start
1-minute
with
one.
snip snip as Gwen encounter does
That makes
come
sense.
in our way. That
Hey.
means players are more eager,
man.
more likely to slam early items for tempo.
Okay, well, it
as
was
they
only
can
1
take them
minute, so
apart later
almost a
on.
little bit,
All
but we'll
eyes
still
on
be there.
Zaya, the CN challenger that is on check. Should he take a first place, he ends it all right here, right now. But everybody else is looking to stop that. We have Ionia Path of Blades, so running it back a little bit.
Sona is one of those champions that can clear 1-4 by herself. So if there's good gold generation here, Saya could full sell for the best cap. Actually chooses to buy units.
I do, sometimes it's not worth risking, especially if you like the Ionia. It is Path of Blades this time around, so exactly what they played last game. Maybe they think that Fast 9 around Ionia is worth holding on to. And also, maybe they have extra information that there might be even more gold coming about.
I'm getting deja vu here.
Yeah.
The pairs here.
Yep.
Well, gotta be ready for it. Kiana 2 certainly a very strong unit to have early on. We're seeing a Zona 2 pop up there for Elia. But of course, our players are always thinking about leaning into things that nobody can contest them on. How likely do you think players are to hold Xayah back here? Because at the end of the day, of course, when it ends, there is going to be your points that matter as well. So propping yourself up for maybe taking
Okay, I was
a
worried
second
Mori
place
didn't have
is
any
also something that has
units,
to be on their mind.
but
And they're also, of
yeah.
course, wanting to get the points in case Xayah is unable to get that first place.
We've always said it's a respectable play if you want to go for the $50,000 instead of the $150,000. It's not the play I want to see, but I respect it. It is the player's livelihoods on the line.
Going to be starting us off here with Silver Augments to start this game.
Darth, no, patience is a virtue again.
Ooh, decent high roll 6.
We got a spatula on board, so Dasik, I know one of the most popular strategies with
Doing
that
work
is to
for
play
the
on
stat
Demacia.
numbers there.
We had 4 people taking Silver Destiny.
I'm gonna wait till I update. There's 4 people Silver Destiny.
So we have a lot
See
of
the update.
randomness entering our current lobby state.
Saya's going for the Bin game path. Go straight
Saya,
to level 5
Silver
and
Spoon.
just hope you high roll a 4 cost.
It can work. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll see if the script writers are gracious on this one as we're waiting for those destinies to show up. We're seeing the gloves come up here for Lisao being one of them as lunch money is being picked up by Leah.
Man. That's definitely one of the ones you don't want, especially when you're Leah and you had nothing on your board. It's one you want to try to win streak with, maybe even just around stage 3 when there's more units to kill and more damage to do. But it requires a win streak most of the time to help reward that early.
Yeah, not something he's very comfortable on either. He's been playing a lot around those loose streak openers, selling board, playing least units possible. So certainly not going to be too happy about the selection.
I would have to say if Saya breaks his streak here, this game plan is probably not worth it. He actually straight levels to 5 and he gets an MF already. Never mind. Does he? Doesn't have any of the other Bilgewater units, but I don't feel like you could give up a 4 cost.
I'm very curious what the game plan is here. It seems like right now it's just, hey, I had good pairs. I'm going to hold them for now. I'm going to see if I can high roll anything crazy. I also look across the conditions of the lobby and say, hey,
is Discord
might as well
lagging?
save HP,
Is it the stream?
possibly
Is it just
play
me?
for something level 10 and capping around there. If I have
Stream
enough
on my
HP
PC is
and I can get some
good.
crazier augments later.
Okay, it might be
to
my
really
end,
push me
Discord
to those
then.
high power levels, because sometimes you get to those high levels and those 5 costs you really can't
hearing
stop.
it too, but I mean, it's happened yesterday. It goes away
He
after a
bought
couple minutes.
the Mundo and the Nico just to trick Darth
Oh.
Nub, sold it all last second, and then bought the
As long as
MF.
it's found on
The
Twitch
fake
stream.
out after
hiding
Darth
it.
Nub leaves his board. That is some cool mechanics. I mean, there's no way you pick up, you pass up on the MF. I think it's
Yeah, it sounds
impossible.
fine on the Twitch
And
stream, so.
Saya also found a Brock
Okay,
Discord
what's
is
on
on the
the
next shot.
Discord?
What?
Why are we?
It was cracking.
Yeah, the audio's
Why
lagging.
are my games like this? I don't understand.
Oh.
Just from the stream, though.
Yeah, mouse
Oh,
wide
okay.
open across the caster desk. That's what I can tell you here from behind the scenes. Everybody's kind of a little bit shocked at what exactly is happening here, but I mean, that's how it works. You gotta put yourself.
I
in
can
positions where
restart
you
the Discord
can
stream
find options
during
like
carousel.
this one, and Xayah knows that. Is playing.
It's
those
okay
strengths,
now.
Has the
Oh, okay.
ground on board.
It fixed
He's
itself
going
after a
to play
little
around
bit.
it.
So
Yeah,
actually
it might
sells
be-
the MF,
it's been
wants to
running
stick
for like
just
3
to the
hours.
AP line. He probably thinks
Yeah.
that Bilgewater is not high enough of a cap. And he has been doing very well on Galio Rise specifically. That has won him quite a few games.
Across the lobby, though, obviously Sai is the main character being in check, but there's so many players that are fighting for that. Darth Nub is fighting for that top 4 alongside Li Xiao. And once they get that, they're able to then contest this in the next game. But there's a lot of our players that just kind of still need to play their game plan. The only one that can really kind of, you know, stack everything because they can go 8th is Mori, who only needs that 1 point.
Aaliyah looking to just get his points in as well, going most likely for the Malzahar reroll. And we do have 4 bards on the bottom side. So we'll see which routes they settle into later on.
The extra items as well is great for playing around win streak.
It's very strong when you've already hit your 4 costs, so.
Right. Okay, we have good AD items for Revan. I'm not sure. This might be an uncontested Darius game. I don't see anyone with Draven quite yet, and so could be time to return to comfort.
Yep, sells away part of the Mundo pair. Wants to make max econ, and this is typically how Revan does play his Darius rerolls. A lot of times he doesn't actually find the Draven early, but is able to swoop in later.
Yeah, that's a really good tech if you are unable to get that early into it. Just trying to play
Darth
around
with the
whatever
Vayne
sucks to
now.
then go
He's
in
definitely
there
in his comfort
as
zone.
he is looking for those options. But Darthnub is yet another player that is looking for those higher finishes, and somehow I'm seeing a Vayne on his board again. I don't know, that's just another one of these players that's just able to call them from wherever he's looking for.
Practice makes perfect. That's what players are starting to believe. Why are these just autopilot Darius LeBlanc players beating us?
You just gotta play your game plan sometimes. What you know best, and maybe you're the best in the world at something, it's gonna be a great way to put yourself in that conversation. Saya, though, did take a loss.
I think Lee Sao might have saved the lobby right there. Very good high roll. If you let him streak that much, there is a chance to go straight 9.
I was wondering,
Taking
when
him
we
down here was
saw
super important.
Li Xiao last with the 2-star Shen in shop, if he was going to pick it up. Looks like he did. Now he's on 7 Shens for fun.
A little bit. It is the Revan
For
on the
Bruiser,
other
yeah.
side. Draven, you're looking at each other and you're thinking, come on now. This used to be my comp. What are you doing?
Oh, Revan seems quite in distress here. He's really far behind the ball compared to Lee Sao. I feel like he has to pivot off.
And what are we pivoting into is the question, because so far we've seen Revan try to work around so many of these other things, but never really ending up in a spot where he can really find that comfort unless he can get to that fast 9 tempo. But again, we're playing from behind.
I feel like if you're a Revan spot, you know, contesting this game doesn't make a lot of sense. If you're in a bad spot, why not try to contest Saya instead? Might be the just the goal for him. Extend the series and see how it goes from there.
Oh, we are level 5. We don't have an item onto this Draven, meaning that we're not unlocking Darius. Now we have a Scion, so we could be considering it once again. Probably waiting to see what the items are for him. It will be a 2 cloak drop here from this neutral round. Oh man, it's going to be a very curious adventure to see where he ends up.
I love curious adventures.
Me too.
Yeah. Our players do too. That's why they all pick Destiny.
True. This 3-2 augment, though, is going to be very important, especially if we can get more variants or people take more Destiny augments, or we get Prismatics would be a fantastic way to push this game into hyperdrive.
And just like that, goodbye to the Shens.
Look at what Saya's doing. I was thinking about this. You should level to 6 here in case you hit forward thinking. So he knows his win out conditions right there. Straight level. He's such a killer, man.
Man, playing for those outs is really what separates this, or like buying your whole bench so you can get Dumbify or Golemify in a great spot to have an incredible amount of HP. Our lose streakers are continuing their journeys down the leaderboard and losing so much of their HP early on into the game.
Is he gonna get rewarded? It is gold. The lobby's starting to sweat. Can he find forward thinking?
Explosive growth instead. We are going to push levels so incredibly fast.
Well, I like the idea, and I like the execution thus
Well,
far,
Darthnub gets, what, I forget the spatula pan one, depending on win-lose. Yeah.
Unable to cap their boards around strength because they were missing.
We could see another Juggernaut Garen.
And needs to think about
Definitely
their
could.
last augment. Of course, if you have a lot of items, you can kind of counteract that, but only so much to go around.
True. I think the job for the
I
rest
forget.
of the
I think it's a
lobby is
loss
match
for
tempo. You know, currently
Pan,
he's
right?
one of the few players on level 6.
I think
Mori
win is
got the
spat.
memo here.
Loss
He's
is
also
Pan.
leveling on 3-2. And you have to be able to take down his board. If he's stuck on level
Yeah, he
8,
removed his
that
items
means
from
he
Vayne to
can't go
guarantee he
for
gets
the
it, so he
unlock
gets
of
Juggernaut.
That would be the ultimate win condition for Saya.
Darth's also playing around Earth's Gambit, and I'm pretty sure he does want to try and win to get Demacia +1. and get that spatula online. But without a Reforger already online and taking a loss here, not looking like it's exactly what Darth wants, but maybe he's just going for Juggernaut Garen once again.
Exactly. I was thinking about that one.
Running it back.
A minute.
Across our lobby, we have our other gold augments care package for Aaliyah being a very good one for scaling. We do have the pan come through, and I'm imagining we might slam this right now. Oh! Bane 2 instantly.
Bane 2 and Juggernaut
incredibly stable right now. Juggernaut emblem coming through. This is, we are running it all the way back.
I do have questions if this is a comp that can take a first place here, though. That's kind of the important thing for Darth Nub. Maybe his game plan is that someone else will help stop Saya. I'm just going to try and tempo the lobby away from him.
Revan has Draven 2. We did see on the other side, but for Li Xiao, we're continuing that streak. It will be 8 in a row. No one is really even close to as strong as Li Xiao currently on the stage. We took another combat augment, giving us a bit more tankiness and also some CC to start off our fights. And so it'll be a great setup for them to hopefully continue this throughout stage 3.
I feel like Mori's board is make-believe Darius LeBlanc anyway. It does have the exact perfect BIS items for the Darius, but the units are missing.
Lulu, she's a unit now. Gotta respect her. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
Scarily close, I'm not gonna lie to you. I definitely would be called out for my fight judging on that one. Anyway, looking at our current carousel, nothing crazy of interest other than the Seraphine, specifically for Leah, who is playing around that reroll, specifically the Targon Malzahar reroll.
I mean, I'm just thinking about Aurelion Soul now. That's Mori did this to me.
That's all you want now?
Yeah.
Just more Aurelion Soul? Hey.
It looked amazing. It took a first place.
Okay.
After all, why shouldn't we?
Spirit Visage, I think.
Looks like Saya just took a 4-cost extra gold. And this is when everyone is going to get some more items here. It looks like Saya's trying to just get as many TGs on the board, spike as hard as possible.
Wow, we are rolling with so low gold here for Leah. He knows he has to stabilize right now to use this lunch money properly.
This is just not Aaliyah's day.
Yeah.
I feel like Elia looks kind of doomed.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate
It definitely doesn't look great.
Can we break apart the items? We didn't get the Leeching Nucleus off of our Kog'Maw onto this Malzahar 2. But it is fairly stable for now. But the problem is we're not making interest. I'm sure we will sell some of our units on bench. Yeah, we'll make 10 gold. Hopefully we don't really need this Bard anymore because our hope is that we can win. Not going to start right now, though.
I believe it was Blades Ionia. I'm not 100% sure.
It is.
Oh, okay, thank you. And it does look like Mori will be going to that direction. So we have a couple of rerollers,
Elia
but nobody really contesting on the Fast 9 game
at the end of the
plan.
last
So it looks
game
like
too.
the 1v7 scenario is just for everyone to out-tempo Saya.
I walked away.
But so far, he's still on 77 HP. This plan is... We'll see on stage 4, but it's not working so far.
Wow.
Right?
Prize fighter
and
into
I think a big
6
part
loss.
in that is actually fellow countrymate Lisao, who has just been putting pressure on the tempo. 9 win streak so far, is going to run into Dasig right now, and certainly has a really strong board to contend here. As we mentioned, all that tempo is only going to work if you're then able to assemble a really strong board. But if your competitors come up with a really strong board, then you're going to stand in the rain a little bit. So I'm not sure I like this game plan from Zaya.
Li Xiao hoping for the 10 streak here to keep that gold as high as possible. That Yorick 2, though, is being very, very pesky and will not get taken down. Healing up just at the brink of elimination there. So Li Xiao losing that streak. Leah, though, continuing the loss streak. Just an econ loss, right, Clement?
I'm not so sure when he rolled down below 10, man. So it is just, look at Aaliyah's expression. I really think it says it all. He knows that he's in a terrible spot. But I feel like what Aaliyah should do is still take the 3 costs out of the pool. You know, if the other rerollers can match tempo and make sure Saya just doesn't get a free stage 4, you've done your job.
Yeah, that might be true. He will think about this perchance, but he also has, of course, a lot on his mind after a very unfortunate day 3 for him. Great day 1, midday 2, still able to make it into that final lobby. Great shop for Binbin.
Finding that Warwick 2 is often the hardest part in stabilizing this composition. You find a lot of the other upgrades, but I feel like I get stuck on Warwick Payer every single time I play this, but that is not the case here. We are already level 8 for Saya, 30 gold to work with. We're going to be unlocking our Galio, and you know what's the key to victory so far, this Tactician's Crown? That would be Galio and Rise on your board, and I think that's where we're aiming.
Don't have the Galio unlocked just yet, though. This is only 6 unique copies of a Damasha across the board. So slight low roll and might give other players a bit of an opening.
You know, I'm getting an eerie deja vu of the title final where we kept doubting his game plan, even though it looked like it was written on the wall already. We'll have to see what this next set of augments is going to bring, and whether or not it will be a salvation or maybe a wrench in the way for Zaya.
No growth mindset, no growth mindset. Please, no Priz. That's what everyone's hoping for.
Okay, we escaped the Prismatic. The good news, maybe the bad news for the rest of the lobby, is that Revan is on his comfort comp. He will be playing around that Draven and Darius this game, so he's hoping for a contest there. We do take Gilded Steel and don't really get anything.
All right, Big Darthnub got a Q and got a Shyvana.
Shyvana, just pure econ.
However, he did get 2 tiers.
For Saya, and unless his roll down works really nicely, I think we might have avoided disaster.
Well, somebody else who has found some upgrades is Elia. We were talking about the fact that he should at least keep on trying to take those units out. He was able to get that Malzahar 3 on board, still missing that Leona 3, which of course is a core part of allowing the Malz to buy time, but we do have 2 duplicators, so we could just slam it and get her on board.
I feel like he must have 3-3'd into something he needed. That was an insane jump of copies right there.
We believe he got Malzahar and Leona from 3-3s, so that's fantastic for him. I feel like this augment is so good in the spots where you need it the most. It gives you a lot of gold regardless of what happens, and also takes 3 costs out of the pool. There's really no negative in taking that in the spot where you're re-rolling 3 costs.
Well, the lunch money certainly is going to help us get back a lot of that economy that we lost. Zaya takes another loss. I believe this is the lowest I've seen him in this tournament. In terms of HP, he's one of the players that really likes to play around those early win streaks, a lot of HP preservation. We've been seeing that again and again. And somebody else will be ramping up here with that Jinx comp, and that will be Binbin.
Woof woof.
Leo 3.
Leah muscles.
We have a duplicator slammed. He's chilling.
I didn't even watch
Across
the
lobby,
Timberwolves
Saya
game
falling
yesterday.
quickly, 5 losses in a row. Did roll a good bit to try and stabilize and didn't find anything besides a Braum 2 in the front line. We do have Galio now, so that is huge to have that additional unit coming in from the bench. But the carry is just not really there for Saya. This will just be Lissandra 1, and it will not be around that Lux that we usually see with these boards.
All right, only one Garen,
Saya
I think, out for Darth.
More. He's trying to see how much he can get away with.
Saya has 2 right now.
Carousel. He knows that his only out is just to win this entire thing. Doesn't want any more players in check. Mori will certainly be in check after this game as well. So he's trying to play the highest risk, highest cap version of his board.
Who's Evane?
Edge of Night almost clutching out that fight.
Okay.
Lissandra not quite getting that cast off onto the backliner from Darthnub, and so it will be another loss in a row.
Zir Zillion on this carousel. Zoe for Elia if he wants it. I'm sure he will be thinking about it. Goes for
Maybe
the carry
Saya
Fair
goes
enough.
for it. The Zillion.
Saya heading straight for the Zillion, and he does find it.
Okay, that's a better carry, better way to get to level 9, better way to possibly even get to level 10, which would be a great scenario for them. But I do think that this rise and getting to 9 as soon as possible is the current plan. The problem is we just have to get there. Now we've lost 6 times in a row. We need to win a couple fights.
And a lot of the other players are already on upgrades. We saw Mori there on the Annie. We saw Lisao already has found the Mel. So those carries are starting to come online for the other players, which means damage is going to be spiking in the lobby. If you're unable to put a board together, I'm not sure the Cillian is good enough.
One of the unique things about this set is you can't really grief and unlock, right? If you unlock a unit, it will show up in your shop guaranteed. So you get a rise, it's gonna work. There's not much more counterplay to it other than that. You have to kill them before they get there.
Yep.
Braum 2 taking the TG up here. I think this is not really a winnable position against Aaliyah's 3 stars across the board here. But Saya, he's still holding on to that max greed. 37 HP should give him 3 lives exactly. Any win here extends his chance to go level 9.
The Zillion Bomb onto the Leona early means it will fall down as it ticks away. And a longer fight means more XP stored up through the Chrono Keeper as well. Saya, the plan is there. We will survive on to stage 5. And so if we can save enough gold, we could get to level 9. The problem is spending that gold on 9 and then upgrading a board that can win out the game.
Checking in with Revan, we were talking about him being on his comfort comp, but the way he's playing this one is a little bit different.
He had to move away from Lee Sao's board, I
Was
believe,
that
and Lee Sao actually faked him out. Didn't even go for the Draven reroll himself.
Really? I didn't notice.
It is hard when you're sharing that pool of units.
I saw
of
the
if you're
notification, but then I
just
saw
makes
it like
difficult on him, but
pop.
now he's
So
level 8,
Repop?
trying to go 9.
Yeah,
he only has
Fast 9 AD, which has been the worst performing comp, especially when it comes to Fast 9.
Yeah, I saw
so
like
far
the
this
notification re-trigger,
Well,
so I
that
couldn't
is,
tell if it
not
was
giving us a lot of surprises.
two of
Dartnub,
them.
because he's playing once again around these Demacia long shots. We have triple items on both Kaisa and Vayne, still looking for that last copy of Kaisa to really get online, but we know that this comp can certainly contend and can certainly deliver losses to other players, as we are seeing on the side of Dasik here. Zaya taking yet another loss. He is going to be on his last life as we go into stage 5.
16 HP means that he probably has another loss that he can absorb, but it would be very difficult to see him coming back. He actually goes straight to level 9, and that was the play he was waiting for all along. Now has to set up his board for the rise.
It's here. We will be getting it next turn. We'll have 19
Holy
gold to roll.
moly.
7 of that will at least be going to Rise. These neutral and the drops that come on this round can shape this game and help Saya make Tactician's crown history.
He just needs as much gold as possible. The items don't matter anymore for him. His front line is just held together by TGs and hopes and dreams. Here comes the roll down. Volley Bear coming.
Garen
2 right off the bat. Volley 2 almost
God.
in position.
This is looking a little spooky.
Yeah, these are good
To unlock
pairs.
Silas,
do.
instead we're going to stick
Yeah.
with a solid front line.
Rolls down, tries to see what else he can find on upgrades, additional copies of that Rise, of that Galio. Volibear would have been huge. Does not find those, but the Garen 2 is going to be a massive upgrade to the front line and Rise. Certainly a stronger carry than that. Cillian TG going to be slammed on the Galio to try and give him something to work with here. Goes up against Revan. Revan's board is not that upgraded, so probably a good one to run into right now if you're rooting for Zaya.
My heart is absolutely pounding. This could be one of the quickest championship wins coming from our youngest player in the field. Saya has his board assembled. He just needs the blessing of Mordog. He just needs those volley bears to show up first in his shop, and the path is clear.
And I think
We've seen this
earlier
composition
they
win
said it was
tournaments
his
before this
first
set.
appearance.
And now hoping to take the Tactician's crown.
That would be
Which obviously
insanity.
took TPC 1 over in the Americas. So many of our players are now going to 9 and spiking. Li Xiao rolling a good bit of gold here, trying to upgrade this board. Now has a pair of Mel's.
It's
Lots
about
of money being rolled. Reven on 9 as
Ooh,
well, trying to upgrade that
huge.
board, trying to reach a similar comp that we're seeing from Lisao here, but Mel 2 certainly is a contender. If Zayag ends up running into Lisao here, I'm not sure who takes it. Going to be Reven instead.
With the Meld too, Lee Sao definitely makes his board strong enough to take down what Saya has to offer. 16 HP. Now, it means that if you can win 6 units against Saya, you can take him out in one blow, but we haven't seen a board strong enough to do so. Maybe only Lee Sao is the one that could play the role of the extender.
Revan on the other side did roll a lot of gold. He still has 30 gold left on level 9, so a good amount to work with. The backline will fall down to this second Xerath cast. We do see, is that Saya down at 2 HP?
Oh,
volley 2 with Sandra 2.
Wow.
What a shot.
Now,
That's
final life,
crazy.
no more extra HP to give. He lost to Bin out of all
We
players.
need him to
and
die.
Duva
Darknub
on
can
the
never
right-hand
get his
side here.
Garen
Lobby
too.
is so
know.
incredibly close. So many spikes have already hit the boards of the competitors.
Bobby
could
HP.
fight
I'm
each
not
other.
sure Zaya's board is strong enough to contend here. We'll need to keep our eyes open
I
and
think
see
Saya
who's on
beats
the other side.
Daysik
Could
and
be
Mori,
Daysik,
though.
could be Mori, but could also be Darthnub on the other side. All of these boards are the
Oh.
strongest, but let's see if Vayne and Kaisa have anything to give to keep this tournament running one round more.
Darthnub has
And
done
he's
the
one-off
impossible
Bane.
so many times before with this comp, even with just the Garen one being able to hold up the fort. That stunt going across the front line seems like it might be enough, and there's so much time spent by this Volibear not focusing on the targets, but no. Is the Garen enough? Is the Garen secret tap good enough to stop Saya?
There's just no front
It's a
line
lot of
on
time.
the side of Darthnub here that could be anything in Zaya's path. The first
Revan.
player eliminated. Revan knocked out in 8th. That opens the path for Lee Sao. They were sharing a lot of those units. It is on his shoulders now.
Massive potential gold injection for Saya. He should be sprinting for a 5 cost here.
Mori also
I had
one
a
of these
funny
players that
joke
has a very high
with
cap playing around
Darth
Annie,
Nub,
which is another recipe to win games.
moving
Bin does
around,
have
like
that
he
Jinx
was-
3 as well,
he
where
was
Lee has hit
dodging
his
all
whole
of the
board also.
bad
And so
matchups
there are a
until-
lot of players in this
until
lobby that are very, very high
the
cap,
asshole
but
went last
Saya
game.
has the opportunity to go above them if they're able to upgrade the rest of these units.
Lee Sao probably is the one with the most chance to take him down here, so we'll see what items he gets.
Saya's on the right side of the screen, Mori on the left. We're looking for any frontline upgrades specifically for Mori. We are very, very weak in that department.
Ooh, being stuck on the Annie one. Doesn't look like Mori will be the one to do it. He will go into check regardless for him, but he would have really preferred to take down Saya in the process. Lee Sao, for me, still the most likely one to stop this.
And it is going to be Mori on the other side. We were talking about the lack of frontline, a familiar picture from Darthnub's board right before. This board will make an easy process of this frontline. Annie, one in the background, already down to half HP, will try to heal back up, but the Volibear is right onto her. Mori's backline does not have anything to give here to try and stop Zaya in his path.
Volibear's so good with this TG as well. Daysik also
goes
falls
out.
out. And so only 2 more players eliminated. EMEA continues their downward trend here in the standings. And CN is rising, and rising, trying to end their drought.
One more upgrade on the board. So far, I believe Saya's actually been pretty lucky. He's dodged the Jinx 3, the Malzahar 3. Can he do it again?
He had the Jinx 3. That was his one loss that he had, but he has been dodging Aaliyah, notably, and he's on a 9-win streak. If Zaya is running into Aaliyah right now before he can find the upgrade onto this Rise, this could mean everything, but it is going to be Lee Sao on the other side. He has upgraded his board quite a bit as well.
This is going to be the toughest test coming in for Saya. He is lacking a lot of damage from his backline. Can this Mel absolutely just delete the Volibear?
Xerath ult does not take out the Rise, and the backline has to be the biggest story maker here. The front line
The
has
Rise
been
doing so
crumbling
much.
for Zaya.
The execute
Both
goes through.
The Xerath and the Mel
Takes it down.
up. They're just immediately
God.
wiped
Oh my
from the
gosh.
board, and Zaya takes out Lee Sao.
He might
The
do
burst was
it.
not enough.
Might
Relying
do
on those
it.
TG rounds means that Saya survives and then Rise. Even though he's not 2-star, he does have the execute from the Demacia to take down the remaining carries.
The main character that stands in his way is the 10-win streak from Aaliyah on that Targon Malzahar reroll. The good news for Saya's board is there is
This
high
is
wrap
crazy.
potential
This
from
is
this
crazy.
Volibear
It really
to get
is.
to the back line. Darthnub
We get a
already
guarantee.
hits that game
I
as well.
know.
No guarantee is going to be the
Please.
huge part of this board that he needs to upgrade in order to find success.
I don't see how Darth Nub stands in his way. They let him go
Okay.
past the PvE
Thank
round,
you.
dodging Aaliyah again and
Holding
again. This could be
Annie
his
in the in
championship
the
to
shop
lose.
as well.
If he finds that Rise 2, it will be over for the rest of the lobby.
But he still hasn't found it. Is not
Who's he
even
gonna
close.
fight,
It's on a
Aaliyah?
single copy, getting closer to the Galio at least. But he would
Yeah.
really need that rise to manifest his board as the strongest in the lobby. Let's see if matchmaking is in his favor once more as he ports
we're
on
on
over
Saya.
and
Oh,
runs
gosh.
into Darthnub.
Okay.
Elia's a beast. He's on the Malzahar Leona comp, made it to 9 and unlocked Rise to
Can he
deny.
take down Wave 3?
The TG on the Volley Bear is extremely good here, and that is going to be a huge buff to Saya's board. Onto the back line. The Kaisa does dash
Good
away quite
morning,
well, but Darthnub
Callie.
4 does not stand up. Another top 4 puts him in check next
Okay,
game.
Darthnub's in check, so as long as Saya doesn't
Aaliyah
win.
has taken
Hi,
down
true,
Bin, so it is
but-
only
Oh,
between
He made it to top 2.
Emilia,
You just
Aaliyah,
can't.
and Cien Saya on who
Oh
will
my
end
gosh.
this
Holding
tournament
the
for
right
now.
Rise.
Elia's got 4 Rise though.
That
Aaliyah.
he's holding. He's actually 4 Rise that he's
That's
holding.
crazy that
Aaliyah
Saya's
playing
over there
heads up
rolling
lane,
for these
spoiler.
Rises,
He
and
knows
Elia
what he came here to
notices,
do.
unlocks the
Chad
Rise,
Aaliyah
and then
versus
just takes
the
them all.
unstoppable
Yeah.
Demon Saya.
Yeah.
He's been playing dodgeball so well, avoiding
Oh my
defeat
God,
again
thank
and
you,
again.
Aaliyah,
But
thank
this is the
you.
hurdle. He has to pass himself. The
Ah,
TGs do
this
not
Volley
look
Bear
as
keeps
good
rolling
this
great
time.
items, though.
Braum actually taking offensive items. Is the executes enough to pull through?
Favorable TG roll on
Oh, is
that
the volley
volley
gonna
bear
go
on the
straight to
right
the
hand
Rise
side.
after
But the
this?
Malzahar and the Zoe, they're far away from the bear. Can they take down
The
this
Malzahar
front
and Zoe
line
are
before
safe,
he
though.
reaches them?
Huge stun.
Rise,
The front line
Yeah,
goes
right
down.
onto the Rise.
Traction, but there's nothing there to
The
protect
most
them
dominant
He's just a
anymore.
beast.
Saya with
Who
this
is this
one
guy?
takes Aaliyah
What the
down a peg.
hell?
Still another
Okay,
life
so
left.
I
This is
looked.
That wasn't even
incredible.
I
close,
looked at
though.
Saya's
It was not.
TFT
The
Wikipedia.
TGs are
Only
a huge,
2
huge
tournaments
thing here,
are on
and
there.
we do have a better
He
one
can
on
sell.
top.
Only 2 tournaments
and
on
Oh,
the
Galio
wow.
in shop.
Selling
started
this would be
Playing
8 gold.
competitively this year, I think.
Galio 2. Does
He's
he
a
have a
beast.
remover for the TG?
Yeah.
That's another huge
Sold
spike.
Kennen, get Galio too.
Doesn't look like it.
The battle of the droughts. Amiya has not won since set 3, and now all the hopes are in Aaliyah, where Cien hasn't won since set 7, and Saya is looking to set history here in game 4.
Playing in front of his fellow countrymen there in Guangzhou. Everybody's looking to Zaya to bring honor and glory back to their region, bring the crown back home, is what they have been saying. Can he
Galio's
do
down.
it as the front line on Aaliyah's board drops lower and lower, has taken down
Bear.
the Leona already.
Oh my
Rise in the back
gosh.
line, tries to keep going, but the Malzahar
And
and
it's
the
enough.
Zoe are still
Aaliyah's done
alive.
it.
And Aaliyah!
Yes.
God.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, he
Will
saved
keep
against
winning.
Saya.
Game 5
Saya's
to
like,
come.
damn, another
Aaliyah
second.
saves the whole tournament. The hopes
Saved.
of everyone in this tournament and ending in just 4 games. What an incredible game from Saya. So incredibly close.
And that really came down to a lot of the TGs. This time, no tank items on the Volley Bear.
I
The
can't.
Galio drop point was
Your
actually a little
insanity.
bit off. Went straight
I
into the left
can't.
side, died immediately. TG
This
rolls,
scoreline
hopes
from
and dreams,
Saya
and a
is
great defense
so
by
impressive.
Aaliyah. to keep this
Ridiculous.
tournament going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The heads up
Yeah.
play to realize he's looking for this rise, unlocking the rise himself.
And
even
Aaliyah,
though this
really,
comp
I was
doesn't
super scared.
necessarily
I was
play
super scared
into
in the middle of the
unlocking that.
game.
He
You know, they
doesn't.
were
Takes
playing.
4
They were
copies
they
out
were
of the
expressing a
pool
lot of
before Zaya even
emotion.
stands a
What could have
chance
been
to get
a
there.
distracting
The
position,
only way
but
to
really
stop
locked
this
in
man,
for
and he
the
has
latter
yet
half
taken
of that
another
game,
top 2.
and was able to
And that's what
defend
makes these
the
players
entire
the best
lobby.
in the world. Aaliyah knew
Defend the
exactly
entire
what the winning
game.
condition was, and he denied
Yeah.
it.
and move us
Rise
into
2
another
would
game,
have won that
into
fight,
an additional
and
game.
did win the fight before, just on
No
Rise 1. If he would have
no
hit that, it
four-game
would have
win
been all over.
here.
And instead, we're playing more TFT.
Not
and more
today.
players now have the chance to take the Tactician's crown for themselves.
So many more players in check. It's no longer a 1v7 game. Everyone is looking after their own game plan coming into the next round.
Honestly, I don't know if you can feel it at home, but hearts pounding through the chest here as
Oh,
we
yeah.
were so close to
You
maybe
don't say.
crown Rev another
Oh,
winner.
yeah.
And the field has swung wide open now.
If I would have
with
won, there
more
would have been a
players in
three-way
it.
tie
Mori
for
at
second.
least is going to be on the cusp there to try and
Gross.
get this win in. It is going to continue to be amazing. We've been seeing
I do
just
wanna see the
top-notch S
scores.
plus tier TFT here at the Lorne Legends Tactician's Crown, and we will keep it going. We'll be right back after this
right
short
back.
break. Stay tuned.
Okay. Sounds good, sounds good. I'll run a 3 here because they're probably gonna run a 3.
Yeah.
But Callie,
me.
welcome back. I hope you had a good breakfast. I'll see you on the other side of this ad.
Darthnub just said we will be exiting the Bane domain. It's time. Made its way to check. Playing some ethical Bane.
Some ethical vein.
God, Elliot got his first lunch money cash out in stage 4.
Oh no.
He won.
Four players in check going into game 5. Let's freaking go.
We'll feel bad if Saya doesn't win, but
I won't. Should
Yeah.
have been better.
Dang.
he set the record for most points at Worlds.
Mhm.
What is he at? 10 top 2s in a row now? Is it 10? 11?
It has to be 10 because it was
Yeah.
7 after game 2, I think.
Like, I feel like that's a deserved win, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he already earned the win, but he's 8 points ahead of second in 4 games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite. They'll have to reach 20.
He's averaging a whole 2 placements above second.
Jesus.
So yeah, Dasik with a first would be in check. But yeah.
It is heating up here in the grand finals of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends, where we have new challengers entering into the arena to see if they can snatch the Tactician's Crown away. I'm Nekra, and I'm going to be joined by CLE and Panda to bring us through these next couple of games. And guys, I gotta say, I thought it was over. I was like, okay, pack it up. Like, let's get this ready to go. Saya's got the trophy. That's it. And then Aaliyah with an amazing defensive play to steal it all away.
I mean, we did think it was over. We were all preparing. We were like, all right, get ready for the end of this. It's a really quick day, but now settle back in. Now, well, I'm not going to spoil the scoreboard. Now a few more players are ready to try and take that crown.
And Aaliyah, I think we've seen how emotional he is as a player. He has to be supercharged now for these next 2 games. Imagine having the weight of the entire tournament on your shoulders, every single tournament player, watching your point of view, seeing if you can continue this tournament to at least a game 5. And Aaliyah clutches it up when it mattered most. Off of that, I think very fortunate 3-3 to remember. So just everything worked out in his favor.
Wow, we see the replay come through. That is a Leona and a Malzahar. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Hits that almost immediately, as well as another Leona. This definitely set up what was to be a great comeback.
It was so cool because this was after we had watched over on the sidelines.
The thing is, I want to open my Red Bull right now. But if the tournament ends,
really
then
not going his way, and then
you don't want to have drank it because you're going to be able to go to bed.
The real master left, I think, was finding that Rise unlock. Being able to make it to 9 in the first place with Leona Malzahar, it's just a very hard thing to do. You need so much econ to get there. Just barely made it right before there was even that chance for a Rise 2 from Saya. So he just played, I think, a beautiful game of TFT. He did everything he had to do right and played into some high rolls to find success.
But he
Aaliyah
lost
looks
the second to
like
last
that
fight.
person
This is
to
where
me.
we said, I think maybe it's just good for Aaliyah. He's destined to get second place in this game. Saya found the upgrade to the Galio 2, and we thought maybe that would have been the power spike to just keep it over the edge. But then, a surprise, surprise, a little bit of a positioning difference, and Aaliyah takes it.
It shows how much skill is involved in a game like TFT. Obviously, there is some luck involved. Getting 3-3 is Aaliyah absolutely pumped up because he knows that not only is this his only second win of the tournament, it came at the most important time.
We were joking because he said as one of his fun facts that he was going to buy a new bed frame for the Tactician's Crown since he made it. But maybe he would have needed to buy a 4th one because he's had a day today.
Just go for the discount, order like a pack of 5, and just have it ready to go for this set and the next one as well.
Oh man, absolutely crazy story about Aaliyah and just a crazy performance on top of it. I'm so excited for this next game.
Let's take a look at the standings to take stock before we enter into game number 5. We now have half of the lobby on check. EMEA is unfortunately
it's definitely
missing
not him, but I found
in the regional lineup, but we've got 1 player from the Americas, 2 from CN, and 1 from APAC.
EMEA is playing the content plan. Now we're going to take turns winning all these next few games and bring it all the way to 8 games total. But let's take a look at Saya's scoreline right now, despite not winning this last game. He has only placed 1st or 2nd for, I think it's 10 games now of TFT, which is insane in maybe, you know, a tier 2 cup. It's insane in regionals maybe, but at the TAC round stage, including a grand finals, we have never witnessed this level of dominance.
I also want to call out Darth Nub, who has just played some really consistent TFT. Obviously, hitting Juggernaut on Garen seems to be his recipe, but it is really working out for him, able to get him now on that check for Game 5. And this is really where we start to see a lot of it change, because now not so many people can just grief people. You just have to play your game plan, and a lot more things open up.
What you're talking about, though, is something that has been recognized by a lot of
I do find it likely that it's going to be the last game.
Condition is going to be getting some type of emblem onto the Garen. We're going to see a
50-50.
lot of our competitors opt into maybe some of those variance picks so that they might
Either does or doesn't.
that way.
We've been saw players adapting. Revan, a player who we saw playing a lot of reroll yesterday, a lot of Darius reroll, had a spot to play it, instead pushed levels. A valiant effort, didn't quite work out. I think overall the Fast 9 AD line has not performed at a high level in the stats this entire tournament. He tried to make it work, couldn't quite get those right items, couldn't get the Kindred 2 at the end as well. But I like to see Revan at least getting out of his comfort zone, realizing he has to adapt to what the lobby looks like. He can't just force a single comp every game or force a single reroll type line every single game.
A player I'm looking out for a big comeback, exactly when they would need it, would be Dasic. A first place would put him in check. And, you know, you're saying the EMEA player's going to take turns going for those first places. I think it's Dasic time. We need to get that first place in this game, and so why not just play for it and flip the game?
Coin flippy.
Hey.
Gotta go heads like 4 times in a row, but if that happens, no?
I'm a believer. I've also been very impressed with Lee Sao. I think he's played kind of not the riskiest of games, but he's consistently made it to these very, very strong boards as well. Ending, I think CN as a whole today, Sai is obviously the highlight, but they have been very dominant, almost always in that top 5 position, really racking up the points.
I was gonna say,
and
is it okay time to review pick'ems?
Don't band together, obviously, but how they really
I don't think so yet.
Sticking to the plan.
Target on Saya's back.
Yeah.
He seemed
Stick to the
ungriefable
plan
in his
of-
last game until Aaliyah
Can't
got
go this
those
far.
For example, I think Saya is playing a
true.
similar style we saw from Tidal back when he won in set 9, where he is very just hard to grief because his game plan is so wide until he really locks in on stage 4 into a specific line. So I want to see how that intermix happens in this game 5, how players start to try and grief him.
I wonder if some of that comes down to, do you just try to push the tempo even further? Sai on a couple of occasions now has actually picked things like explosive growth, played around some of those early forecasts that he's hit, taking them out of the pool and allowing them to give him some direction so that people go, okay, well, I have to play catch up, but you don't want to have to play reactively like that.
This last game, I will say, on stage 4, Binbin, Revan, and Aaliyah were all on 5+
definitely
win streak playing
put some
3
other
plus reroll.
players in some
Saya faced them
uncomfortable
back to back to back,
positions.
losing every single one of those fights.
Yeah.
Is why he came down to that very low HP threshold
My
at the end.
God,
He
how
still
many
puts up
times
like
did
an
we
anime
see
hero and would manage to win
darts
all those stage 5 fights to
guaranteed
push that 1v1 at the end against Aaliyah.
contested?
But that's part of the plan, right? If you think Saya
Just because
Oh,
it was
has to
yeah.
better
play
with
high cap,
better
has to
with
play
other
for first, has to
lines.
play a greedy
like,
playstyle,
yeah.
you have to tax him in stage 4. Make sure he cannot get there with a lot
Okay,
of
we're
HP
still
and gold.
dancing. We're doing
One
all
thing I want to call
right.
out, Leona Zoe,
Revan.
that
Oh, yeah.
composition, so far this tournament's been played 26 times.
Oh
it's top
gosh,
forward
this might be dark,
61.5%
Aaliyah.
of
Look
the
at the
times.
hood
You know how
comes
many
out.
times it's won? Only one other time is that competition won.
Dark
and so it
Aaliyah.
is absolute cinema
Trust
that
no
Aaliyah was
one.
able to pull it off.
Not-
As you can see
not
on our screen,
even.
we're missing our favorite Spanish streamer here. Revan's just not in his chair at the moment, but as soon as he gets back, we'll be ready to roll.
He does some pull-ups between games, so most
Yeah.
likely getting the blood flowing, making sure he's locked in and out of the conversions.
Our players are so healthy. Darth is doing
Spoiler,
steps,
but we got
Revan is
Scuttle
doing
Puddle.
pull-ups. Aaliyah.
Okay, I also like to see
I say
that.
like Aaliyah is also, you know, he gets
Just
locked
like
in,
give
he
give
gets,
them
like,
the
you know, some big
resources and see
flexes.
what happens.
Aaliyah is Darth Aaliyah now. He's transforming.
Oh,
He's
they
hoping
said
to
it.
get the same type of
Panda's a
good
bit
fortune that
Panda,
Darth has had
same
so far
wavelength.
throughout this game. But these are the big players. 21 points
One
apiece for
brain
Darth
cell.
Nub, Mori, and Lee Sao as they join Saya at the check mark position. If they can get a first place here, they will win the Tactician's crown for Lore and Legends and join a very elite group of tacticians that can say that they have done this. And let's see her dance. It is the
Alright.
Rift Herald.
Oh man, these caps are gonna be insane this game. We have so many extra resources coming through from Scuttle Puddle being our encounter. Panda, are you making 20 gold this game?
I'm making more than 20 gold ideally,
Yeah?
if I have the option to do it. We've seen some pretty big records sometimes with certain augments on 2-1 with the Scuttle Puddle start. The biggest thing to look out for me, there are many times coming into stage 4
And the other
that you are
thing is,
quite
I'm
rich,
just
but
already
not
so
quite rich
excited.
enough
I don't think
to push
I
for
don't
a
think I
fast 9
need
game
the
plan.
caffeine right
Scuttle
now.
Puddle is that little bit extra you need to pair with like a gold econ augment, for example, to be able to bypass stage 4 altogether and play for the really strong fast 9 boards consistently. Things like trying to get that rise to that Saya was missing last game. I'm sure he would hit it when he has the extra gold in Scuttle Puddle, for example. So it's going to be much harder to stop Saya from actually reaching 9.
We did get word from production that the Ionia of this game is Path of the Transcendent, so one of the best for reroll, specifically on that RA. Not something we've seen too much this tournament, especially on broadcast. I don't think we have gotten Path of the Transcendent specifically when it, you know, on stream. Where we can see that reroll. Seeing a lot of our players make a goal. We can take a look at the right side of our screen to see who makes 10 specifically.
yeah.
It's very, very important here. Aaliyah does do so. Revan does do so.
And one augment to look out for if we do have prismatic augment starts, an augment that really benefits from extra gold is level up. You can play also a high tempo econ game with level up compared to other prismatic econ augments where you're not really trying to open for it. Instead, you're trying to push for very efficient levels while also making a lot of econ, having a chance to make it to 9. And gold translates to so much more value on Scuttle Puddle with level up in particular.
Any of those augments that are going to enable you to actually
Yeah,
get to
definitely
those higher
excited for the
caps.
augments
I think
here.
we're definitely looking out for the XP and the
Oh,
gold
just-
generating augments.
If it's gonna
But
be
there
the
are
last
also other
game, just
ways
make
that you
it
can
such a
play
good
to
last
reach
game.
those higher heights. That's going to be maybe around items, maybe around having the artifacts from something like Malala's Remix Rumble win. They're forged in strength. But let's see if we do actually get something like a prismatic to start.
Gold.
Just gold? Nothing too crazy, but there are still significant amount of these that can shape it, like Mori picking up savings account.
Yeah, you can get the threshold for the extra interest much earlier, so you have a way easier time getting the proc off, even before 3-7 ideally. Spreading roots is also one of the big pickups that some players might be going for with the gold augment start. Will be late game scaling for Saya, so he does find a way to pair a gold econ augment with that potential level 9 power, with making it to 9 with more consistency, having the Scuttle Puddle resources. So already a scary game plan is being formulated here by Saya with that pickup.
Bin with a Rek'Sai too?
We were being told by our producer
Warpath.
that he's pinging that he's going to be going Ionia possibly. He does already have a lot of those units, but this Rek'Sai is the biggest terror on stage 2.
And Vimpin's on 16 points. He doesn't have to take a huge risk, but I think he knows what is one way to stop this tournament from ending by winning this game myself. And Warpath is one of those very risky augments. If you manage to ride that tempo wave, if you stay ahead of the rest of the lobby, win all these fights in stage 2 and 3, you can get a cash out so early on and just snowball your lead.
Rek'Sai is one of the best champions to be able to do that. This is going to be a pretty easy victory for Bin just to start to stack that up. We've got late game scaling for Saya, Darthnub taking Stars Are Born, maybe waiting for some really good champions to show up so that you can actually get those big upgrades.
I really like this choice from Saya. Taking the late game scaling is not only econ, getting a couple XP every round, but also combat in the late game, specifically playing around those 5 costs that obviously we have seen that Saya can pull off that strategy even in the highest of moments, and with the extra gold, having a little bit more of that guarantee to get there will be great. Darthnub is playing around Bilgewater, and this is one of those compositions we look at and we say, hey, we can flip games with this one, we can win games, but we also can very easily go 8.
It's a line he played a bit yesterday as well. It's one of those lines that he found to play for just a fast line, a high cap playstyle was what he was really famous for in days 1 and 2. And I think he won a game actually with Bilgewater, so he must be fairly comfortable on this line in terms of now that he's in check and he has to win a game. This is one of those ways to get there. As long as you have good enough tempo in stage 3 and 4, you can make it to Tahm Kench 2 in particular, and that Tahm Kench can scale you extra resources. That's where you become a very scary player coming to stage 5.
Going to be full open forts for Aaliyah and for Revan. Revan has some very interesting game plans over the course of today. He has evolved to be beyond just the Noxus reroll, but he has the Bard unlocked, so I can't wait to see where he takes this.
Bard, but also Yasuo 2 plus the Ionia package. So now he can go for that Ionia, and he has the lesser duplicators alongside that. So the setup for it is probably the best in the lobby if he's able to possibly bully everyone else off this line.
Doesn't really have the AP items just yet for the Ahri. Eventually wants to make use of these duplicators, of course, but we'll have at the very least some 80s-centric items for the eventual Yone on 3-5. A little bit out of Revan's wheelhouse, but still a 3-cost reroll. I think he wanted to play this a bit yesterday as well, so should be pretty happy with the spot. And for Mori, for both the savings accounts player, the big thing to consider is that they're going to have very low tempo, but when they both get their gold procs, they're going to have massive spikes on 4-1, in this case maybe even earlier, considering the Scuttle Puddle gold in particular.
No Draven, so we will not see players get the unit that they're looking for. If we look at the bottom of our screen, we can see a picture of the whole entire lobby. Dasik obviously really getting as much gold as possible, but I'm very curious about Aaliyah specifically. Playing prep is not an augment we see very often, but is very much reroll centric. And so I bet he's trying to find that uncontested line and claim it for himself.
Make says that he wants to go for Noxus.
Okay.
That is going to be interesting to see whether or not he can pull that off. Mori has unlocked the LeBlanc already, so maybe that's something that Mori is also angling towards. But Aaliyah is starting to prep the Draven and a Scion too.
Makes a lot of sense here. We're going to sack all of stage 2, use it as a prep stage, and then come in stage 3 and take over. This is where a comp like Darius really comes up in a big way. It's really hard to beat a Darius 2 in stage 3. You just don't have enough to fight through that DPS check.
I hear a lot of pings. Also, I'm very curious what people are... It sounded like the on the way ping. Don't ask me how I know that. But it is one that is coming through quite often. Wow, Bin's board is insane. We have multiple 2-cost upgrades and a good trait web to go alongside it, and so he will be doing lots of damage and getting this Warpath scale as quick as possible.
It's coming together. I mean, that's a pretty big hit for Aaliyah to take, and I think that's something that is also going to be really important for our players to keep in mind. You might be lost streaking, so you can actually get the econ, but you also don't want to be taking too much damage. That could put you in a really difficult position later.
That was so close.
That was
Saya,
a very close fight.
Continuing that win streak.
Really smart from Bin to pick Warpath in Scuttle Puddle. I think he's going to have the extra gold to push levels much earlier and have that extra unit of damage to get the Warpath proc a little bit earlier. And he also assumes that some players will pick up things like savings account, kind of double dip on the econ to try and push levels level 8 to 9. And he's going to have a lot of free wins in stage 2 and 3 to try and get all that player damage through.
Saya going for the streak. Bin did take a loss. I'm not sure.
Wow, level 6 from Saya on 2-6 to try and guarantee the 5 streak as well as just have the dominance of this lobby coming into the starter stage 3. Faces Dasik, who isn't really playing
not playing
kind of tempo play right
not
now.
playing Wukong is crazy.
Yeah.
Ty is so lucky that he wasn't going to run into Bin.
It looks like Darth Nub did take a quick win as well.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody 5 streak so many times.
They played around with the Bilgewater specifically, and so 5 win streak and 2 5 loss across the lobby, both at 69 HP. And so more resources are on the way because of our encounter this game.
All the prep stacks now for Aaliyah, getting the Draven in. And then for Revan, I mean, what are you gonna do? I guess you could still go Ionia, but you kind of want to make sure that you have the items for it too. Hoping maybe another sword gets dropped from the crabs.
Would love a Nashers for the Ahri. With the other 2 hitters, I think he's going to be centering more on the Ahri 3 more than the Yone. We've seen a lot of CN players kind of skip the reroll angle and just play for Ionia.
There's like some
instead.
I can't
but
tell
with
if
the
it's
duplicator pickup, I assume
black
aimed at a
flash
Darius.
of
Now
the
he kind of has to
entire
play for the RE3 instead.
gameplay,
And he's going to have a lot of gold to work
just
with. I
the
think he can push 7
overlay.
on 3-1 if he wants, but
I
most likely
don't
3-2
think that's
to have
on
an early
me.
Yone unlock.
I didn't see it, but I'm jumping across streams, so I might have missed.
Stabilize this board even more. Saves account
It's
does
like
raise your
super,
interest
like you
threshold to 70,
don't even
so
notice it.
we're
I
able
just
to
barely
sit above
noticed that
60 because Desire. Also having this
the
Ambassador
text
and bench
flickers.
does open up a lot of options into the late game.
I was gonna say I've not been
Very
seeing anything
curious
either.
what Saya is going to do with his game plan. He has a win streak. He's right now holding a lot of units to play towards Demacia, but both savings accounts players, they are most likely playing into Demacia. They're going to have a lot more gold to work with as well. Lisa was also holding kind of Demacia-esque units, so it would be quite hard for Saya to break through and play a 4-way contested Demacia in terms of the Garen upgrade. In this exact position in game 1, Saya pivoted into more of a Mel flex, and I think he's been quite happy to play uncontested, so I assume he will try and pivot out of Demacia altogether coming to stage 4.
Or just hit.
Or just hit.
hit.
That does seem to be the actual thing that Sai has been doing the whole tournament, because it does take a good game plan and, you know, a little bit of luck with your shots to make it happen. But the 3-2 augment here will be huge, especially being exploited onto our Scuttle Puddle.
Prismatics.
Prismatic augment. Wow, that was
Goes for indecision. Really interesting.
Indecision.
On a 6 win streak, so not gonna be able to get any power from the Prismatic. Most likely should lose the win
Full
streak.
streak took indecision with
Big win
Prismatic. It's kind of
condition
crazy.
unlocked for Darth Nub. He has gotten win out. He'll be looking to go to level 9 and then straight to 10, and I imagine for that Baron Nashor.
Wait, Darth Nub pivot.
Now, so it would be
Pivot Void.
but not impossible.
He took win out.
Return of the Baron.
He has 0 Void units though.
Return
I
of the
also
Baron.
can't you just like play
I mean, if
Bilgewater
that was
into a
if that's what
point
he
where
prepped too,
you just get a bunch of
like he said in
legendaries
his little
The problem is if you're
player
just pushing
card.
for
Yeah.
yourself, going to 10 and having 10 rolls is not.
He
gonna
has
give you
the items
ability
for
to
it. He
have
just has
all the
literally
combo
0
whereas the Baron,
Void die.
just the Baron himself as a 1-star does offer you a few rounds of a lot of stability on 4-3 or 4-5.
do also see Prismatic Ticket
Oh,
coming through for
Dasic
two of our
unlucky.
players, Bin and Mori, both playing around that. Bin has been the one player that has been pinging and staking their claim on the Ari reroll this game, and so taking that augment will definitely give them the opportunity to play probably whatever they want, and with these items, it's probably going to be that Ari.
So there's a team-up approach here in terms of how these players will try and stop some of the players in check. Some of these rerollers like Aaliyah, like Revan, and like Mori, they will try
He's going Baron.
and just play for very high
Yeah.
tempo damage
Yeah.
3-star stage
He's
4
doing
and
it.
tax anyone
Let's
that's trying to greed
go.
and not roll at all on level 8 and try and go directly to 9. What we saw with Saya in the last game, for example.
But it's also so tempting because you have this nice little looking front line.
I will say I am still pretty Lissandra already out for Saya also.
Quite a few players
Oh
that actually
gosh.
do have the Ionia units on their board. Maybe you don't want to actually play the Ari.
I think it's possible. We do have the Splittering Spines being a good secondary option other than Leech and Nucleus for Void, specifically in that reroll. For Revan, though, now he's stuck in a hard spot, and it really does depend on what these rerollers do. And I think he's aiming not for a reroll here in this stage of the game, and could be. I have no idea where he's going to end up.
He just pushed 7 early for the unlock on Yone for this next turn on 3-5, and then that I assume will be a big roll down, both for the Ari 2, both for the Yone 2, ideally, if he really high rolls, which then is actually a very good item on this Yone as well, because he is a very unique.
I mean, he took Indecision, so I feel like that was expected.
Some AP scaling as well, so the Wits End
That
will
is
be quite
true.
valuable.
That's why I thought it was crazy
Saya
he took
and Dasic
Indecision.
are going to be able to pick another augment in just a couple of turns, so we will have to keep our eyes on what they decide to go for. Dasic with the savings account, I mean, there are definitely some ways that he could take this. Similarly with Saya, maybe he just said, I really want to have some econ here, get some scaling in, so it can pair nicely with the late game scaling.
The Nasher for Revan here off of the belt pickup. He, I assume, will go for a big roll down. Dasic and Mori will probably roll down on 3-7, and we'll see which one of them can find the Demacia frontline before the other.
Yone on board. Ornn also found, which is a great way to scale into the late game. We have a pair of Yones now for Revan.
Where are the Aries?
We're missing the key unit. That's going to be a carry in the back line. Swain is a great addition as well.
Pretty nice pair.
I don't know how Revan
Wow.
always does it. He always hits Swain 2 before any other 3-cost upgrade. So many games we've seen him playing Darius, he hits the Swain 2 before the Darius 2. I am very confused at his unique type of luck.
Wow, what a big hit.
No Ari, though, not even a single copy, is pretty tragic for the game plan he has to play. He has 1 copy here.
Yeah, we got 1. I'm curious if our plan now is, hey, we didn't hit Aries, obviously. Do we just double duplicate this thing and try to play for 9?
I think so. Because I feel like at this point, you don't really have a lot of gold to actually finish
And
the roll
Darthnub's
for.
winning.
So I would personally rather see
And
Revan
Saya,
save it
yep,
and try to get to level 8, level 9.
Had he found a Yone 2 on this roll, I think that would be
where did we
guaranteed,
last
and you
leave
have a chance to fit
Mori?
in the Ornn. Sold off the Ornn there, so that indicates that I think maybe he will continue opting to roll here. But I think it's a tough decision. He's torn between this exact situation in his game where it's not as clear as we would have expected.
Oh.
Win out being another option for Dasic. With the amount of gold in this lobby,
It's pretty good.
Coronation's a safe choice here.
But Dasic needs safe. You know, that's kind of the thing. Oh, Sweet Treats, I guess, is also pretty good.
Dasic
But
also
he has 12
needs
points.
to
He just
go
needs to
first or he won't be in
Saya
check.
gets Tiniest Titan, gonna have more gold and more HP to work with. So no matter how many players tax him in stage 4, we already know he's going fast 9. Wow, late game scaling into Indecision, into Tiniest. A lot of extra gold and Scuttle Puddle as well. So, I mean, resources is certainly not going to be the problem here for Saya.
There is definitely a reason they have top 2'd 10 games in a row at the Tactician's Crown, and it's because they know how to get to this late game and then play around it once they get there. And the thing that they've done with their augments this game is basically guarantee that they will get to those high cap boards. Mori has 100 gold, by the way.
Yeah.
That's the savings account, I think.
We'll see the roll down.
When does he hit 10? Can he do it on 4-2?
Demacia. Dasic could consider just
I mean,
waiting here, staying on 70, getting that greedy 70
I don't-
just for 1 more round, and then really pushing it on 4-1. Mori seems to be doing the same. They're trying to really get the maximum value.
It's not
here.
worth it to
And
go a
Mori
third
also has
econ,
a
right?
dramatic
For
ticket, so
Darthnub.
potentially a 3-star 4 cost
Just to hit
could
10
be the
sooner.
way
Like, I
he
feel like
tries
you
to
need
seal
1
the deal in
combat
this game
arc.
5.
Yeah, but what is the uncontested line here for Mori? We're gonna have to find out because so many people.
Because he's already not far
off.
off.
Yeah, but
he's
I
healthy.
had it unlocked yet, so this is. Oh man.
Listen, it's gonna be the
Yeah, and he
random
has to be
MF3 that
aware
no one
too.
is playing.
Oh, Skarner
3, we already have 2.
Yeah, they're the other crown
Totally.
champions.
Basic hit Lissandra
Yeah,
too
like he's
already.
level-
The roll down
he's
commencing
level 840.
On both sides, the Braum 2 as well for Dasic will provide a solid front line.
And Mori's gonna hold every single forecast he thinks will not be played. Really just trying to go for a 3-star forecast right out of the gate, ignoring any kind of traditional TFT game plan in the process.
He'll play anything, right?
Yep.
I mean, Yunara is also a pretty good one to consider. A lot of people have been allergic to her, even if they are playing Ionia.
I think Revan will find a spot for Yunara on his board if that means he can stop Mori from going for the 3-star.
Binbin and Revan are contesting. They're kind
I
of
feel like,
trolling.
though, when we look at some of these gold totals, I mean, Li Sao is also a person
Because they're not contesting each other and not
No,
in
they are
check.
contesting each other, and neither are in check.
Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of
Across the
trolling.
lobby, Darth Nub looking like maybe he has his streak snapped as well, but 2 other players now on fire, so we'll wait for our scoreboard to update.
I'd be pissed if I was Revan, because like you have to give way to it on Revan, who's like at 8
Closer.
points.
Or yeah.
Like Binbin, you have to go up because Revan has nothing to lose.
Gilded
Yeah.
Steel being a very, very popular for so many.
Once again, 3 threes for Aaliyah. This time he does not high roll any of those Noxus units. It's the GP, the Ari. Doesn't sell the Ari knowing that potentially Revan is trying to look for these copies. Will wait until the very end.
Alicia?
He can make his odds of his rolling a little bit better as well by holding them.
Could sell Emilio, though.
Darth Nub also found Spirit Link. So playing around low HP.
Darth Nub got
going to
Spirit
level
Link,
9,
that's
then level 10.
really
I'm
good.
so curious what he's holding on his board. We do have a Rift Herald. We have lots of the Void units unlocked. He is playing that game plan that we saw win the Paris Open earlier, actually late last year, and now
Yeah.
hoping to win the Tactician's crown.
Late last year.
I feel like he's just right after Carousel.
Other side,
Yeah, I
Binbin
think
has
so.
held onto those units for a while with that early Rek'Sai and Cho'Gath. So you already
Yes.
have the Rift Herald 2. Very good front
There's
line
Rift
for
Herald
Binbin
2
to be
on the
able to
other
use to
side.
actually try to transition through this middle part of the game. You can see how much
Does he have all the
damage it's
voids?
done
He
for
does,
this
right?
Kai'Sa in the back.
He's missing
Any fight that
Bel'Veth.
Darth Nub can win on his
Yeah,
way
he's
to
missing
try and push
Bel'Veth.
for level 10 is absolutely massive. Very similarly for Saya, who's trying to push level 9, has picked up the Darkened Staff as his final item on the Lissandra for now. It's expected that both Darth Nub and Saya
Oh,
will
Bel'Veth,
lose all
he
their
hit
fight
it.
in stage 4.
Okay.
But any win is really good news for the game that they're trying to play.
Yeah, he has all the
Also have
units, so he
Bel'Veth
just has
in
to
their
hit
shop,
10,
was
which
the
I'm
Void
sure he'll
unit they were
go
missing.
next turn.
So once they get to that level 9 and level 10, you need to have all those.
He'll be
units
0
in order
gold
to
though
unlock Baron.
if he goes
And I
next
do-
turn, but I think it's
I
worth
hope
it.
personally that he has all of the voids needed because, you know, I think I've done that a couple times. Got a 10 and be like, oh, Baron's here. And I don't have that Rek'Sai that I needed, you know? It's fine. I'm sure somebody in chat
Yeah,
relates.
especially if his next few fights
He's just
look
holding all the forecasts possible. He's
okay.
on 4 copies of Seraphine, 4 of the Skarner as
And I
well for
think
now on the Ambessa. No, wait, sorry.
definitely worth it.
Yeah, 4 Luxes, so just 4 of everything essentially.
Well, I mean, at some point, your odds are going to increase, right? If you're holding 4 costs out of the pool, also holding them from other people. If there are people that actually want to try to go for the Lux Demacia game plan as a transition.
Check out Lisa.
I also
after
think
this
it's so
carousel.
funny
He's sitting
that
on 80
maybe the
gold.
rest
He
of the
has
lobby's
picked up
conditioned, like I guess
Econ,
Darth Nub,
Econ,
this
Econ. He's
Demacia
pushing
player.
9 on 4,
So you
5
ignore
because
him
he's
in
currently
this
sitting
game,
at
and then
what
it's like,
could be
oh,
1 life. Even in
he's
stage
actually
4,
playing
has the benefit
Void.
of picking up the first
Yeah,
5
I mean, I
copies
think
of
most
the
people
game
know
for
though
the
that
game.
like
He's
once
playing
he's in
the
check, he's probably
right
not going
now.
to, because like it's a solid
that's
top
where
4
the
comp,
three
but
would like
it's
to see
hard
the
to win
Luxes.
out.
He has 1
I think
Lux,
most
1
would expect
Garen.
that.
I think this Lux
Once
might be sold the moment he starts rolling down here. He's going to have a lot of gold to work with all the invested rolls, explosive growth as well, getting him closer to 9.
That's true.
It's a do or die
Right,
moment
hopefully
for
they show
Lee Sao.
Darth
He
Nub
is
to see if he
playing
goes
a
10.
textbook 1st or 8th playstyle.
Yeah.
I feel like he has to.
He is
He's gonna be too low
stabilized here and
HP,
rises
but kind of
to the
sucks he
top
won't
of
have the
the 18
gold.
totals throughout the next few
But every
fights.
time I see someone go
Or he
10,
might
they
even
get
go
double
out,
Baron.
either in this fight or the next.
The roll down will commence. We have 19 free rerolls
Yep.
to work with. We'll hit a couple upgrades right now.
He had Bilgewater just
Going
enough,
down
got a
deep, we can get that
duplicator, an
Baron,
extra 3
possibly unlock
gold.
Silas as soon as possible.
Okay.
Galio paired now as well. Prom upgraded. So the front line looking good for now. We just need to find some
3-star
back line.
Ari for
The test
Binbin.
here is rolling just
3-star
enough to
LeBlanc
win
for
this next
Elia.
round, but
Lots
Also
of
saving
rolling
gold to be
happening
able to play
here.
around a
2-star
eventual
Garen also
rise,
for Li
which is the
Xiao.
cap of this Galio
Hopefully
comp.
that will let them stabilize.
Silhouette's one.
Wow, Darth hit
Hit
10.
here. Okay, we do Leeching Nucleus on it as well, so it's going to be very hard to take it down. But the problem is, we have no upgrades on this board, period. And so we are level 10. We have Spirit Link to work with, so if we take another loss, we'll just heal a bit more. But for Darth, we have 31 HP. That is 2 or 3 lives heading into stage 5. And this Baron on stage 4.
Can't believe he hit one out.
A very important fight there to face Saya. The moment he has spiked, he is no longer just this free win that anyone can pick up. So really, really good news for Darthnub there.
Minvid did hit that RA3, which is exactly why they were able to beat Li Xiao's board, who now has Rise unlocked, 1 HP and a Dream, and a roll down to hopefully secure himself a strong enough board to put himself in contention to take the crown.
That's a pair. There's a Galio too. Oh my goodness.
Like that.
If he can find the Rise 2 here, he can potentially become the strongest player in the lobby right now. He is really walking the finest of lines possible. We have to remember, no matter how strong his board looks, he's picked up triple econ, so he has no extra combat power helping him win those late game fights. And he's facing the Baron, the worst matchup possible potentially. We'll see if the Baron can actually win out here and knock out Li Xiao in the process.
We do have the Rift Herald 2 now, so a single upgrade coming through for Darth, and it will be the Baron now diving into the middle of the team.
Baron moved into a bad spot.
Shooting those spines out, but the backline is untouched, and the Baron falls down.
That's
to the
so
Rise,
unfortunate.
So it will be another life left.
Li Xiao gets 2 turns to roll for a Rise.
Dies before the Rift Herald. You know the fight has not gone in your favor. Sometimes the burrowing for the Baron a little bit too aggressive in the middle stages of these fights.
Another PvE round to inject more resources into these players' games.
Oh, I think that might be Mori. We're hitting a lot of pings.
Is he getting closer to a 3-star forecast?
Could just be Saya's spot as well. He has now gone 9. We'll be unlocking Rise as well. So Rise will be one of the hotly contested AP units coming to this stage 5, especially from the CN players who have favored it all tournament long as the way to win these games.
I mean, it's a good game plan. So far in the tournament, it has been the best way to win a game consistently, or at least top 2. The problem is, top 2 is not going to be good enough to take the crown for yourself.
These
Rise
are
unlocks
be...
70 gold to work with in the roll down.
Wait, show Mori's board.
Yeah.
Why are they not showing Mori? His board's going insane right now.
And that is a Baron 2 for Darthnub.
Mori hit Yunara 3.
Mori is also rolling. He's on 6
we're there now.
He's on 7 Misfortunes.
He's on Yunara.
One off Yunara.
Oh my god. Is anybody holding Yunaras? He's rolling so fast.
What is he doing?
He found it.
Mori!
Yunara 3!
No one could stop him in time. The ballsy move to pick up a dramatic ticket at 3-2.
He didn't know he had a golden dupe? Why did he roll that much himself?
Win this game. And it
I guess he was like, I'm gonna use all my free rolls.
And he didn't need it.
The APM there to roll all the way down and just before the fight get the unit he needed while greeting the duplicator, knowing that he might need even more, but this fight looked way too close.
He did.
On the Yunara there. He is going for potentially another 3-star forecast. No, he just sold the Mbessa as well. So now he's going to try and assemble the strongest board possible. We have to maybe look at Yunara's power as a 3-star forecast without the...
That was kind of trolled.
Highest 3-star forecasts are not insta-wins in TFT in this set. So
these removers.
Some other very strong boards.
He needs to move the JG to Yunara. I feel like.
Transcendent. So these 3-stars.
Because Yunara has to be the crit.
It's a good point.
Min-max.
I think over.
The Nexus 3.
Maybe over Kraken.
He could get another 3-star forecast if he's lucky.
I mean, Skarner, we now have 5 copies of that. So
because I think you just like you need spell crit on Yunara.
So anyone playing around this Rise game
Wait, did he natural the Azir 2 also?
Rise 2 is going to be so incredibly hard.
There's 3 Rise players. All of them still have that 1-star Rise. Both Dasik and Saya are hoping that Li Xiao gets taken down on this turn. But Yunara is all by herself. She does have the BT, the Orchestra Omni Vamp healing, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
It needs spell crit.
Okay.
He's dead. It needed the JG, no crit.
Oh my goodness. Mori goes out in 8th with a 3-star forecast. That is insane. And Binbin, another player that was really hoping to get himself into a checkpoint, is going to end out in 7th.
It only
We
does the
could
true
still
damage, and the
have a
true
winner
damage is
in this
so
game.
high. It
They
only
did
does it
not
if
cash out
it
that
can
warpath,
crit.
that risky augment. He was one win away
So I think
from
it gets,
getting the reward.
you know, I get
He
so
didn't
much
quite
attack speed
get
from
it,
her cast, but like
now
I don't think you really
Saya has
need
the Volibear 2 that
Kraken
we know
or
is
Rageblade. You can
incredibly
drop
strong
either one. I
alongside
don't
this
know which
Rise. It
one.
is the
You
other
keep the
piece that
BT
many
just in
players
case
are
something
looking
gets
for.
on it. You want the
This is a big mirror
lifesteal.
match. Rise pair on either bench. Galio pair on either bench as well. Can Dasik take down Lee Sao? Can he make it a little bit easier for him to hit the key upgrade he needs to take over this game?
Okay, Dasik and Elia
on the other side,
need to put some
hoping
damage
for more upgrades, hoping for the best
into
Rise bounces
these
of
players.
all time. It's so hard to take it down because that D-Claw is standing so strong, but as the front line falls in the back line,
Darth
is now
Knight just
available,
needs
the
to
Rise does not target
play
the back line,
defense.
So
Yeah.
Lisa will fall out. It will be 2 of our players not being able to take the Tactician's crown this
What are
game,
the-
but just Saya and Darthnub fighting for that top spot.
Dasik, though, on an 8-win streak, is hoping that he will be able to benefit from that Rise knockout as well. He would love to be able to get that 2-star Rise, but Elia, kind of like the big winner here, with all of the 3-star upgrades that he wants. If there's any reroll composition that can keep up with the Rise, it's this one.
And we saw Dasik as well, a very similar board to Lee Sao, but Lee Sao had 3 econ augments. Dasik has the dummies coming in for the extra stuns. He has the sweet treats and the extra HP scaling as well. So overall, Dasik has played a much stronger game to make it to this Rise board.
Yep, and
Quietly,
the Rises are
Revan
back
now
in the
getting
pool
into the
now
top 5.
too.
3 losses in a row, just not quite strong enough, playing around that
Oh,
fast
boy.
9 Ionia board that we've seen have some success. Saya playing it to 2nd place last game.
Revan.
I was looking at Saya's board and I was like, oh wait, we saw the dummies, but there's like the
I
other
don't know
Rise
who
here.
Saya can fight.
So everybody's just kind of hoping now that they can upgrade those key units. I thought maybe
Oh,
someone
Set
would play
Tua
Mel.
looks
That
cool
would
out
be
here.
kind of like the other AP flex champion that we would have seen, but nobody has her yet.
Rise has proven to just be the strongest comp in the game, and understandably so. I think players don't want to take chances to get into that 1v1 at the end and still lose it despite having a Mel 2, for example. For Revan here, I'm a bit surprised to see the set 2 itemized here over the Yone. I think the Yone would be more consistent at dishing out damage in these fights, but it will be a very big loss for Revan here, unfortunately knocked out in the top 5 position.
And now it will be Amiya looking to be the saviors of the game once again. Dasik taking the loss to Aaliyah, and Darth and Saya
Oh
both
my
having great
gosh.
positions to possibly win this game. Darth's board has been continually getting upgraded throughout this. We have Volibear 2 alongside a few of these other upgrades. It is looking
Sometimes
very
items are all
scary
really
for the
good
rest of our
too.
competitors because both of our players in
Like even the
chat
Volibear.
have boards that can win the game.
That is a scary Volibear with the damage amp one adrenaline module.
Maybe a Shyvana, I guess a Fiddlesticks if you want, but it's really just those legendary units when he has the Baron 2 already.
Oh yeah, making it
Saya,
void for
key thing here
the
is to
module. That's
get that
good. I
Rise
like
2.
that.
No
Yeah,
fail yet.
so it gets a
He
bunch of
plays it
attack
off
speed,
against
and then it
the
gets the
other
damage
Rise
amps. The
4
Kraken's
as
like
well.
actually good because it can stack it up pretty good.
The Volibear so far away from Dasik's backline, and already the front line is starting to fall for Saya. We'll see if Dasik has already lost one fight. It looks like he might lose another one here as well. It's going to really even out in the HP totals. The Volibear doing so much here for Saya's board, hanging on, dishing out damage as well. And the Rise is still alive at the backline. It's going to be the final 1v1. The Wukong holds on for long enough. Dasik chipped down as well. I have to watch the players who don't have Rise unlocked right now. They should maybe try and do so on this PvE round and hold the extra copies to deny someone like Saya, who is in check, from hitting that Rise too.
I wonder if Darth was about to do
If Dartnub wins and Saya goes second again.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, we did
That's
put
what
a
I'm
bit
saying.
more
You
of a
spent
different
all
change to
your
our board. We'll be
firsts.
dropping out of more of these void upgrades. It doesn't look like we want any kind of this. We are going to unlock Skarner here using that Bramble Vest in the back line to help provide some resistance to the AD.
But yeah, definitely need to. Definitely would have tried to
optimization.
unlock the Rise here
But it's
to
still
hold.
about rolling here for Saya. He is very close to being able to upgrade something.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to unlock from that spot though, because you have to swap out like a big, like
Yeah.
the whole board.
Huge
Yeah.
upgrade. and it will be Saya
Maybe not for
versus
Darth,
Aaliyah
but for
and
Dasek
Darth
or
versus
Elia
Dasek.
if they were in better
Darth
positions to
won
do that.
TPC2 to get to his spot in the Tactician's crown. He went into the EMEA Home Cup, one of the
Silvermere
mixed competitions,
Galio,
one of the highest
interesting.
ranked competitions.
True, Darth
came
Knob did
in
get
and
here
took
by
it for
stealing an
himself,
EMEA
and now
spot,
he's hoping to do the
right?
very
From
same
Bilgewater?
thing again and take a Tactician's crown.
I think so.
Saya versus Aaliyah on
Might be
the
right,
left.
yeah.
Darth Nub facing off against Dasek on the right. It's going to be the power of the 3-cost reroll versus this Rise board, and Darth is hoping that the Void board can take down the other Rise competitor.
Yeah.
Yurish is already down. The Rise is onto Aaliyah's back, and I think that's not going to be enough. Aaliyah will be taken down here. That will be an elimination. Darth Nub also wins his fight. So it really is looking like Saya and Darth Nub are the two strongest players in this lobby right now. Both of them are in check.
Or yeah, I guess lagged out.
Matt, it's coming down to Darth Nub and Saya.
Yeah.
Saya and Darth Nub, I don't know how they get
I
any
mean, I'm
stronger
gonna be
from
really
here.
happy
Missing
either
the Rise,
way,
the key piece
right?
that Saya found before him. The Saya
Because I'm
unlock comes
super
through,
proud of
sure,
Darth
but
Nub,
is that gonna
and
be
this is
impactful
just
enough?
super
Basically trying to
impressive
get
from
any
Saya.
amount of gold to try
Yeah.
and find the Rise upgrade. He's selling off his board.
They both
but
played
he's not
incredibly
finding
well.
anything. He knows there's nothing he can do. He's on 7 HP. It's his last life. It's a losing trend with a 3-loss streak right now.
Okay, and it looks like Saya and Darth will be facing each other for real on our other fight.
Yep.
And so we'll watch this Baron to see how it fares against the Rise and the Volibear
Yeah,
on
so
the
I was a
other
little
side.
worried about the Baron
cannot
positioning
be CC'd. The
for this
Volibear does
matchup.
jump, the cast goes through, but now the Volibear
Oh, Volibear's on the back.
to the back line. The Baron casting is going to heal so much, and it's
Oh, but the
looking
Baron
like
got the
Darth
knockup.
might be able to come out on top of this one.
Really smart positioning from Darth here. We
And
noticed that
Dasek's
Saya
out.
has not been changing his Rise positioning at all throughout all of this day.
Shimano too.
Well, and
Yep,
Darth
I
is
like
placing
that. I
the
like
Rick
that.
Heralds to get most of the aggro coming in from the Rise and Lissandra, making sure that no matter what the Baron does, he does not get targeted early.
Dasek is out, meaning we will have a winner of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends at the end of the showdown. Both
my
Saya
gosh,
and
I'm
Darth
gonna
Nub have enough
cry.
HP left that they should be able to have 2 lives. So can this carousel be a difference maker to extend this into stage 7?
Even a loss
Yeah,
from Darth
so,
Nub would
yeah,
give
you
him
would
more
look
Spirit Link value
for
as well.
Playing for Spirit
Shyvana
Link value.
item
I
or,
like
or
the
probably
play, I like the
Senna,
play.
right? On
But this will
that
be a great
barrel.
preview of what is to come next fight as well. But we know from our last game that this
I think
fight
so,
does
yeah.
not decide the fate of the game. It can come down to just a little bit of positioning as the Baron's health bar stays
Volibear
strong.
didn't
It's
get onto
looking
the
like Darth
Lissandra
is
Rise.
really setting himself
Oh,
up well
but
to take
it's
a
not-
Tactician's
Shelly
crown
did.
back to the Americas.
I don't think 1 HP, right? Yeah.
Almost not
Two.
believe it that he has taken Saya down to just 2 HP. Is there anything on the carousel that's going to
I
finish,
like
extend this game?
IE.
We have full items on most of our carries. The Senna still has an item slot available. You could go for the IE. Darth Nub trying to just play defense on whatever Saya was trying to go for. He is winning these fights,
Yeah.
so you should just try and deny Saya anything, but goes for the IE in the end to itemize the last carry, the Senna,
Okay.
who could clean up these fights. If both the Volibear and the Baron go down, in the thick of it, the Senna is there to potentially clean it up if the Lucian stun comes in at the right time.
CN has not won a Tactician's Crown since set
Oh,
in
interesting.
November
We put Void on
Senna.
2022, and Darth is looking to
Oh.
spoil that and bring the crown back home to the Americas as the
Oh,
sole representative
did
in
he
the final
move
lobby.
Does Saya change the position? I think he kind of maybe
The
has to. He's
volley
lost
Where's
these
it?
2 fights
Module
pretty
to-
convincingly.
Oh, no, it's
Does
just,
swap
it's
up
4
anything.
void.
Darth
He
Nub
dropped
swaps
down to
the
4
Red Hill in
void.
the end. Has
Okay.
that been a mistake? No, the Rise swap
Because
comes
he's
through
got
from
Fiddle
Saya as
too,
well,
he's got
so
that,
Darth
he's
Nub
got a
very
Silas, he's
last
got
minute
everything.
positioning of the Rib Hill right in front of all of the enemy's DPS carries.
We'll watch the Volibear on the side of Saya, see if it can wrap to that back line, but the Baron's HP bar is holding
Oh.
strong with the amount
Volley's
of healing
getting
it does have.
targeted
The
pretty
Volibear
heavily.
is onto the back line and now wrapping around, but the volley on the side of Darth Noob taking down the Rise in the back line.
You did it.
Darth Noob
Oh my god.
be taking the Tactician's Crown back to the Americas. Congratulations, our Lore and Legends champion, Darth Noob.
Wow.
Yes.
He has been waiting for a moment like this ever
Oh
since
my
his
god,
last
he
year
done
in
did it.
What a
Yes.
beast.
He is going to end up as your
Complete
champion
beast.
of Lore and Legends. Wow, congratulations.
Playing right on the line the entire day. So many moments coming in that 8th place position in stage 4, but always clawing his way back
Let's
up
frickin'
the
go.
standings. What a performance on this day 3 from Darth Nub.
on the set so far.
That was incredible.
I want to see his cam in there. Give me his cam right now. I need it.
Yeah, well, give me the giant
So coming
smile.
into a checkmate format, we knew that Darth could perform when he needed to, and that's exactly what happened. Able to get to level 10, get that Baron 2, cap
I like
out,
that the
and win
casters
the
get
war
showered in
Legends
confetti and we don't get to see it.
He's on
Oh yeah.
Proton's interviewing him right now already.
I
I don't know if you want to like show Proton stream.
I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to.
This incredible set with another one. How phenomenal is it that we get to see this happen again?
Not just that, but the 3-2 augment pickup is literally called Win Out. He pivoted his entire game line. He was playing a build water line. He said, okay, I'm playing Void now. He found the right pieces, made it to 10 on 4-5. He had a Baron online, taxing everyone else in this lobby, lowering their cap in the process. The great positioning on every single one of those fights. 3 wins in a row against Saya to win it all in the end. Just a very clean execution from Darth Nub. When you feel so much nerves and pressure, he clutched up.
And knowing exactly what needed to happen on 4-6 getting to level 10 is unprecedented.
My board was like giga capped.
Saya was up by 7 points
You had all
though.
those legendaries. You kept
Oh
moving the void
my
up around,
God.
really good item usage. So really, I mean, how excited are you though? You've done it. You've won.
Oh, it something hasn't really.
Yeah, that makes
like,
sense.
I
Felt.
wish it was on land, right? Like, although at the same time, if it was on land, and we had to fly to Paris right after a B patch, I don't think I would be winning worlds. So.
I see. Fair enough.
But, yeah, I mean, like, it's insane. I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm not usually the type to like celebrate in the moment, but.
Did you make the Reddit thread?
Yeah, is it prepped?
Oh fuck! I need to make that later.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Reddit thread.
Yep.
Darth, you played a lot of Demacia today. That seemed to be a big core part of your strategy, just to rack up the points with Demacia. Is that circumstance, or is that by design? You're trying to like navigate your way to get those top 4s with Demacia.
I mean, I definitely felt like very, very comfortable with the entire like Demacia line, with the AP Demacia, as well as like Vayne. So it's like just a super comfort comp, and also like I felt like just my spots made a lot of sense to play for it. It is kind of like the default level 8 comp when you don't know like what you're doing and you just have to build a strong level 8 board. Like then you just play Demacia.
That makes sense. Can you talk to me about your person that you were dueling with the most for the crowd, Saya, who had actually a crazy historic performance if you really think about it.
Yeah, that guy's so fucking good. Like,
yeah.
Huh? Yeah. He just keeps winning. He keeps going second. Like, I mean, I was ready to like just call it game 4, right? Like he had his full rise board. I was like, all right, well, am I getting a second or a third? Like,
Yeah, I mean that's
good,
true.
you know?
That was so close.
Yeah,
Ilya won
right.
this for Darth.
I think if anything, you might have to thank
Literally.
Ilya for this.
You have to thank Ilya.
CTG
EU and
got
NA
in his
handshake
back.
for this one.
Yeah, Ilya like played that like crazy, right? Like I didn't even watch it, but I heard he was like holding Rise 2 to deny. Like,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
Yep.
Oh, that's for sure, man. Darth, I'm super happy for you, man. The journey that you had at the beginning. Once upon a time, you were like part of the competitive TFT subreddit Discord server. You were grinding Hyperroll. You were like, a person that was a community member, a Reddit mod, and you first started grinding tournaments.
Hyperroll is crazy.
Throughout the years, the narrative was also like, which version of Darth who's going to show up, the one that like loses versus the one that can go deep in tournaments. And now you're the world champion. Talk to me about that journey, right? Like, about starting off from there all the way to now, the path that you're on.
I mean, I definitely like, I've been competing for a while, and I feel like every time I felt like, I could have prepared more or, just like done a better job studying, and like every tournament you kind of leave with like some regrets about like your level of preparation, right?
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like I have like ramped up the effort that goes into like, just like trying to be better at the game. And I don't know, I remember like Dishsub when he won set 11, he was like, yeah, like I think I can just win everything, you know? So I don't know. Honestly,
I like that.
I was like, yeah, I think I can win everything.
Awesome, awesome.
Uh,
Emily said that. Are you full time? Are you actually still working a job, or is TFT your full time focus?
No. No, I'm unemployed. Like, yeah, I feel like I've basically been delaying the job applications because I was like focused on TFT.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's basically been like a procrastinating, like, procrastinating, that sort of thing. And then I did one world.
Unemployed, but
I was
world
about to say, that's a good
champ.
thing to do in between
That's
jobs.
a pretty
Yeah.
good thing, you know.
I like
you
that
could-
he said unemployed,
I
honestly.
keep on your job. I mean, more is that impressive on your job resume?
I think it is. If you're like, look, I took a few months off, went and won, $150,000, and became the greatest TFT player in the world for a time.
Yeah.
And now I'm back to look for a job. Like, that seems pretty good. That shows initiative.
Wait, but Darth, now that you've
Stop
won,
saying the J
you're
word.
gonna stay.
I think Darth is expected on main broadcast.
Yeah, they can wait. All right, Emily, finish your question.
Wait,
All
Darth.
right, hold on. Congratulations, Darth. We love you, man. We're super proud.
Now go back to the
Round of applause, everyone. Chat. Our world champion, Darth Noob. No, we shouldn't.
Yeah.
We should.
We'll never
hold
get
him
a
up.
clear answer
He's
on
a
if it's
wanted
Darth
man,
Noob
and
or
he'll
Darth
probably be
Noob.
doing interviews.
He
Sorry,
said he
Emily.
doesn't
I was like trying to
mind.
let you get your
'Cause
your
they're
bid
both
in.
correct because
I wanted
he
to ask.
chose.
I was
you
just gonna
know,
ask him if
to put
he was gonna stay full
Nub.
time.
Okay.
TFT.
Well,
and
I
put
mean,
noob. So he said both are acceptable.
Precedented,
But
but
the real
playing around
one
Scuttle,
is
see what he does
Nub.
next set, especially with the way that he provides a lot of entertainment.
No more listening to chat. That is the
Yep.
major takeaway that I heard from our interview with him yesterday. For Bin Bin, what a major surprise coming through from the JOC. Someone who didn't necessarily have a lot of competitive history. So
Now I'm
I feel like
standing, if
that
you
was
guys can't
one where
tell.
you say, well, maybe there's going to be some nice
Hmm.
surprises here.
He made
And I never want to underestimate our JOC
he
players.
made the Reddit thread
There's
while he was
always
being
one that
interviewed.
comes
The
in,
Reddit thread's
like
up.
Waymu Lochu from last
That's
set, who actually came
hilarious.
back to compete at the Lore and
Congratulations to
Legends
the winner
Tactician
of Lore and Legends Tactician's crown, and
came
then
out
the
of nowhere and
Tactician.
then
It's
gets a
me,
second
baby.
place.
I think we've learned our lesson at this point. No underestimating JOC whatsoever. I want to give a shout to Leah as well. Without him, we wouldn't
That's
have made it to this
incredible.
Game 5 in the 1st place. He clutched up when he needed to most. A top 5 from him, his best set ever, becoming a MIA regional champion, and now making it to top 5 in the TAC round as well. So just a really good showing from a player who was going to retire 4 or 5 sets ago, was very close to going away from TFT forever, decided to give it one more try, and now has had such a crazy career after that.
And Li Xiao being one of the CN representatives that's the most consistent, getting 4th in Inkborn Fables, now getting a 3rd
All right,
place.
we got to do
So
a
getting little
pick'ems
bit better,
check.
but just showing that he is
Oh my
consistent
God.
and will continue to be dominant every tournament he plays.
The scaling.
Okay.
Seems like Li Sao is one of those players that's due for a Tactician's crown win
Alright.
at some point as
Do we
well.
Give it to us.
But all of these competitors
We wanna
today,
go
I'm like
first
really
first,
impressed
or
with just
1, 2, 3,
some
4,
of the line
or should I
selection
just
that
read the
they
whole
made in the
thing?
grand finals lobby. Obviously, there was.
I mean, I only have a
something
couple
like
that matter.
Yeah, but
Same.
a lot of players saying, okay, well maybe that I can't play that, but what if I
I only
flex
have one that
into
matters.
Mel, or I flex into Rise, or
Darth
I
first.
try to
Oh.
play Shadow Isles because it's
That's the
Oh,
only one that
okay.
matters.
really cool, and that's
The
what
only
we
one
expect
that
to see at this
matters.
high level, and I'm glad that these competitors.
I
will
had Darth
deliver.
first and
Yeah, the
Saya
real skill has
second.
been not what their final
Nice.
board
I
looks
was
like.
You know-
Everyone
that
knows how to
too.
copy, the highest
Yeah.
cap
I
possible
hesitated
board
so
from
long.
any meta website.
Mhm.
But the thing is the process to get there. How do you cleanly
I think those
play
are
on
those
high
are the
tempo,
only two
know
I
when
had,
to
right?
balance your resources and your HP? I think Saya has been a great example of that. Every single game, he has made it to
think
a very strong high cap level 9 board
If Dasik
throughout very
finished
different
6th,
avenues.
I
That's where the
technically
real
got that
skill
one
comes in a tag
too.
round lobby like this one.
And I think maybe the biggest
I had
takeaway for
Dasik
me,
at, I had Dasik at 5th.
AVP of your region, it might not matter.
Okay,
You get
and-
one in the
oh,
finals. That's
nice.
all it takes to take the crown home to the Americas.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
so excited for
Nub
Darth
first
Nub
and
and
Dasik
just the way that he showed up
6th
and proved all the doubters
is
wrong.
what I
I'm the
had
doubters, by the way.
and what I got.
Well, guess what? You're going to be excited because we do have an interview with our
Yeah, the only two I
Tactician's
had
crown
right are top
winner,
two.
Darth Nub. Congratulations, man. It's just such a pleasure to be able to see you achieve this height. How are you feeling? Oh, I see you're sitting. Is this the new emote, the Darth sit instead of the Darth
I think
walk?
Saya
Yeah, I mean,
might have
I
had
gotta
the
sit
best
between games,
performance
you know,
ever, though.
it's kind of tiring to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
Sexy doesn't work for that, but
Well, I mean, tell me about the emotion that
insanely
you're
impressive.
feeling.
I'm not gonna
When
lie.
we last saw you at the
Breaking
Tactician's
records,
Crown
But,
in
like-
Into the Arcane, that was a 40th
I
place
know
for
they're
you,
gonna
and I
talk
know
about,
you've been
like,
fighting really hard to come back
checkmate
here to
format
prove
comes up all the
yourself.
time,
And you
whether
got
it's good,
so
bad,
close
whatever.
at the Paris Open,
It doesn't
getting
get more hype
11th.
than
So
that.
now in this moment,
So, like,
what does it feel like to realize
I don't
the
think it should
dream?
change. I think the format's good.
I mean,
I
it has
agree.
not set in.
I think it's nice
at
to have a
all
change, and I
yet,
think it's nice
you know,
to
as in
force
like I kind of just feel
first
like
for a
I
win.
won tournament. You know, it's like that's pretty cool, but
Like, yeah, you can win by
I kind of
going
feel like
second
over the next few
nonstop.
hours, few
It's
days,
like,
I'm gonna
if
be
it's
celebrating.
something
I'm
feels
gonna be
off with it.
watching the
Yeah,
tournament
and
VODs.
it's like if
pro
we would
days
have played
VODs,
where it's like, okay,
like, I don't know,
it's
man.
just
Like,
finals is 6
it's gonna be
games
good.
or
It's gonna be,
something.
it's gonna be a
like
good time.
Saya would have won by
gotta
game
take the time to
5. Like
soak it
the
all
last
in
game wouldn't have
because
even
this is an
mattered.
achievement
Yeah.
very few players can say that they've been able to do. And for you, did you feel any particular pressure knowing that you had a chance to prove yourself here? The regional run did not go the way that maybe you might have wanted it to, but you had this chance now at the TAC Crown.
Yeah, like to be honest, like my goal going into today was just to be like kind of proud of like the way I played, because sometimes you just don't get the chance to win, right? Like if Saya had ended it in game 4, I would have been pretty happy with how I had played my day 3. I would have felt that I represented NA as a region well. So going into game 5, like there was definitely a bit of a like unease, right? Because now I have another chance to potentially win, but also potentially do some absolutely disgusting gameplay into an 8th, right? So
Well,
yeah.
I mean, Darth, you are a very first or 8th player. That's been kind of a trademark of your playstyle in TFT for some time now. And when we looked at our grand finals participants and even just the Tactician's Crown competitor roster as a whole, you stood out as one of the highest first or 8th rates across the field. So were you feeling kind of confident coming into Checkmate, or were you just like, no, I just love playing good games and getting the firsts when I can?
Yeah, I definitely felt confident going to Checkmate. I feel like if I get into a spot that's supposed to lead to a first, I'm just going to execute, and it's like a very relaxing time, right? Like I know what I'm supposed to do, so I'll do it.
But when was it in the final game where you noticed I won? Like, was there any moment before that final fight where you're like, oh, I got this in the bag?
Yeah, I mean, the first moment was when I saw win out on 3-2, and I was like, okay, like it's win out in Scuttle Puddle, I can get the Baron, like on 4-5. So like I have a path to victory, right? And then the second moment was, well, first of all, I saw Mori with a 3-star Yunara, and I felt a bit of despair. It's like, oh, like I did all this and it's just not enough. And then he just died. So then I felt pretty good. Like I scouted the lobby and I saw a bunch of these Rise boards, and like they were never going to beat me, right? So I kind of just realized that I won the game.
Your day today has been insane to watch. Watching you take those Demacia longshot games and then saying, no, I'm actually going to slingshot myself into a 3rd place.
Yeah.
Talk to me about, like, were you feeling nervous at all knowing that, wow, you could be at the brink of elimination in these games, but then you're able to capitalize and convert over to those top 4 placements?
Yeah, those first 2 games
This
were
is
so crazy.
I never understood, why does he have a laptop showing the back of him?
Bad.
Is that like an
I was wondering
anti-cheat
that
thing,
earlier.
or is that
I'm going into like
something else?
with 2 lives, and I just have to
was.
claw my way out there, just playing my strongest board every stage, and just like winning every fight by like a millimeter. I feel like I played some good TFT, at least like post stage 4. So that felt really good.
Like a ninja.
Sometimes that's all it takes, you know?
Good thirds.
They were such good thirds. You got to pat yourself on the back for that one. I think that was the most impressive thing about today. And so I'm super excited for you. When it comes to your very like 1st or 8th place style, I'm wondering like how intentional is that? Is that something where you're going into a tournament and that's just the game plan, or is this kind of a recipe from the formats that you're playing? Is it more fun for you?
So to be honest, I don't really consider myself to be like that flippy of a player. It's just like, because I feel like most of my eighths are because I don't really know what I'm doing or like what I'm supposed to do. So I feel like it's mostly just me playing like bad. Whereas like most of my first, like I'm just correctly piloting my spot, and it's like not that high risk, I feel. And so like for instance, like this tournament, I think I did a pretty good job of like mitigating a lot of my low rolls. And that's because I felt like had a pretty complete understanding of like the meta and like how to play the comps and how to really like salvage placements. Whereas sometimes like I don't have that understanding, so I just kind of flounder and die.
You played a lot of Demacia. Was that
Mhm.
a part of the script going into the regional finals as well as the TAC crown? And what other prep did you do to get here?
Yeah, I mean, Demacia was definitely a comfort line. Like, I played a lot of Demacia long shots and scrims, and like the AP Demacia as well has been a comfort line for me for quite a while. So I was very happy to like get into these Demacia spots. And also, I don't know, like I kind of felt pretty bad about like 3-cost reroll, or at least my own performance on it throughout regionals and this tournament. So I think I personally wasn't like ecstatic to pull out a Mal's game or like a Darius game or Jinx game, right? I feel like a lot of those games would end up like I'd much prefer they be Vayne or like AP Demacia. As for other prep, yeah, so I prepped going into this weekend with Cam, Weijin, and Revan, and I think they definitely helped me a lot in like very specific ways. For instance, the Demacia Freljord Rise comp was like the like highlight comp of this tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't really know how to play it on day one, but like I studied the VODs, like we studied the VODs after that, and like after that I pulled out like 3 games of Demacia Freljord Rise on day 2, and had I not done that studying with them, yeah, like I would not have made it to day 3. Right.
It's
So that was
the
really
hard
important.
work that goes in between days that ends up paying off. And, you know, I'm sure that you have a lot of kind words to say about your practice partners. Is there anything else that you want to say to the other people supporting you and the other people you might have prepped with?
Other people. Okay, I mean, the thing is, they were the only ones I actually prepared with, right? Like, it was like that group of 3 Worlds competitors. But I guess like overall, like the uncomp like TFT server with like Dehua, Weird, Defias Bro, Fortinator, like Coleman, like I've like been friends with those guys for a long time, and they've like always supported me. So shout out to them.
Last couple things. Are you going to make a post on our Compete TFT?
I already did. Yeah.
You already did it? Oh my god!
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't check. So, okay, well, everybody go look at that. And then Darth, in terms of thinking
Froden
about
asked him that, so he
the
had
things you
to.
want to be remembered by for TFT. You know, every competitor has had an augment go into the game, and so if you had to pick something, would it actually be something you would want to be known more for like your Demacia conversion gameplay or Void?
I mean, so in Paris, like I was all about the fast 10 Void, right? Yeah, I was spamming Void in Paris. So, and like I almost made it to the final lobby on a Baron game. It's just I couldn't hit the Baron 2. So like I definitely think Baron and like Void has definitely been a big part of my gameplay throughout the entirety of set 16. So I definitely wouldn't mind being remembered by that.
I
The
think
only
that
hard part
we're
is
gonna
the one
have to
from
think
Paris
about
is
another
Juan May
Baron
winning with
Slayer
Baron.
oriented
He got a
augment for you.
Baron augment, but it's a
And then
prismatic.
finally, Darth, what does the
But
future
Darth
of
Nubs would
TFT
have
look
to be
like for you?
gold. So how do they make
I don't
based
know.
off
I
the
mean,
same but gold
like,
version?
all of a sudden, I probably have a lot of EWC points, so that's a thing. And I mean, I guess I'll try my best next set to get back to Worlds. You know, maybe go for the 2-peat.
That would be awesome. Darth Nub, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us after this victory. Hope you're able to get some rest. I know this has been very early days
Oh
for
my
you.
god! It's 4 a.m. What? Like, why do we care about European daylight savings time? What?
You don't only had to go through daylight savings and regionals, you had to do it again
Yeah.
for the Tactician's crown,
What
even with
is
those
this?
nerfs.
Like, I
That's
got like
crazy.
3 hours of sleep last night. I was like, oh my god.
Okay, well, you deserve it. Darth, thank you so much again. Congratulations on your win. Go enjoy it and celebrate it, and we are looking
I'm a
forward to
world
seeing you
champ.
soon.
That's
Woohoo!
Oh man, so exciting.
That is amazing. It's just so cool because especially we come from the Americas broadcast and we've been following Darth for some time. I mean, he's been competing since like I can remember, like dating all the way back to Reckoning, maybe even before that. And so Darth's legacy in this game has been pretty long. And so to see him achieve something like this, I know he's been chasing it for a while and it's very exciting.
Yeah, prominent community member. He's a moderator on r/compete TFT. After he won TC2, he went and posted, he's like, hey, this guy won a tournament, and it was just like him posting it, and he said he already posted. I just love to see the victory lap and just engaging the community in that way. He's just a great guy. He's a stats guy. He does these raps at the end of the sets. It's fantastic.
You have to imagine he had the post preloaded just in case he wants to just hit like one button, post. Okay,
He's writing it during game.
I'm ready to go look at that after this. But that's going to do it for us here for Lore and Legends. It was so amazing to kick off this set in the Paris Open, and now we end it here at the Tactician's Crown. What's next? Well, that's set 17, Space Gods, which you can get access to on April 15th. We cannot wait to see you there. Thank you all so much for watching. To our competitors for being able to put on such a good show for us. To all of us behind production, we want to say thank you. And we will see you all next set in Space Gods.
Pengu's there.
Big Pengu.
Holy moly. What an amazing day of games.
Yeah, those were incredible. Perfect way to end it, to be honest.
Agreed.
Went out from Darth Nub. Hell yeah.
Everyone's gonna take back his NA washed up.
Yeah.
As he should.
CCG saving it so NA can win. Thank you, Elia. That was crazy, like 1 HP.
Yeah.
And Morian game, was it game 3 with the ASOL?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I was so happy to see the ASOL.
Alright, well, that's it.
And that's it.
That's it.
It's the end of the set.
Yeah. I think I'll take just a moment here to kind of reflect on the entirety of the set, right? And doing the co-stream.
Yeah.
I felt very fulfilled. Like, my heart felt happy the entire time. I know that, you know, like, you and me, Dom, especially, were putting in, you know, every single day of those weekends for the first few. But the result being, you know, being
this kind of payout.
Yeah, being able to like officially co-stream or watch party the Worlds experience, and then getting prizing for our community and growing our Twitch channel and our YouTube channel and doing more player interviews, the growth that we've had from our talent, Cora, you included, it's been very fulfilling for my heart, and I wouldn't have done it any other way. I would have done the same exact thing every single time.
Yeah. I think for me, like, particularly being officially partnered, allowing us to have kind of more credentials to do those players interviews, which was by far my favorite part, was being able to talk to those players and being able to ask them how do they do it and how they feel coming into these tourneys, because like watching it is one thing, having an inkling of how they experience it makes it that much more fun to cast after. It's super worth putting all that time in.
Yep. And so, you know, pending all of the good things, we'll be very happy to return next season.
Do it all over again. Hell yeah.
Yup. Okay.
Until
Any
then.
final words? Whether you want to reflect on the entire season or not, it's up to you.
Yeah, this set in general has just been a blast. I played in a bunch of tourneys. I casted a bunch after the sets all run together now, but I just started, casting recently, like what, 6 months ago? And then took a break to play a little bit because I was doing well, having a lot of fun, and like got that competitive drive again, but then also to like come back and cast some more. You guys are great at giving those opportunities and to be able to grow there in a comfortable space, and as I learn and get better at it, so it's always a blast. And then being able to join in on the co-streams and worlds and sit back and I feel like I have a lot of knowledge about a lot of random different things from across, so it's cool to bring in being there from the start and kind of, share some of that knowledge with everyone and just have fun with everyone else. So great community. So yeah, awesome. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, happy to do it and happy to keep it up. And with our gal tournaments as well, we'll be returning. We did take this month off because of the co-stream schedule, but we're definitely happy to soon announce the next round of gal tournaments. Those will be returning for sure. Thank you everybody for hanging out with us over the course of the weekend, over the course of the season. We'll be definitely happy to see you again, but that's it for us today. Congrats to Darth Nub again, and yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Bye everyone.